After leaving the Zhang family, Jiang Chun carried Zhang Jian's child on his shoulders and returned to the hotel in the city center. The young child was forcibly separated from his mother and cried silently for a long time. His crying made Jiang Chun upset, so he fainted from the mental shock. After leaving the old city, Jiang Chun took a few deep breaths of fresh air. The smell there was really unacceptable to him. It was depressing, damp, and fermented in the trash. If it weren't for completing the mission, these things shouldn't exist in his world. Thinking of this, he grabbed the child's hand with a little more strength. The comatose child had several iron-green finger marks on his arms. Even in his sleep, he couldn't help but frown because of the pain. I hope you won't be as useless as your father. If I had known he was such a waste, the family shouldn't have spent resources to train him in the first place. When he returned to the hotel room, he saw Jiang Tianlong and Chun Zhe frowning at a note. The two of them looked up at Jiang Chun, who came back from the door, and the children he brought back. Neither of them had any surprised expressions, and they obviously knew what Jiang Chun had done. Jiang Tianlong frowned and said, "I'm back. I don't know what the old guys in the family think. Why do they have to raise these outsiders' children from generation to generation? It's useless and a waste of family resources." Hearing his words, Chunze looked a little embarrassed, because he is also an outsider. Although he is not an orphan raised by the Jiang family like Zhang Jian, his current status is indispensable without the support of the Jiang family, who spent resources behind him. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chun immediately stopped Jiang Tianlong, who was about to say something more, and explained, "Master Tianlong, you can't say that. Our Jiang family is still young after all, and our heritage is far inferior to that of the other 3 royal families who have followed Daxia since the founding of the country." Speaking of that adult, even the arrogant Jiang Tianlong showed an expression of awe, but he still said, "That lord is indeed very powerful. It is hard to imagine that he is actually a mud-legged person, but he is just an example. With his talent, he will become the center of attention wherever he goes. He cannot be used as a representative figure." Jiang Chun agreed. Young Master Tianlong is right, but according to the wishes of our ancestors, those who are supported by the Jiang family are the Jiang family. There is no need for the young master to exclude them so much. As he spoke, he quietly looked at Chun Zhe, who was aside. Jiang Tianlong, who noticed his eyes, realized that he had just said the wrong thing and hurriedly stopped. Chun Zhe on the side also cast a grateful look at Jiang Chun. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What were Master Tianlong and President Chun looking at just now?" At this point, Jiang Tianlong's anger rose again. "This old guy Guolinshan actually sent me the list of items." Jiang Tianlong snorted coldly. "I know this, and I have never thought about going back on my word, but this old boy Guolinshan actually took this opportunity to speak like a lion." Jiang Chun stepped forward and picked up the note that Jiang Tianlong had just slapped on the table, wanting to see what Guolinshan wanted to make him so angry. A gold-level monster egg? Could it be that Guolinshan wants to contract another monster? This old guy's potential must have been exhausted. When he saw the third item, he immediately knew why Jiang Tianlong was so angry and why Guolinshan asked for a new gold-level monster egg. A crystal core for an Earth-type monster above level 70? This old boy is not only as big as a lion, but he is also very ambitious. Jiang Tianlong said angrily. "Yes, this old guy's beast is also a gold-level Earth monster. He wants the crystal core of the 70-level Earth monster probably because he was stimulated by Yu Shenghua's breakthrough, and he also wants to help his monster break through the shackles of blood. With the help of the monster's power when it breaks through, Guolinshan also has a high probability of breaking through. Although the upper limit of gold-level monsters is level 70, there are only a handful of monsters that can actually reach this upper limit. In the process of growth, monsters will lose their own bloodline and potential due to various circumstances, so that they will be trapped in one level for life and unable to advance. This is the shackles of bloodline. At this time, it is necessary to use external power to help the monster beast make up for the defects in its bloodline and break through the shackles. Obviously, this is Guolinshan's plan. Although he had applied for a crystal core to the superiors of Daxiao Lingwei, he had been waiting for a reply. After all, the resources of the great Xiao Lingwei, which is in charge of the whole country, will only be tilted towards young people with higher status and higher talents. and a detachment leader like him is nothing at all, and his age is even more fatal. Instead of hoping that the higher-ups would agree to his application, he might as well try to blackmail the Jiang family. After all, a level 70 monster crystal core was nothing to the big family's heritage. Although Guo Linshan didn't think he could get it, he just added the monster crystal core with the attitude of giving it a try. And with the background of this level 70 monster crystal core, the first two items that were originally a bit excessive are nothing. But what he didn't expect was that after reading the list, Jiang Chun was surprised at Guo Linshan's lion's mouth. Then he thought about it and told Jiang Tianlong, "Master Tianlong, I think we can promise him." Jiang Tianlong glanced at him in surprise and said, "Although breaking the promise will damage the dignity of our Jiang family, being blackmailed that will make the Jiang family look easy to bully. Principal Jiang Chun, you should know that," Jiang Chun said with a malicious smile on his face. "Master Tianlong, I hate that my child can't trap the wolf. Aren't you angry when Guo Linshan humiliates you like this today?" Jiang Chun leaned into Jiang Tianlong's ear and said, "Not only can we say this, but we may also be able to complete the family's mission." As he spoke, he told Jiang Tianlong his plan. Although Chunzhe was not involved from beginning to end, the two of them did not hide it from him. Listening to their plan, Chunzhe felt his heart go cold, and the hand holding the teacup started to shake. Is this a big family? They don't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Looking at the military uniform that Jiang Tianlong was wearing representing the Great Xia Spirit Guard, and remembering the oath he swore when he joined, he felt extremely ironic. The next day, Suze looked at the golden gashapon in his hand with some surprise. After so many days, he finally shipped out another shipment. Although he now possesses diamond-level monsters, he no longer finds gold-level monsters particularly appealing. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, this is still a rare high-level demonic beast that is hard to come by. Even Guo Linshan, the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, only had one gold-level demon beast, and his other initial beast was a pitiful bronze-level beast. It was stuck at the level cap of 30 early on, so Guo Linshan basically never summoned it during battles. But now, Suze was torn between whether or not to boil the egg and feed it to the bird. He wasn't just trying to get along with Feng Qingyi. Suze had discovered early on that the energy-rich food, monster eggs, was to monsters what the purifying prayer beads were to beast tamers. The Heavenly Phoenix Light Robe has eaten quite a few monster eggs, and with her constantly digesting the power of that level 80 crystal core, her level has now risen to level 60, and Suze's mental power has also increased by several levels. His two tamed beasts, the Golden Feathered Phoenix and the Void Spirit Turtle, are both at level 60 and 25 respectively. Suze's mental strength is also at level 25. If Feng Qingyi were to eat this gold-grade monster egg, she would probably level up at least once, and Suze and the Void Spirit Turtle could also level up together. However, he couldn't bear to part with it in the end, so he put the gold-level monster egg back into his system space and exchanged it for a bronze-level monster egg. Eating a gold-grade monster egg is too extravagant. I'm a little reluctant to do it. Upgrading isn't in a hurry for now. After breakfast, Suze, the three people, and the bird walked towards school as usual. But just as he was about to enter the school, a disheveled, crazy woman rushed over from the side and pounced on Suze. Sun Hao reacted immediately, shielding Suze behind him and using his remaining arm to restrain the woman. Ignoring the pain in her arm, the woman stared desperately at Suze. "You're Suze, right? I've seen your picture with my husband. Please help me." Suze looked the woman over carefully, and after confirming that he didn't recognize her, he asked curiously, "Who are you? Why does your husband have my photo?" Zhang Jian. Suze remembered. Wasn't that the Beast Taming University teacher who tried to assassinate him a couple of days ago? Sun Hao also realized what was happening and tightened his grip on the woman's arms. If he hadn't failed to sense the unique spiritual fluctuations of a beast tamer emanating from the woman, he probably would have already summoned his beast. However, Suze could sense that the woman was not there to assassinate him like her husband, but rather that she needed his help. Suze said, "Brother Sun Hao, please let her go. I think her arm is about to break from all that force." Sun Hao hesitated and did not let go immediately. Suze continued, "Brother Sun Hao should have realized that she's not a beast tamer. Besides, my beast is standing right next to me. What can she do to me? Sun Hao glanced at Feng Qingyi, who was leaning against Su Zhe. He now knew that this stunningly beautiful little girl was actually the transformed form of a diamond-level demon beast. With her around, it was indeed impossible for an ordinary person to hurt Su Zhe, so she let Su Zhe go. As soon as Sun Hao let go, the woman scrambled to Su Zhe's feet. Please, help me, save my child. She wasn't a beast tamer. She only knew that the Jiang family, who controlled her husband, was extremely dangerous, but she didn't know how much power the Jiang family wielded. The reason they chose to approach Su Zhe was because they believed that since the Jiang family was trying every means to deal with him, Su Zhe must have the ability to contend with the Jiang family. Su Zhe was completely confused by her, so he helped her up from the ground before explaining. The woman recounted everything she knew in detail. Although she didn't know much and her narration was somewhat disorganized, Su Zhe still understood the cause and effect of the matter. The Jiang family? So they've been targeting me all along. I thought it was the Japanese, but I never expected that they would strike first on their own side. Sun Hao also realized that things were not going well, and explained to Su Zhe from the side. Although the Jiang family is a newly emerging family, it has a lot of power and has turned the original 3 major families in the capital into 4 major families. But as a beast tamer family, what matters most is not how many businesses you have or how much money you can make each year, but the number of high-level beast tamers. In this respect, the Jiang family has always lagged behind the other 3 families with deep foundations, and they are far behind in terms of top-level combat power. I think that's why they've set their sights on you. After all, top-level combat power usually refers to powerful diamond-level monster beast tamers. Su Zhe then recalled the 3 people who came from the capital to make things difficult for him yesterday. 2 of them seemed to be surnamed Jiang, so it seemed to be the so-called Jiang family. They hadn't given up yet. Moreover, judging from Zhang Jian's wife's description, the person who took his child away was probably Jiang Chun, the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association. Su Zhe didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He thought for a while and said, "We now have a sister-in-law to testify for us that the Jiang family wants to harm me. Can we report them? Let the Jiang family have to think carefully if they want to attack me in the future." Sun Hao shook his head and said, "Don't overthink it. There's not enough evidence. One side story is definitely not enough. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have just taken the child away without silencing them. It's precisely because they have nothing to fear. Moreover, disputes between beast tamers are always handled by the great Xia spirit guards, and when the Jiang family is involved, the higher-ups have to step in. Do you know how many members of the Jiang family are in the higher-ups? At that point, it will be a case of who here is suing this official. Then can we at least get the child back?" Su Zhe said unwillingly. Sun Hao shook his head. The Jiang family doesn't just sponsor orphans to go to school. They adopt orphans as their own, making them outsiders to the Jiang family. So Zhang Jian's child is also a member of the Jiang family in a sense. Su Zhe scratched his head in frustration, having no other choice but to have Su Yao help the woman, who looked utterly desperate, into the school gate to rest. She hasn't slept a wink since her child was snatched away yesterday, and was eventually taken to the restroom in the breeding area that Lin Shi was in charge of. "Hey, good apprentice, are you helping me find a partner? How thoughtful. Although she looks a bit dirty, she's young, not bad," Lin Shi said with a wicked smile while drinking. Su Zhe said, "Teacher, don't you look at your age? Do you still have the ability? Enough joking. Let her rest here for now. I'll go find the principal." After all, Zhang Jian was once a teacher at Qinglong Beast Taming University. As the principal, Xiao Su should stand up for his former subordinate, right? That's what Su Zhe was thinking. After Su Zhe left, the woman couldn't sleep no matter how tired she was. She struggled to get up from the bed, but her exhausted body made her almost roll off the bed. Lin Shi on the side saw this and helped her back with a speed that was not suitable for her age. "Sister, your body can't help but have a good rest." But the woman shook her head and insisted on getting up. Lin Shi couldn't help but sighed, stretched out her hand, and tapped the other woman's forehead. The woman suddenly froze. Her eyes gradually lost focus and closed. Finally, her arms lost strength and her body lost support and fell backwards, falling into sleep. Lin Shi retracted her hand and said calmly, "Your energy has reached its limit. Just sleep peacefully. Lin Shi was about to turn around and go back when he was surprised to see the woman lying on the bed struggling with her hands and feet. He gently raised his hand, and his shadow climbed up from the ground, like a flattened black human figure floating in front of the woman. It stretched out its black human hand that looked like its fingers had been stretched out and grabbed a handful in front of the woman until streams of purple-black dirty images were pulled out and then swallowed by the shadow with its hollow mouth. A contented expression appeared on Shadow's face, which looked like a black paper cut, and then returned to Lin Shi's feet. At the same time, the woman stopped struggling and fell asleep peacefully. Nightmare Lord, a platinum-level spiritual monster. It has the ability to control dreams and illusions, and feeds on human dreams. Extreme nightmares and sweet dreams are its favorite food. Obviously, a woman's dream belongs to the latter, which is why it is so intoxicating. Lin Shi also closed her eyes and digested this nightmare with her beast. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance, with a trace of murderous intent in his always lazy eyes. At the same time, Suze also arrived at the top floor of the administration building, but was not able to see Xiao Su, the principal, as he wished. He casually stopped the ant who was cleaning nearby and asked, "Ant, do you know why the principal is not in the office?" The ant put the mop in her hand on the ground, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, "I know. The principal will not be here this week. If you want to find him, come back next week." "Wait a minute, Ant. Where is the principal?" Suze asked relentlessly. "I'm just a sanitation worker. How could I know this if you ask me? I just heard that I think I went to the imperial capital and won't be back for at least a week." As she said that, she picked up the mop again. "Raise your feet. Raise your feet. I haven't finished mopping the floor yet. It will be stepped on again later." Suze had no choice but to give up, and finally went to find Su Yiming who was teaching, only to learn that Xiao Su had been called to a meeting by the Imperial Beast Control University. Not only him, but also the presidents of several other beast-controlling universities have received invitations to attend this so-called academic exchange meeting. The main content is to finalize the time, location, and rewards for this year's five-school competition. Suze thought for a while and said, "Although Principal Xiao Su is not here now, Captain Gua and Mr. Yu should be enough to convince them to return the child." He first went to the Beast Masters Association, but coincidentally, Yu Shenghua was not there either. It is said that he was invited to be the host of an auction held by the Beast Tamer Association in another city next door. Although the reasons for their absence sounded very reasonable, Suze always felt that it was too much of a coincidence at this juncture. He had no choice but to let Sun Hao lead the way to find Guo Linshan again. Because he was now considered a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, Suze only felt the gaze passing over him at the camp gate this time, instead of staring at him as hard as the last time. Following his memory, Suze walked to Guo Linshan's office. If he wasn't there, there would really be nothing he could do. But fortunately, before Suze reached Guo Linshan's office, he saw him walking out with a smile on his face. "Brother Suze, why are you here? I'm about to go find you." Seeing his excited look, Suze asked curiously, "Captain Gua, what makes you so happy?" "Haha, can you be unhappy about a windfall from heaven? Did you find money or win the lottery?" "Haha, it's not the case. I just blackmailed someone." Guo Linshan couldn't hide his smile and said, "Do you still remember what the boy from the Jiang family promised yesterday? I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect that only one day had passed, and they actually sent me something." At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. "You know there is something in it, but I have applied to the Legion headquarters for several days without any news. They prepared it overnight. Gee, this is the big family." Then, as if he remembered something, he thrust a tightly sealed military green iron box into Suze's hand. "This is your share, 50 military-grade tempered rosary beads. Logically speaking, all of them can be blackmailed by relying on you, so everything should be yours. But there is one thing in it that is really important to me, so although I am embarrassed, old man, I still shamelessly keep it." Suze took the iron box without any pretense and said, "Captain Gua is serious. These tempering beads are enough for me." After Guo Linshan handed the things to Suze, he also asked, "By the way, little brother Suze, why did you come to see me?" Suze then quickly told Guo Linshan everything that happened in the Zhang family. After listening to his narration, the old man immediately became stunned and stared. I suspected it was the Jiang family before, but I didn't expect them to be so unscrupulous. What is the difference between this and kidnapping and trafficking? Let's go find those guys. As he said that, he held Su Zhe in one hand and flew into the air towards the city center. After Su Zhe's first surprise, he carefully felt the principle of Guolinshan's flight. It is different from riding on a beast or flying through the use of flying beast armor. This feeling is more like completely getting rid of the shackles of gravity and only needing to consume power to accelerate in the air. This also made Su Zhe realize that perhaps relying on the explosion of gilded wings, he could fly faster than a beast master of Guolinshan's level in a short period of time. But once the flight time is extended, he will definitely be caught up. Because the opponent's consumption is much smaller than that of him, who flies purely by brute force. Soon, the two arrived at Zhang's hotel. As soon as he landed, Guolinshan led Su Zhe towards the hotel. The hotel is very grand, and the interior decoration is splendid and luxurious. The hotel doorman kept blocking them with a humble voice behind him. He bit the bullet and said, "Sir, gentlemen, please wait a moment. We are a members-only hotel. If you want to find someone, can I go and inform you? If you continue to walk in, I will be in trouble." The doorman had a sad face. You should know that the two people just fell from the sky. He couldn't afford to offend such people, but he didn't dare to violate a series of rules set by the Jiang family. Fortunately, at this moment, a familiar voice came down from upstairs, scolding. "What's going on down there? It's a mess. Oh, who dares to invade my Jiang family's territory?" Jiang Chan said as he walked down the stairs, and then saw Guolinshan and Su Zhe blocking the door. "It turns out to be Captain Gua. What's the matter? Could it be that you're not satisfied after collecting so many things?" Jiang Chun said with a frown. Guolinshan snorted coldly and asked, "I'm not here today for this matter. I heard that it was little brother Su Zhe who your Jiang family asked Zhang Jian to plot against, and now you are forcibly taking his child away." After knowing his purpose, Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "Captain Gua can eat whatever he wants, but he can't talk nonsense. It's true that Zhang Jian is an adopted child of our Jiang family, but everyone knows that our Jiang family is a philanthropic family and adopts many children every year. It's just that whatever path they take in the future is their own choice. The Jiang family cannot be blamed for the evil they do. This will chill our ancestors who are keen on charity." Guolinshan shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Jian's wife can testify that you also took away his child by force. Do you dare to let me go up and search it?" Jiang Chun then explained, "The words of that crazy woman are not to be believed. As for the child, I did take it away. Zhang Jian is the adopted son of our Jiang family, and his child is naturally a Jiang family. The old man wants to see what happened to his grandson, asking me to take him back. In addition, with the current financial situation of the Zhang family, I don't think I can afford the child's growth. It is better to leave it to the Zhang family to raise. But if she is unwilling, then she can return it." Guolinshan also knew that he couldn't do anything to the Jiang family with just one word. He just wanted to get the child back. Since he had agreed now, he didn't say anything more. "Captain Gua, please wait here, so as not to make things difficult for our hotel servants." Jiang Chun then turned around and went upstairs again. At the corner of the stairs, Jiang Tianlong and Chun Zhe were both here. Chun Zhe was still holding the sleeping Zhang Jian's child in his arms. After Jiang Chun snatched him away yesterday, because of the irritated child's cries, Jiang Tianlong used his mental power to attack the 7- or 8-year-old child, making him sleep until now. During this period, he was not even fed a drop of water, and his lips were already dry and cracked and turned blood red. When Jiang Chun took the child from Chun Zhe's arms, Jiang Tianlong grabbed his hand and said, "Do you really want to obey his orders like this? When have we, the Jiang family, ever been so angry?" Jiang Chun persuaded, "Master Tianlong, a little impatience will ruin a big plan. Since everything has been arranged, let him be proud for a while. Anyway, he won't be able to jump around for long." Jiang Tianlong let go of his hand when he thought of the arrangements they had made, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Soon Jiang Chun walked down with the child and casually threw him to Guolinshan. "Take it. I'm not responsible for anything that happens." Guolinshan caught the child, but found that he was motionless, and hurriedly checked his breathing. Still alive, seems to be in a coma. He used his spiritual power to gently stimulate the child and wake him up from his coma. Guolinshan hurriedly said, "Water, get some water for this child quickly." But Jiang Chun didn't move, and the doorman didn't dare to move without his instruction. It was Su Zhe who summoned the void spirit turtle and used it to create a small stream of pure water and send it to the child's mouth. He drank it hungrily until he choked and coughed. "Drink slowly, kid. What's your name?" "Zhang Zian." The child replied in a low voice. "What a nice name. How about going home with Grandpa? I'll take you to Mom." "Okay," Zhang Zian replied in a low voice. Although he is young, his senses are very keen. He could feel that the fierce-looking old man in front of him was not a bad person. He was really here to help him. The brother who gave him water was a handsome and good man. On the contrary, it was the old man with a white beard who looked kind yesterday, who had evil intentions. Guolinshan's appearance was indeed unkind, even a little sinister. After all, this was the only way to frighten those prickly members of the spirit guards. But now he was speaking as softly as possible, which made Suze beside him feel very awkward. "Okay, get on Grandpa's back. Grandpa will take you home right now." Zhang Zian obediently lay on Guolinshan's back, and he immediately rose into the air and flew towards the Qinglong Beast Control University, where Zhang Zian's mother was resting. Suze, who was left behind, had a confused look on his face. "No, you brought me here and then left me alone? If you like children so much, why don't you have one yourself? I believe that Captain Gua, your physical strength must be getting stronger with time." After silently complaining in his heart, Suze felt the uneasy sight behind him, and then he remembered that these Jiang family members were still thinking about their beasts. He hurriedly shouted in his heart. In just a moment, Feng Qingyi, who had gone to play without knowing where he was just now, appeared next to Suze, holding a string of fried silkworm chrysalises in his hand. He really looked like a bird. As for the money to buy things, Suze gave it to her. Just like raising a child, give her some pocket money, and then she can go out and play. Suze said to Feng Qingyi. "Quick, catch up with the old man in front." Feng Qingyi nodded and took all the silkworm chrysalises into his mouth. Then looking at Guolinshan's posture, he came behind Suze, wrapped his arms around his waist, opened his fiery red wings, and flew up. She originally wanted to carry Suze on her back, but she couldn't open her wings, so she had to change her position. Suze also adapted to this way of flying in a short period of time. Although the speed was not as fast as the gilded wings transformed into beast-controlling weapons, the experience was much more comfortable. As long as you raise your head back, you will be pillowed in a pair of soft pillows, which is very comfortable. Inside the Azure Dragon Beast Taming University, Zhang Jian's wife excitedly hugged their child, crying uncontrollably. After a good night's sleep, she had regained some energy. Upon hearing the news that her child had been found, she quickly tidied herself up, making sure her disheveled hair wouldn't frighten the child. Thank you all." She held the child in one arm and kept bowing to the crowd in gratitude, while taking out some crumpled banknotes from her pocket with the other hand. "My husband left us, mother and child, with just this much stuff. If you don't mind, please." Guolinshan quickly pushed her hand back. "What are you saying? Our Great Xia Spirit Guard is here to serve the ordinary people of Great Xia." The woman looked at Suze again, tears welling in her eyes, and knelt down with her child. "Young man, my family has really wronged you. My husband treated you like that, but you didn't hold a grudge. I don't know how to express my gratitude." Suze hurriedly helped her up, shaking his head repeatedly. "Let's just stick to the facts. The source of the scheme against me is the Jiang family. It has nothing to do with you." The woman who had stood up wanted to say something, but then she heard the child in her arms keep crying that he was hungry. "He hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. Suze only gave him water and didn't bring him any food." The woman immediately felt sorry for them, glanced apologetically at everyone, and then led her child toward home. "Sweetie, Mom will make you something delicious when we get home. How about we have braised pork today?" "Okay." Zhang Zian nodded with a smile, holding his mother's hand. Suze noticed that Guolinshan, who was standing next to him, kept watching the child walk away. Thinking back to how he was coaxing the child, he seemed to really like children, but I've never heard of him having any children. Suze stood beside him and followed his gaze, pretending to be casual as he said, "This child is very obedient." Even after going through something like this, he still didn't cry or make a fuss, and was even comforting his mother. He is indeed very likable. Why don't you take him in as your godson? It's quite pitiful that he lost his father at such a young age. Guolinshan paused for a moment, but did not answer immediately. No rush. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. All right, Brother Suze, I have to go back now. The team still needs me to stay. With that, he took off and flew towards the outside of the city. Suze looked up at him with some envy as he flew freely, wondering when he would be able to reach that level. After returning home, Suze sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the iron box that Guolinshan had given him. After opening the clasp, you'll find neatly arranged prayer beads inside. Suze casually picked up one. Its color was very pure, without a trace of impurity. Even among military-grade prayer beads, it was a top-grade one. The goods look quite pure, let me check them. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing to absorb the power from the prayer beads. The power within the prayer beads continuously refined his spiritual strength, and each wisp of spiritual strength that passed through the beads became more condensed and pure. After Suze exhausted the power of a single tempering bead, he could feel that he was not far from another breakthrough. This purity of purifying prayer beads is not only fast for improving mental power levels, but also eliminates the need to worry about impurities contaminating mental power, which requires meditation to remove them. When Suze opened his eyes from his meditation, it was already late at night. Just as he was about to pick up another one to try and break through his level, he saw Feng Qingyi staring longingly at the iron box in his hand. Do you know how to use this? Feng Qingyi nodded firmly, and Suze let her take one as well. Then, just like a bird swallowing a glass bead, it gulped down the prayer beads in one go. Wait, this isn't how you use it. Just as Suze was about to stop her, he felt a power coming from the other side of the contract. Feng Qingyi was indeed refining the power of the tempering prayer beads, but she was using a different method than humans, a simple and brutal method of devouring unique to demonic beasts. Moreover, her refining speed was much faster than Suze's. Because the beast taming contract is a two-way contract, whichever side increases its strength will also increase the strength of the other side. So Suze placed the iron box between him and Feng Qingyi, so that whoever finished refining it first could take another one. This is equivalent to two people refining and meditating together, which is much faster than Suze refining alone. Unfortunately, the void spirit turtle cannot transform into human form and has not yet developed intelligence. Otherwise, Suze's cultivation speed could have been even faster. By the time the night ended and dawn broke, Suze had steadily broken through level 25 and entered the mid-stage of level 26. During this period, Suze only refined 2 tempering beads, while Feng Qingyi devoured 7 or 8. However, her level was too high, and breaking through level 60 was another threshold. So even after consuming so many tempering beads, there was still no sign of a breakthrough. However, there are still many tempering beads left, so helping Feng Qingyi break through is not a problem. Suze simply took 2 days off to refine all the tempering beads. After all, he is now under increasing pressure since the Jiang family has taken notice of him. Moreover, neither Xiao Su nor Yu Shenhua, 2 of the 3 strongest individuals in Beishan City, were present. Although the reasons for their absence both sounded perfectly reasonable, Suze felt that the timing was too coincidental. Therefore, he can only try to increase his strength as much as possible, and being able to protect himself is the most important thing. While Suze was focused on refining the prayer beads, in the Great Xia Spirit Guard camp, in a secret underground room known only to the detachment leader, Guolinshan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating with his eyes closed. On his other side was a shrunken, armored rock rhinoceros. Between the two was a round, earth-yellow crystal core, large enough for one person to encircle, which continuously emitted earth-yellow energy that was absorbed by the armored rock rhinoceros. This is the level 70 Earth Attribute Monster Core that he demanded from the Jiang family. He originally thought the Jiang family would not pay any attention to his request, but to his surprise, it was delivered overnight. It should be noted that among the 3, the highest level was only Jiang Chun, who was level 67. However, because Jiang Tianlong's beast was a rare platinum-level demon beast, Jiang Tianlong should actually be the strongest in terms of combat power. However, they were able to obtain a level 70 monster core with great ease, which shows that the Jiang family is very powerful. Guolin Shan's level, like his tamed beast, was level 68. The upper limit for gold-level demonic beasts was level 70, but because the armored rock rhinoceros had suffered multiple severe injuries on the battlefield and lost its original bloodline, it could not break through. Guolin Shan needed the demon beast crystal core to help his beast tamer repair the bloodline defects and break through to the upper limit of level 70 in one fell swoop. As for the difference of 2 levels, it doesn't matter much. Generally speaking, there is only a risk if it exceeds 5 levels. After breaking through this stagnant pool, Guolin Shan believed that he could raise his level to 70 within his lifetime. Guolin Shan's idea was very good, and the armored rock rhinoceros did indeed break through to level 69 after absorbing a small portion of the crystal core's power, just as he had expected. The level barrier that had troubled the man and beast for so long was broken, and a hint of joy appeared on Guolin Shan's face. What he didn't notice was that among the earthy yellow energy absorbed by the armored rock rhinoceros, there was a very thin trace of blood red, and this trace of blood red gradually climbed up to the armored rock rhinoceros's eyes. 2 days passed in such a hurry, and Su Zhe and Feng Qingyi actually consumed all 50 military-grade tempering beads in these 2 days. This kind of gesture is definitely a very extravagant behavior in the eyes of outsiders. But it is precisely because of luxury that Feng Qingyi not only broke through the threshold of level 60, but also steadily improved to level 62. Su Zhe's level was low, so his improvement was even more exaggerated, directly touching the bottleneck of level 30. Of course, just like drugs can become resistant, tempering beads cannot be used indefinitely. Su Zhe could clearly feel that the effect of the last 10 tempering beads was very poor. The last one was more like a jelly bean and showed no change after being eaten by Feng Qingyi. Forget it, this is only reasonable. Otherwise, wouldn't those big families be able to pile up a 100-level powerhouse casually? You must know that his 50 tempered rosary beads were randomly taken out by 2 or 3 people from the Jiang family, which shows that 50 tempered rosary beads are nothing at all. I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm starving to death. Let's boil an egg and eat it first, Su Zhe said, rubbing his belly. Feng Qingyi on the side immediately looked at Su Zhe with bright eyes after hearing this. Don't worry, I'll cook one for you too, Su Zhe said with a smile. Then Su Zhe found out with some embarrassment that he had been eating eggs so hard recently that his 2.5-year practice chicken, which laid 1 egg a day, couldn't keep up. Now there was only 1 bronze-level beast-controlling egg left in the system. Fortunately, the number of egg-gapping attempts in the past 3 days has not been used yet, so I just have a few fresh eggs to eat. Su Zhe entered the system space and started a single draw. The first one he drew was the most ordinary bronze egg. Su Zhe curled his lips indifferently. On the second draw, a flash of white light flashed, and a silver-level monster egg rolled out. For ordinary people, contracting a silver-level monster egg is enough for them to have a good life, or even join the Great Xia Spirit Guard. But for Su Zhe, it just tastes better than the bronze level. The third draw was white light again. Su Zhe shook his head in dismay. He had no hope of being able to ship the goods with a single draw. But then I felt something was wrong. Although it was also white light, why did it feel that it was brighter and more dazzling this time? Then he saw the gasapon rolling down one by one and hitting the silver-level beast-controlling egg in front of it. This comparison made it clear that the 2 eggs were different. Su Zhe immediately checked it excitedly. It's indeed right. Conditions for hatching platinum eggs. They need to be hatched in a hypergravity environment. The greater the gravity, the stronger the monsters hatched. Although Su Zhe didn't know where this overweight environment was, the platinum-level monster egg itself was attractive enough. Su Zhe looked at her and hurriedly put the egg back into the system, but Feng Qingyi couldn't catch it when he pounced forward. Stop it, you can't eat this egg. It's too precious. We'll eat other eggs. As he said that, he took out a silver egg and a bronze egg. The silver egg was for Feng Qingyi. It was enough for him to only eat the bronze egg. Feng Qingyi pouted unhappily, but did not continue to embarrass Suze. Soon, the 2 eggs were cooked. Although it was still so delicious, Feng Qingyi always felt that the white gold eggs were not as delicious as before, perhaps because they had just been stimulated by the white gold eggs. Suze, who was watching Feng Qingyi stuffing the boiled eggs into his mouth one by one, suddenly had an inexplicable idea. Feng Qingyi's diamond eggs and other monster eggs were all produced in the system. So are she and the egg she is eating now considered sisters? Even Suze himself was amused by this idea, and Feng Qingyi looked at him curiously. However, although it was a very nonsensical idea, it also made Suze have a question. That is, where do the monster eggs in the system come from? In other words, where does the system come from? Suze couldn't figure it out, but he felt that it couldn't be explained by a traveler's unique golden finger. Not long after Suze had finished eating, he keenly heard the commotion coming from outside the house. He frowned and walked out with Feng Qingyi. What made him even more surprised was that Sun Hao, who always went out with him, did not show up today, and there was no movement at his door. "Aren't you at home? Did you think that I wouldn't be in danger if I stayed at home for the past 2 days, so you left?" Suze shook his head, thinking it was unlikely. Maybe he encountered something more important. Suze didn't think that he would be the most important in the world in the hearts of others. There would always be things that would have a higher priority than him. When he came downstairs, he found that everything was in a mess outside. People rushed from one side of the city to the other, complaining from time to time. There was an earthquake a few days ago, and now it's a high-level evil disaster. What on earth happened to Beishan City? Stop complaining there and run away. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. Even the great Xia spirit guards can't stop it. Demon trouble? Suze realized at this moment that the direction they were escaping from was exactly where the Daxia spirit guards camp was stationed. Logically speaking, it should be the safest place. What happened now? Captain Gua can't do anything about the demonic disaster? Could it be that a platinum-level demonic beast over level 70 took him away? There are no such high-level demonic beasts and beast masters in Beishan City. Suze, who felt vaguely uneasy, ran against the flow of people in the direction of the commotion. Just as there were more and more people, Suze, who was walking against the current, was almost unable to walk. He squeezed forward 2 steps and was pushed back 3 steps. When he was about to call Feng Qingyi to fly him over, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Suze hurriedly asked, "Brother Sun, why are you here? What happened over there in the camp?" When Sun Hao saw him, he was finally relieved and said, "Just in time. I'm about to go find you. Come with me to help." Suze saw that he was anxious, but neither of them could squeeze through. He simply let Feng Qing's clothes turn into gilded wings. Then he held Sun Hao's one arm, and the 2 of them flew towards the camp together. On the way, Suze asked Sun Hao what happened. Sun Hao only said one sentence. Captain Gua's demonic beast lost control in the camp and caused a demonic disaster. The great Xia spirit guards suffered heavy casualties. Out of control? What's going on? Suze asked in surprise. Linshan was obviously fine when he saw him a few days ago, but how could he suddenly lose control of his beast control? Sun Hao replied, "I don't know. I heard from other team members that the captain said he would be in seclusion for a few days after he went back last time. But on the 3rd day, he suddenly had an accident and lost control. Captain was the first to bear the brunt and was seriously injured. Our other team members also suffered heavy losses while trying to stop the rampaging beast." There was a hint of sadness in Sun Hao's words. Then he cheered up and said, "Captain Gua's beast control is so powerful that we can't control it at all. Now that Principal Xiao Su and President Yu Xinghua are not here, I thought for a long time that only your diamond-level beast control can stop it, so I rushed back to find you." Suze nodded without hesitation. He originally planned to go over and help. The speed of the gilded wings was pushed to the extreme, and soon Suze saw the giant monster running rampant in front of him. A huge armored rock rhinoceros. It looks like a huge rhinoceros wearing thick rock armor. It constantly uses its horn to lift up the rocks it controls from the rock formations and throws them away heavily. The remaining Daxia spirit guards gritted their teeth and pushed the rock back with their bodies, protecting the ordinary people who were still evacuating behind them. However, their camp had been destroyed and only ruins were left. There were also many Daxia spirit guards lying in the ruins, their lives and deaths unknown. At the front of the rampaging armored rock rhinoceros, Guolinshan was covered in blood, wearing a set of slightly rough bronze beast control armor. Although he lost the support of his strongest beast, he was still at the front. The armor on his body is his first beast, a bronze-level monster. His talent was not great, and he had already passed the beast-controlling college entrance examination at the earliest opportunity. It took him 5 years to break through level 20 and graduate from the beast-controlling university. After that, he joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard, and after making many military exploits, he was rewarded with a gold-level beast, which is now the armored rock rhinoceros. The bronze-level monster has been retiring in Guolinshan's beast control space since it reached the upper limit of bloodline level 30, but now it has to fight again. Because the level was too low, Guolinshan chose the method of armoring the beast, using his own mental power to increase the power of the beast. However, the level difference was too great. After carrying a boulder flying towards the crowd, Guolinshan spit out a mouthful of blood and his breath was weak. When Suze saw this, he did not immediately step forward to fight. Instead, he landed with Sun Hao first and then rescued Guolinshan. After all, this is his beast, and he must be very clear about its abilities and weaknesses. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Captain Gua, what's going on? Suze asked after putting Guolinshan in a safe place. Guolinshan did not answer immediately, but wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forehead with the back of his hand. He looked at Suze in front of him with some surprise. Why are you here? It's dangerous here. Leave quickly. But Suze shook his head firmly. Captain Gua, don't forget that I am also a member of the Gacha Spirit Guard and have sworn to be the first to die, so I can't leave. And besides me, who else can stop it from causing chaos? By the time the Great Xia Spirit Guards from other cities arrive, it will already be too late. Guolinshan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he could only shake his head with relief and said angrily, You have just joined the Gacha Spirit Guard to have such an awareness. That kid Zhang Tianlong is obviously the captain of the detachment, but for his own selfish desires, he still disregards the life and death of the people. When Suze saw this, he immediately guessed that this incident was related to the Zhang family, but he was still puzzled. Captain Gua, how did Zhang Tianlong make your beast control lose control? Guolinshan sighed and told him that he planned to use the monster crystal core obtained from the Zhang family to help the beast control break through. It was always going well before, but then something went wrong. The monster crystal core he gave me actually contained a hint of evil energy. For 2 days, the armored rock rhinoceros continued to absorb the power in the crystal core, and its spirit was constantly eroded by evil spirits. In the end, this trace of evil spirit completely polluted the mind of the armored rock rhinoceros, turning it into a ferocious beast and getting rid of the shackles of the beast control contract, causing a demonic disaster. At the end of his speech, he looked at the armored rock rhinoceros in front of him, which was still destroying, with great sadness. Over the past few decades, in Guolinshan's heart, it was no longer a monster, but his partner and best friend. But now, his best friend has spiraled into madness and nearly killed him. The culprit of all this is the Jiang family. Suze was also shocked. The tempered rosary beads he had refined in the past few days also belonged to the Jiang family. Although he carefully checked before refining, he confirmed that these were very pure tempered beads. But now after hearing what happened to Guolinshan, I couldn't help but worry about whether there might be some hidden danger in the tempering rosary beads. Seeing Su Zeluo's panic, Guolinshan knew what he was worried about and comforted him. The crystal core is too big and the energy is more complex, so I was not able to detect this trace of evil energy hidden deep in the depths. But the tempering rosary is different. Not only is it small in size, its power is also pure, making it difficult to manipulate, Guolinshan said angrily. They came here just for me this time. However, Suze did not fully agree with Guolinshan's view, because it happened at this juncture that both Xiao Su and Yu Xinghua were taken away. Now he felt more and more that this could not be a coincidence. The Jiang family seemed to be attacking Guolinshan, but they were also forcing him to take action now. In fact, the reason why the Jiang family did not tamper with the tempering of the rosary beads was not because there was nothing they could do. Instead, they felt that it was unnecessary. They thought that Guolinshan would keep these military-grade tempered beads and distribute them to the members of the Daxia Spirit Guard. Little did he know that he had handed it all over to Suze. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through such a big circle. Suze looked around. Although he didn't find anything strange, his intuition told him that people from the Jiang family must be waiting for opportunities around him. But Suze had to go forward, because the great Xiaoling Wei could no longer withstand the armored rock rhinos' offensive, and the ordinary people behind them were far from being completely evacuated. Hey, do you want to plot against me? I want to see who will suffer in the end. You will regret not playing tricks on the tempering beads. After learning some of the special skills and weaknesses of the armored rock rhinoceros from Guolinshan, Suze stepped forward alone and asked the rest of the great Xia spirit guards to retreat. Most of them were covered in injuries, and many had broken bones and tendons due to the impact of the rocks. Watching this scene, Guolinshan blamed himself even more. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be such heavy casualties. Sun Hao on the side heard the words and persuaded. Captain, this is none of your business. It is all the good deeds of those bastards from the Jiang family. Who will be our captain when you are gone? Guolinshan smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry about this. The Legion headquarters will naturally send someone to take my place, and I am no longer qualified to continue to be the detachment leader. After losing the armored rock rhinoceros, even though he had a mental power level of over 60, he was still only a 30-year-old beast master, and was simply not qualified to become a detachment leader of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. And when everyone withdrew and the armored rock rhinoceros, which had lost its hold, was about to continue moving forward to cause destruction, a heat wave hit, and then turned into a huge shadow that completely enveloped it. It was Suze who freed Feng Qingyi from the beast-controlling state, and the gilded wings on his back instantly turned into a phoenix bird that covered the sky and the sun. It looks much bigger than when it first broke out of its shell in Tianyun volcano, and it already has the posture of a growing phoenix. Feng Qingyi chose to use her own body to fight the armored rock rhinoceros, because the transformed human appearance would affect her strength. Although the armored rock rhinoceros went berserk and out of control after absorbing the monster crystal core, its level was truly upgraded to level 70, which was a full 7 levels higher than level 63 Feng Qingyi. Even if she had an absolute bloodline advantage, she wouldn't dare to take it lightly. What makes Feng Qingyi feel even worse is that the high-level bloodline monsters can leapfrog and defeat the high-level, low-level bloodline monsters. A large part of the reason is that monster beasts are a race with strict bloodlines and hierarchies. High-level bloodlines absolutely suppress low-level bloodlines, making it difficult for them to exert their strength. But now the armored rock rhinoceros, which has fallen into madness, is not afraid of death and is not affected by bloodline suppression at all, which means that it can fully exert the strength of its 70-level monster. Fortunately, this is not entirely a disadvantage to Feng Qingyi, because the opponent will not avoid her attacks at all, and the attack method is single and easy to catch. A hot line of death fire spit out from the sharp beak of the golden-feathered phoenix and landed accurately on the huge body of the armored rock rhinoceros. It did not dodge, but lowered its head and endured the damage from this move. If it were other people or monsters, Suze would have smelled the aroma of barbecue by now. But this time nothing happened, not even the scream of the armored rock rhinoceros being burned. When the death line ended, everyone saw clearly that there was no armored rock rhinoceros on the ground, only a huge rock that had been burned until it melted. But then, this piece of rock that had become magma moved. It slowly raised its head, revealing its single horn, which was the armored rock rhinoceros. What melted was the thick layer of rock armor on its body. The armored rock rhinoceros suddenly started shaking violently, like a pet cat or dog shaking out water after taking a bath, shaking out all the lava from its body. Suze promptly turned his other beast-controlling virtual turtle weapon into a shield in front of him, and also created wall after wall of water in front of him. After the lava penetrated the layers of water walls, it turned into a piece of black basalt and hit the ethereal shield. Even so, it still knocked Suze back. The other great Xia spirit guards also retreated, escaping this ranged attack. The armored rock rhinoceros, which had lost the protection of its rock armor, revealed its more fragile body. Under the earthy yellow light emitted by its horn, more and more rocks were about to form new armor on its body. A thick pillar of hot fire spurted out from under the armored rock rhino's belly, and even its huge body left the ground under the powerful impact. This is exactly the ability and coping method of the armored rock rhinoceros that Suze learned from Guolinshan. The rock armor of the armored rock rhino has amazing defensive power. It is difficult for fire or ice to penetrate the armor and cause a direct attack on it. And after the armor is destroyed, as long as it touches the ground, it can use the power of the earth to reassemble new rock armor, which can be said to be very difficult to deal with. But the armored rock rhinoceros is not without its weaknesses. On the contrary, in addition to its amazing defensive power, it has shortcomings everywhere. Its attack power and speed are far lower than other monsters, and it is a slow-moving target during battle. After being armored in the hands of the Beastmaster, the problem of slow movement speed has been solved, and it can also bring considerable defensive capabilities to the Beastmaster. It's just that now Suze doesn't have time to slowly consume the armored rock rhinoceros, and must get rid of it as soon as possible before causing greater losses. So Guolinshan came up with a solution, which is to destroy the rock armor first, then let it leave the ground to interrupt the reunion of the rock armor, and finally take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate it in one go. The plan seems simple, but it is not easy to execute. Every step needs to be grasped tightly and completed in time. Now Feng Qingyi has completed the first two steps, and is only left with the last step. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the armored rock rhinoceros floats in the air and loses the support of the Earth's power, he can deal with it in one go. This requires Feng Qingyi to burst out with the strongest strength. Now as a Beastmaster, her strongest power is not exerted through her own body, but is used by the Beastmaster after being transformed into a Beastmaster. The golden-feathered phoenix bird transformed into a beast control weapon, specialized in attack. This time, Feng Qingyi did not turn into gilded wings like before. After specializing in attack, she transformed into a fiery red feather fan, Feng Yulihua fan. Suze held the Feng Yulihua fan in his hand and pointed it at the armored rock rhinoceros that was about to fall to the ground. He poured all his spiritual power into the fan and fanned it away violently. Phoenix fire. A ball of red gold flames flew out from the Lihua fan slowly, but really quickly. Along with a gust of hot wind, the armored rock rhinoceros was blown up again when it was about to touch the ground. The high temperature ignited everything in its path. When the red gold phoenix fire came into contact with the armored rock rhino's hard skin, it was instantly ignited like dry straw. The armored rock rhinoceros finally let out a heart-rending wail, which made Guolinshan in the distance feel heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do about it. The beasts that cause evil must be killed, no exceptions. After a moment, Guolinshan's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He sensed that his master beast was dead, and he also suffered the backlash. It's over, it's all over. Suze, who had forcibly skipped a level and used the Feng Yulihua fan transformed into Feng Qingyi, also felt that his mental energy was exhausted at this moment, and he sat on the ground in a daze. Suddenly, a heavy fog came over, covering the entire ruins of the great Xia Lingwei camp. The mist grew bigger and bigger until it filled the entire battlefield where Suze and the armored rock rhinoceros were fighting. But the strange thing is that the fog is only limited to that area and does not spill over to other places. After that, he took the lead and walked in with the remaining Daxiao Lingwei, who were still able to move. The fog was so thick that everyone couldn't see anyone else around them as soon as they entered. The breath is filled with water vapor, giving people a suffocating feeling of sinking to the bottom of the water. Everyone endured this feeling and kept groping in the mist, looking for Suze's location in their memory. But a moment later, when they felt their breathing became smoother and their eyes suddenly opened up, they were back to where they were. This is not an ordinary mist. It is the mist spit out by the mirage, Guolinshan said through gritted teeth and glared at the growing mist in front of him. Although he has now lost his beast control, his level 68 mental power is still there, allowing him to get lost in the mist. The mirage that created the fog must be at least level 65 or above. The bastards of the Jiang family are still targeting Su Zhe's diamond-level beast. Guolinshan did not choose to continue walking into the fog rashly, but flew along the edge of the fog. The flying ability possessed by a beast master above level 60 relies on his own strong mental power, so he can still fly even without a beast master. When he reached a height of nearly 1,000 meters, the fog finally thinned. Guolinshan continued upward, completely above the fog, and then changed direction and flew towards the center of the fog. He judged Su Zhe's location based on his memory, and after repeated confirmation, he plunged straight down into the fog. Guolinshan blocked all his senses to avoid being disturbed by the fog again and lost his direction. He only kept falling at a high speed until he hit the ground. At the same time, in the center shrouded in mist, Su Zhe was enveloped in a ball of hot flames that spread out for dozens of meters in radius. He responded immediately from the moment the fog began to appear, but was still a step too late and was hit by a beam of light hidden in the fog. The strange thing is that this beam of light did not cause any injuries to Su Zhe, but he found that he could not remove Feng Qingyi's beast-controlling weapon. At the same time, Su Zhe also heard the sound of footsteps approaching from far away in the mist. It didn't take long for the visitor to come to where Su Zhe's flames could be seen through the mist. It's Jiang Tianlong. Jiang Chun was also beside him, with a huge shell floating above his head. The shell was opening wide and spitting out mist. There was also a fist-sized pearl lying on the soft flesh in the shell. Stop struggling. No one will come to help you, and no one can find you in the mist breathed by my mirage. After all, you have joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard now, and we don't want to be seen by others and attack you. Jiang Chen said very proudly. His beast-controlling mirage is only a gold-level monster, and the mist it creates is not very powerful, so it is often looked down upon. Unexpectedly, this time it will finally be his turn to show off. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of breaking through the air above. With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Guolinshan felt sore all over and fell heavily to the ground, and then his closed five senses were released. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Chun with a pale face and Jiang Tianlong with a frown on his side. Su Zhe also laughed mercilessly. Whoever said just now that no one can find me was immediately slapped in the face. Guolinshan immediately understood what was happening here and retreated to Su Zhe to fight the enemy together with him. Jiang Tianlong, Jiang Chun is indeed your fault. The tricked monster crystal core was used to plot against me. It turned out to be just to lure little brother Su Zhe into the game. I will never let you succeed. Hearing this, Jiang Tianlong sneered and said, Old man, my natal beast has been killed just now. What else can you use to fight us? We originally used this mirage mist to avoid being seen by others, so as to save trouble and not have to silence us. But since you are here to die now, you can't blame me. The Aurora Unicorn turned into a very gorgeous-looking silver spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear shone with colorful lights under the light of the fire in Su Zhe's hand. Jiang Chun, who had no fighting power, hid aside with the mirage and continued to create mist. Seeing this, Guolinshan took a step back and said in Su Zhe's ear, Are you still able to fight? Su Zhe showed a wry smile and said, Feng Yuli Fire Fan consumes too much mental power. When I just used it, it drained all my mental power. Then why don't you detach the weapon and let the golden feathered phoenix transform into its true form? This way, we can at least protect you. Moreover, her flames seem to have a restraining effect on the mist, so it shouldn't be a problem to fly you out with her. Before Su Zhe had time to answer, Jiang Tianlong's voice came from the front. Ho ho, stop struggling. He has been hit by the light spirit lock of my beast, Aurora Unicorn, and his beast has been locked in this state. Although the bloodline level of Golden Feather Phoenix is higher than that of his Aurora Unicorn, the level of the two seems to be almost the same. This makes the light spirit lock unable to lock for too long, but it is enough. With a low-level master like Su Zhe holding him back, the weaponized Feng Yulihua fan cannot exert much power at all. When Su Zhe's mental power is completely exhausted, he will have no choice but to be slaughtered by him. But the sudden appearance of Guolinshan was an accident. I saw him holding Su Zhe's hand holding Feng Yulihua fan and said, It just so happens that my beast control is gone, so I will lend you my spiritual power. Let's fight out together. When Jiang Tianlong saw this, he stood dozens of meters away and stopped. Generally speaking, only the master can use the weapon transformed into a beast master, and other people can indeed use their own spiritual power to inspire it. But because there is no protection from the contract, it will be attacked indiscriminately. Just like now, as long as Guolinshan pours his spiritual power into Feng Yulihua Fan, he will be burned when he launches an attack, and he will be burned into an empty shell on the spot. Jiang Tianlong didn't want to fight with the two of them. His life was much more valuable. But he couldn't do it without taking action. So he stood far away, holding the spear in his hand, and began to accumulate strength, and a little light began to condense on the tip of the spear. He wanted to force Su Zhe and Guolinshan to use their life-saving trump cards first. Just when Guolinshan was about to fight to the death, Su Zhe pulled out his hand. In Guolinshan's surprised eyes, he took out a shining silver monster egg from nowhere and said, "Yes, my mental power is indeed exhausted, but it will be enough to replenish it." Then he cracked the eggshell and poured it into his mouth. "What did you just eat?" Guolinshan asked immediately after feeling that Su Zhe's sluggish spirit had recovered. "It's nothing, just a gold-level beast-controlling egg. Everyone present has contracted with the gold-level beast master, so it doesn't seem as strange as others. But a contract is one thing, but eating it as food is another." Even Jiang Tianlong and Jiang Chun, who were born in the Jiang family, have never seen this way of eating. Currently, only some of the farmed black iron level and bronze level monsters are served on the table. Higher level silver level monsters and gold level monsters can no longer be bred on a large scale. No matter how high the platinum level or diamond level is, they are even more advanced monsters that can be encountered but cannot be found. So how could someone take out a gold-level monster egg and drink it during a battle? This is too luxurious. Su Zhe curled his lips. This one that he had taken out before but was reluctant to eat would eventually be digested. This was the first time he had eaten such a high-grade beast egg, but compared with the deliciousness after being cooked, the taste when eaten raw was much worse. When the fishy and sticky egg liquid passed through his mouth, Su Zhe felt disgusted in his heart. When he finally swallowed it, he looked at Guolinshan's confused look and asked, "Don't you know that monster eggs can quickly help beast masters replenish their consumed mental energy?" Not only Guolinshan shook his head, but even Jiang Tianlong and Jiang Chun couldn't help but shake their heads. "Then you know now." Su Zhe looked at Jiang Tianlong not far away and said. Su Zhe felt a surge of power coming from his body, and even after replenishing his mental power in an instant, it was still flowing. In an instant, he felt as if he had taken too much Shirquan tonic. His face turned red, and he was in urgent need of venting. Su Zhe, who had recovered his mental strength, could continue to use the power of Feng Yulihua Fan. Just one blow had burned the armored rock rhinoceros to ashes. Now the power of the fan would be even greater, and Jiang Tianlong might not be able to withstand it. But although his face was solemn and no longer as confident as before, he still sneered and said, "So what if you recovered with external force? I want to see how many swings you can do." Then, without giving Su Zhe time to answer, the long-charged spear tip was suddenly handed out, and a bright light shot out towards Su Zhe. Su Zhe did not hesitate, and once again poured in his spiritual power and waved the feather fan in his hand. Suddenly the phoenix fire reappeared, burning everything in front of it. It didn't stand still until it encountered Jiang Tianlong's attack. When the flames gradually disappeared, Jiang Tianlong's attack was also neutralized. He raised his head and took a look at Su Zhe's condition, only to find that he was still full of energy and rosy, not at all like he was sluggish after the blow just now. Because the gold-level monster egg had not been completely absorbed by him, it was still releasing power in Su Zhe's body. As soon as Su Zhe's mental power was exhausted, he immediately replenished it until it was completely digested. "Damn it. Then I will continue to attack until the power of the crap you eat is exhausted." The two of them were fighting each other, shot after shot. Su Zhe continued to use offense as defense to neutralize the opponent's attacks, but at the same time, he never let him get close. Because Su Zhe knew that although he had the attack power to threaten Jiang Tianlong with his specialized beast control weapon, he had completely given up on defense. Once he got close, everything would be over. Jiang Tianlong also saw this, so he had to stay close to Su Zhe even if he was forced to take some attacks or burn some non-lethal parts. But the injuries accumulated on his body have become more and more serious, but he is still just shy of success. Jiang Tianlong became a little anxious. If it continues like this, the effect of the light spirit lock will be almost over. By then, with the golden feathered phoenix bird who has recovered his body as a witness, Su Zhe will really be unable to solve it. At the critical moment when the two were in a stalemate, Su Zhe's offensive suddenly stalled, and he lowered his head to his chest. Jiang Tianlong was overjoyed. Sure enough, that golden egg could not keep Su Zhe energetic all the time. Now his mental power was exhausted again. I'll see what you do this time. Just in case, Jiang Tianlong decided to make a quick decision. He did not choose to charge up his attack from a distance, but instead moved closer and thrust his spear straight at Su Zhe, making sure to kill him with one blow. Guolinshan, who had been watching over Jiang Chun, was already too late even if he wanted to go over and help Su Zhe. Die. Just when Jiang Tianlong's face showed a cruel and proud smile, Su Zhe, who was originally looking panicked and lowering his head at a loss, suddenly raised his head and showed an even brighter smile. Only then did Jiang Tianlong see that his hand that was not holding the Feng Yulihua fan was holding two round monster eggs in front of his chest, and had already sucked them clean. It's a monster egg again. How is that possible? Jiang Tianlong really couldn't figure out where Su Zhe took out 3 monster eggs the size of a human head in a row. I even don't understand why there is such a luxurious fighting method. Su Zhe ate 2 silver-level monster eggs this time. It can be said that his family fortune has been emptied. Even so, the effect is far from as good as a gold-level monster egg, but it is enough. I saw Su Zhe grabbing the spear with one hand while the opponent was stunned, and fiercely fanning the Phoenix Fire fan with the other hand. The Phoenix Fire rushed towards Jiang Tianlong. The other party was also very decisive. Su Zhe felt that his hand was empty. It turned out that Jiang Tianlong had changed the beast-controlling weapon form into the beast-controlling armor form in an instant. A set of full-body armor covered his body to block the blazing fire. However, none of the earth monsters that are good at defense could block the Phoenix Fire, and Jiang Tianlong was no exception. After the armor transformed by the Aurora Unicorn withstood most of the damage, it was finally passively released and collapsed on the ground dying. Jiang Tianlong also suffered considerable burns while hiding in the armor. His originally handsome face was completely disfigured and covered with burns, scars, and blisters, which looked shocking. Jiang Tianlong has lost his fighting power, but Jiang Chun is still there, and there is Chun Zhe who has never shown up. So Su Zhe once again took the platinum-level monster egg in his hand and looked at Jiang Chun, ready to crack the eggshell and drink it into his stomach. Guolinshan on the side looked at the platinum-level monster with a twitching brow. His whole life of military exploits had not been able to obtain a beast master of this level, but now he was being used as a meal. But fortunately, the effect of the light spirit lock disappeared at this moment. The phoenix feather Lihua fan in Su Zhe's hand trembled and turned into a phoenix bird covering the sky and the sun again, dispersing all the fog. The platinum-level monster egg can be considered saved. Shadow decapitation technique. A person dressed entirely in black knight clothes suddenly sprang out from Jiang Chen's shadow, slashing a black dagger towards Su Zhe's neck. At this critical moment, just as the tip of the knife was only half a step away from Su Zhe's neck, the golden feathered phoenix flying in the air spat out a line of fire, forcing him away. After nimbly rolling several times on the ground, the man in black instantly disappeared into a patch of shadow, as if he were a stream of black liquid. However, Feng Qingyi's flames still caught up with the man in black at the last moment, causing him to crawl into the shadows with flames that clung to him like a leech. Suddenly, his shrill screams seemed to echo from all the shadows around him. Su Zhe's brows twitched. He had witnessed this kind of concealment technique before, when it was used by the Fusang secret guards at Tianyun Volcano. It is unknown what methods they used to give all the beasts they tamed the rare attribute of shadow, thus granting them the ability to hide in the shadows. This is also why the Japanese secret guards are most skilled at assassination. Jiang Chun, I never expected you to have colluded with the Japanese secret guards. This is treason. Guolinshan glared at Jiang Chun and shouted angrily. He was not this angry, even when he was plotted against by the Jiang family. He simply couldn't imagine that a powerful family like the Jiang family would secretly cooperate with Japan, which would be a fatal blow to the Great Xia Kingdom. Jiang Chen shook his head frantically. No, I didn't. I did scheme against you, but I really have no connection with the Japanese. Then how could he be hiding in your shadow? Guolinshan continued to question. Even the Fusang guards couldn't enter someone else's shadow without making contact, which means he must have had close contact with the guards recently. Moreover, Jiang Chen couldn't possibly not notice a living person slipping into his shadow like that. Jiang Chen carefully recalled the people he had come into contact with these past few days, when suddenly a thought struck him, and he said with a grim expression, "When I woke up this morning, Chun Zhe was nowhere to be found. Young Master Tianlong and I thought he was afraid to take responsibility for plotting against the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, so he ran away." As he said this, he glanced at Guolinshan with a grim expression and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Guolinshan was not enraged. At the same time, under the shade of a tree not far away, a figure emerged from the shadows. The flames on his body had been extinguished, but his clothes were burned to a crisp, and he had many burns all over his body. The black face mask was also burned away, revealing a somewhat aged face. "Chun Zhe, it really is you. Our Jiang family has treated you well, yet you still went to seek refuge in Japan." Jiang Chun pointed at the other party's nose and angrily rebuked him. However, Chun Zhe simply dismantled the dagger from the failed assassination attempt, transforming it into a set of black armor to replace the clothes that had just been burned, before slowly saying, "You're wrong about one thing. I didn't defect to Fusang. I've always been a Fusang person." Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Chun Zhe, another figure suddenly appeared from Jiang Chen's shadow. This time, he did not choose to attack Su Zhe, but instead targeted Jiang Chun, who was closest to him. However, although Jiang Chun seemed angry, he was actually paying close attention to the changes in his shadow. The mist surrounding the Mirage Beast has not yet dissipated, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. The only place that can serve as a transit point is its shadow. Who knows how many people Chun Zhe stuffed into his shadow while he was drunk all night. So, at the moment the attack came towards Jiang Chun, the Mirage Beast above suddenly appeared in front of him and withstood the attack with its hard shell. At the same time, the bright pearl hidden inside the shell shone brightly on Jiang Chun. Just like the shadowless lamp in an operating room, it made his shadow almost invisible. The Japanese guards, who relied on the shadows to conceal themselves, had no choice but to escape from Jiang Chen's shadow one by one. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of figures emerged and surrounded them, their lower bodies hidden in the shadows of various objects, while their other half remained exposed. This allows them to make a decision in an instant, whether to launch an attack or use their shadows to evade the attack and change their position. It can be said that their shadow techniques are much more sophisticated than those of the 5th Squadron that Su Zhe had encountered before. Among these people, including Chun Zhe, at least 3 possessed auras that were in no way weaker than those of the Golden Feathered Phoenix. Although Chun Zhe had just suffered some burns, they were not serious and did not affect his combat ability. In comparison, even if Su Zhe and Jiang Chun have now reconciled, they are still only 2 people of equal combat strength. Just as Jiang Chun was calculating the relative strengths of the 2 sides, Chun Zhe spoke up. "Jiang Chun, we have deployed 3 squadron leaders this time. Given your current situation, you are no match for us. But our only target is Su Zhe. We can't let another Shao Sheng be born in the Great Xia Kingdom. So this matter has nothing to do with you. You can leave after you dispel the fog of the Mirage Beast." Upon hearing this, Guolinshan turned to look at Jiang Chun beside him and found that his expression was indeed very conflicted, as if he was quite tempted. However, the surrounding fog not only did not dissipate, but instead became even thicker, enveloping all the Fusang guards on the outer perimeter. He had schemed against many people for the sake of the Jiang family, including Guolinshan, whom he had set up this time. However, he would never reconcile with the Fusang secret guards. Because his son was once an even more dazzling genius in the Jiang family than Jiang Tianlong is now, and even won the appreciation of the ancestor. Just as he was about to receive the best training from the Jiang family, he was betrayed by the Japanese secret guards. That's a real shame. Chun Zhe's voice came from the mist, growing increasingly hollow. Then suddenly, they burst out from under the feet of the group, and at the same time, the remaining Fusang guards also launched an attack. Most of them headed towards the mission objective, Suze, while the rest attacked Jiang Qin's mirage beasts. They will not allow the mirage's fog to continue to permeate the battlefield. Although it has no immediate impact, the future is uncertain. Feng Qingyi single-handedly stopped Chen Zhe and a squad leader, while Jiang Chun held off another. With the help of Guo Linshan, Su Zhe, holding the Void Shield, was able to barely block the remaining attacks. It seemed like the two sides were evenly matched, but Su Zhe looked up at the battlefield between Feng Qingyi and the other two and became worried. When he attacked with the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan, he mainly relied on Feng Qingyi's power. Having expended a great deal of power, it's uncertain how long they can hold off two beast tamers of the same level. Sure enough, Feng Qingyi soon found herself in dire straits. Su Zhe gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, abandoning the safest approach of letting Feng Qingyi fight alone, and once again chose to transform his beast into a weapon. Feng Qingyi, who felt the fluctuations in the contract, was very puzzled. She had already suffered a loss just now, so why did Su Zhe still let her become a weapon? Could it be that you want to choose the flying specialization and escape? Feng Qingyi agreed to Su Zhe's order without any doubt. The result was still Feng Yulihua Fan, who was specialized in attack. After driving away the rest of the insignificant secret guards, Su Zhe took the initiative to attack Chen Zhe and the squadron leader of the Fuso secret guards. As long as he can kill one person by surprise, he can slowly kill another person just like he did with Jiang Tianlong just now. The only platinum egg he had left was already hidden in his arms. Once his all-out attack was effective, he immediately started a tug-of-war with the other one. But what he didn't expect was that Chen Zhe and the squadron leader just looked at each other. The man took the initiative to meet Su Zhe's attack without fear of death, allowed the raging flames to swallow him up, swallowed the attack, and then firmly grabbed Su Zhe's hand. Chen Zhe, who was on the side, took this opportunity and slashed at Su Zhe with the dagger in his hand. Su Zhe felt the threat of death and felt very strange when he was desperate. The other party could obviously choose to take this opportunity to cut off his head, but why did it feel like the knife didn't hit his neck, but his chest? Could it be that the other party's eyes were dazzled by his own flames? It was not impossible, but Su Zhe always felt that it was a bit too ridiculous. And just when the blade was about to cut into his skin, several tentacles grew out of Su Zhe's shadow. These tentacles extended out in an instant and touched all the Fuso secret guards, causing them to fall into a state of confusion. Even the squadron leader who had carried the flames stopped screaming and his movements became stiff. Not only them, but all the enemies seemed to be asleep, frozen in place and motionless. After completing everything, the tentacle retracted into Su Zhe's shadow. Guo Linshan on the side looked at Su Zhe one more time when he saw this. At the same time, Lin Shi was still rocking a rocking chair and basking in the sun at Qinglong Beast Control University. But with his eyes closed, he was paying attention to everything through his clone of the Nightmare Lord implanted in Su Zhe's shadow. Although he knew that Su Zhe was in danger many times, he never moved even half a step. The rocking chair he never left was facing a feeding trough in the breeding shed, and there was a secret passage under the trough. It is for this reason that he cannot leave the school even an inch. It seems that the Fuso secret guards haven't been attacking for too long. It's time to contact that boy Xiao Sheng to put pressure on the other party. I can't let them jump twice under my nose and still pretend that nothing happened. Jiang Chun took this opportunity to severely injure the secret guard squadron leader he was entangled with. But the Mirage's attack power was not enough after all, and he failed to take the opportunity to kill the opponent. Although Su Zhe didn't know why, he still took this opportunity to decisively break away from his grasp and distance himself. And this action also made the other party wake up from the state just now. He looked around with some confusion, and then the burning pain in his body hit him again. He thought of something while screaming and shouted in a frightened voice, "Wake up, it's the Dream Demon. The Dream Demon is here." The other two people woke up with his help. Chen Zhe looked at his dagger and saw that it was not stained with blood, with a look of confusion on his face. It seems that in his perception, he should have completed the task and seriously injured Su Zhe. The other person pulled away with a confused look on his face, not knowing why he had a serious injury on his body. But other Fuso secret guards with lower levels still haven't woken up, or they will never wake up. What's going on? Chunze asked with a solemn expression. I am one of the survivors. This feeling is unmistakable. He is the power of the dream demon. We just fell into a dream. Seeing the other party's sudden madness, Chunze could only look at each other at the other squadron leader. The meaning is obvious. That is, this person has gone crazy, and now only the two of them are left. They have indeed heard of the reputation of the dream demon, which can make people fall asleep in an instant and die without any resistance. But they don't feel that they are in a dream now. The pain of the wounds on their bodies is so real, which means that it is the pain that wakes them up, and the so-called dream demon is nothing more than that. Although a squadron leader went crazy and only two of them could continue fighting now, Suze had just controlled the Feng Yulihua fan to use the Golden Feather Phoenix Bird's power to some extent. Jiang Chen's Beast Masters are not aggressive either, so they still have a chance to win. The two of them were so convinced that they launched the attack. As they expected, Suze and the others were exhausted. Even the flames of the Golden Feathered Phoenix had lost their temperature, so there was no need to worry at all. The dream demon they had been worried about did not launch a second attack. There seemed to be some restrictions, but this was the best thing for them. The next step is to seriously injure Suze and then evacuate. This was an order from the superiors, to cause injury but not death. Although I don't know the reason, it was the right thing to do. It's a pity that Chunze managed to climb to where he is today as an undercover agent, but now he has to be exposed. Don't worry, you will definitely be rewarded when you return to Fuso, and your status will only be higher than in Dacia, said the captain of the secret guard squadron on the side. Chunze also nodded. Everything is moving in a good direction. At the same time, Suze and Guolinshan looked at Chunze and the other Fusong secret guards who suddenly closed their eyes and fell down in front of them with strange expressions. Some people were even snoring and sleeping soundly. None of them woke up at all. What just happened was all a dream. What's going on? Suze looked at his own shadow and asked with some fear. This power is really too weird and terrifying, and it's hidden in his own shadow. Although he had helped them now, Suze still felt uneasy. Suze didn't know why, but suddenly thought of his unreliable alcoholic teacher and asked, no one has seen him outside the school, but what about inside the school? Guolinshan still shook his head. The old principal is very mysterious. It is said that every time the school teachers have a meeting, he wakes up in the conference room and everything is over. No one has seen him in real life. Then he added, perhaps Xiao Sheng, the Dragon Master, has met him because he is Xiao Sheng's teacher and protector. Unable to get an answer, Suze couldn't be sure if it was Lin Shi, a bad old man. He didn't know the other party's intentions, so he could only shake his head. But at least for now, because of his help, this battle has become extremely easy. Just when they were about to kill 3 people together to prevent anyone from waking up. Suddenly, Jiang Tianlong, who had been left unattended since he passed out, made a move. He summoned all his mental strength and let out a scream that pierced his soul. The 3 Fuso secret guards also blinked their closed eyes. Chunze and the other 3 had slowly woken up due to the mental stimulation from Jiang Tianlong just now. Jiang Chun and Feng Qingyi seized the last opportunity to launch an attack. But after all, he was a step too late. Chunze had already woken up first and immediately pushed the people around him out. The squadron leader of the Fuso secret guard was drowned by the blazing flames before he could react. Without the protection of the beast control armor, he was reduced to charcoal in just a moment. But Chunze was unscathed, which made the situation still very serious. The opponent still had 2 high-end combat forces. Chunze looked around in shock. He couldn't tell whether he was still in a dream or not. He glanced at another squadron leader on the side and saw the same pervasiveness and fear in the other's eyes. He then understood that the other party must have had the same dream as him just now. The man seemed to have gone completely crazy at this time and kept saying, how is it? I am not wrong, am I? A dream. Everything is a dream. Who of you can guarantee that you are not in a dream now? In fact, dreams are not the real world after all, and there are many unreasonable things in them. Like just now, he clearly had burns on his body, but he didn't feel any pain. It's just that the dream also paralyzes their brains, making the people in the dream unaware of the irrationality. But now the pain of the wound is real. It should be reality, right? He took a step back without leaving a trace, hiding himself behind the other person. If Jiang Tianlong hadn't woken them up just now, they might have been easily killed in their sleep just now. The feeling of dying unprepared in a dream is really unacceptable. He now finally understood how terrifying the dream demon was, and why Fuso's senior officials were so fearful. But what he didn't know was that the power Lin she had left in Su Zhe had been exhausted when he had just let so many people enter the dream world at the same time. Now he was just wary of the air. Both of them are dead, and one is crazy. Now I am the only one left. However, the other party has Jiang Chun and Jinyu Fengyao with the same level of combat power. It seems that today's mission cannot be completed. But what makes Chunzhe feel bad is that with only one person left, it may be difficult for him to retreat even if he wants to. After all, there is still the fog of mirages around, and even the shadow escape skills of the secret guards will be lost in the fog. They only managed to get in with the help of Jiang Chen's shadow. But Su Zhe and the others still didn't know that one of their opponents was crazy and had no fighting power. So they thought they had too high in fighting powers and were afraid of them. It was precisely because Jiang Tianlong's actions just now caused them to miss a good opportunity that this happened. Wu Linshan turned around and angrily scolded Jiang Tianlong, who had struggled to get up from the ground. Jiang Tianlong, do you know what you are doing? There was a maniacal smile on his blood-stained face. What to do? Of course I'm going to deal with you. Jiang Chun on the side saw this and persuaded loudly. Master Tianlong, stop it. These guys are Fusong's secret guards. Helping them is of no use to the Jiang family. And if they snatch the diamond-level monster away, the consequences will be disastrous. Jiang Tianlong glanced at him and said nonchalantly, Jiang family? My current thoughts have nothing to do with the Jiang family. I just want him to die. Jiang Tianlong glared at Su Zhe. He is the genius of the Jiang family, the proud son of heaven. But he was beaten to the ground by a grassroots man with mud legs. He couldn't bear it. What was even more unacceptable to him was that he could feel that his beast-controlling Aurora Unicorn had been defeated by Su Zhe in the battle just now. The abolishment of the Beast Master means that he, as a Beast Master, will stop here. From now on, there will be no place for him in the Jiang family. Like Jiang Chun, he will be reduced to a marginalized figure, humbly trying to please other family members until he grows old. Therefore, Jiang Tianlong's current goal is no longer to snatch monsters for the Jiang family or for himself, but as long as he can kill Su Zhe, it doesn't matter who he cooperates with. He forcibly controlled his already seriously injured beast, gradually distanced himself from Su Zhe and others, and formed a pincer formation with Chun Zhe and others. Then he shouted loudly, Mr. Chun, please cooperate. Although one of you died, with me, we are still 3 against 2. They have no chance of winning. I only need to kill this kid, and the rest will belong to you. Chunzhe was stunned for a moment. He was worried that no one would help him cover his retreat, but he didn't expect Jiang Tianlong to send him to the door. It was almost as if he was dozing off, and he gave him a pillow. He nodded hurriedly and agreed. Okay, you come and hold that phoenix bird down. We will deal with this old boy Jiang Chun. Once we defeat him, we will help you. Although in comparison, the golden-feathered phoenix bird is much more difficult to deal with than Jiang Chun. But it was precisely because of this that Chun Zhe and the others were able to quickly deal with Jiang Chun to help him. So Jiang Tianlong nodded without doubt. The battle started again, and just as Chun Zhe said just now, Jiang Tianlong supported his injured body and took the initiative to find Su Zhe and Jin Yufengyao. He shouted loudly, Boy, you just used external force to defeat me, but you couldn't win with force. Come again if you have the ability. Su Zhe was too lazy to pay attention to him, and threw the white gold egg in his hand to Feng Qingyi, who was flying above his head and was grabbed by its giant claws. Haven't you always wanted to eat this white gold egg? Now I'll give it to you. Eat it quickly to replenish your strength. After we deal with this guy, we can help Jiang Chun. He won't last long if he fights 2 against 1. Jiang Tianlong's brows jumped when he saw this. He had just been defeated by Su Zhe using such a trick. Could it be happening again in the hands of his beast master? But Feng Qingyi threw the egg back, and a clear, girlish voice came from her sharp beak, saying with a hint of anger, I don't need it. Did you just lock my weapon and bully my master? Okay, I won't use external force to defeat you now, and I will make you convinced that you have lost. Feng Qingyi breathed flames and fought with Jiang Tianlong. Although she was now very exhausted, Jiang Tianlong was also seriously injured after all, so Feng Qingyi was at an advantage, but she couldn't take it down in a short time. The question is, how long can Jiang Chen hold on under the attack of the two men? Once he is dealt with, it will be too late by the time the three of them attack Feng Qingyi together. Su Zhe was about to stop Feng Qingyi's willful behavior, but found that Jiang Chen's situation seemed not as dangerous as he thought. Only Chun Zhe was fighting with him. As for the other person, he kept standing there muttering to himself and not knowing what he was talking about. Is he not awake yet? Is he sleepwalking now? Su Zhe was puzzled, and Jiang Tianlong even yelled, Chun Zhe, what are you doing? Did you agree to get rid of Jiang Chen quickly and come to help me? Chun Zhe did not answer. He had been trying to take out the pearl from the mirage shell during the battle with Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, there must be detoxifying grass within 3 feet of a snake's nest. The best tool to dispel the fog of the mirage is the mirage bead in its shell. As long as it is obtained, Chun Zhe can escape into the shadow. And Jiang Chen, who was fighting with him, finally understood. Chun Zhe, you deceived Master Tianlong. That Fuso secret guard had something wrong for some reason and was no longer a fighting force. So you thought you had no chance of winning and had no intention of fighting to the end. From the beginning, you wanted to steal my mirage and escape. His voice was so loud that Jiang Tianlong, who was struggling to hold on under Feng Qingyi's flames not far away, could hear it clearly. He tried his best to let out a roar, but at the same time, relying on his advantage in combat experience, Chun Zhe finally opened the mirage's shell and grasped the mirage bead inside, just when he was about to take it out. Then, the armor he wore to control the beast suddenly burst into bright light. Under the light, there was a terrifying power that was about to burst out. Madman, are you going to blow yourself up? Madman, are you going to blow yourself up? Chun Zhe gave up on the mirage he was about to get, shouted and rushed over to stop him. But that man wanted to die and just wanted to get rid of this illusory dream. He said like crazy, Suicide? No, you won't die in the dream. I just want to wake myself up. At the same time, pieces of the beast control armor on his body were cracked, and accompanied by painful screams, terrifying power was about to burst out. That was the wail of the beast, the unwilling wail of the monster that was bound by the contract and had to self-destruct. Not all beast masters can control their own beasts to explode, because their contract does not restrict the beast control to the point where they can force the other party to give up their lives. Only when the intimacy with the master is above 90, and the master is very satisfied with the master, will he be willing to give his soul mark and completely surrender. After possessing the soul brand, the master will have absolute control over the beast. It is somewhat similar to the binding force of the contract signed by Su Zhe and the beast through the system. After obtaining the soul mark, the master and the beast will be connected, and both the speed of cultivation and combat effectiveness will be significantly improved. Therefore, many beast masters are working hard to please the monster beasts in order to obtain the soul mark of the monster beasts. There are also some beast masters who use strong methods to force the beast masters to hand over their soul marks. But they are in the minority after all. In most cases, having a soul mark shows the beast's absolute trust in its master. That's why it makes such a miserable cry when ordered to self-destruct by its master. The self-destruction only took a moment. Chun Zhe saw that he was one step too late and could no longer stop the other party's crazy behavior. He no longer thought about his failure to obtain the mirage bead and dived directly into the fog, hoping to stay as far away from this area as possible. When a demonic beast self-destructs, it mainly detonates its own crystal core. It was a powerful force that instantly released the power that he had accumulated throughout his life. The level 65 monster self-destructed, and the power generated was even comparable to a full blow from a level 70 beast master. Chun Zhe had to avoid it. Seeing that there was not enough time to escape from the explosion area, Jiang Chun immediately opened the mirage's shell and pulled Guolinshan beside him into the mirage's shell. As the shell closed tightly, the mirage became tightly sealed. But the shell is still very bright because of the presence of mirage beads. The mirage's attack power is particularly weak, But in addition to spreading mist, it also has another ability. That is, its shell is very hard. A mirage that lives naturally, relying on this pair of hard shells, can withstand the predators of level 70 or 80 monsters at level 60. Therefore, it should not be a problem to resist the self-destruction of more than 60-level monsters. If you pull me in, what will Suze do? Guolinshan asked sternly. Jiang Chun immediately became unhappy. I am saving you, but you are still not happy. He is so far away from me. How can he be saved? But with a diamond-level monster nearby, there should be no problem. Jiang Chun is not sure. Although the diamond-level monster is powerful, it is still in its infancy after all. It is still unknown whether it can withstand the self-destruction of a 60-level monster. Guolinshan snorted coldly when he heard this and said, Save me? If it wasn't your plan, how could what happened today happen? Are you still embarrassed to say that you are saving me? Jiang Chun was instantly stunned and speechless. Chunze, who ran into the fog, got lost in the thick fog as expected. After taking a few steps, he returned to the place where he had just fought. While his face was livid, the explosion also started. Chunze hurriedly put his beast in front of him to help him resist the damage. In many cases, the defensive effect provided by the huge size of monsters is better than the beast control armor they transform into. But even so, Chunze was severely knocked away by the shock wave of the explosion. His beast control was directly torn into pieces, which caused Chunze's mental strength to be severely damaged. But at least his life was saved. Chunzegong breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly another explosion struck, more powerful than the one just now, but he had no means to resist. Inside the Mirage's carapace lived up to expectations and withstood the power of the self-destruction. The huge shockwave only made the Mirage somersault several times, and Jiang Chun and Guolinshan, who were hiding inside, were also shaken to their cores. Jiang Chun was about to ask the Mirage to open his door and go out, but the Mirage uncharacteristically did not obey the order. Just as he was wondering, an even bigger explosion suddenly blew the Mirage away. 2 consecutive explosions caused cracks to appear in the hard Mirage shell. Fortunately, it withstood it in the end. What's going on? How could there be a second self-destruction? Guolinshan shouted, feeling very uneasy. Even if Suze dodges the first self-destruction, what about the second, stronger explosion? After confirming that the outside world was safe, the Mirage obediently released the 2 people this time. The original Great Xiaolingwei camp now has no ruins left. The surrounding dense fog was also dispersed by the strong explosion, and the rest of the Daxia spirit guards tentatively walked towards here. After all, the 2 explosions just now were too shocking. Guolinshan also rushed towards where Suze was at the first time. Fortunately, he seemed to be fine. Although his clothes were in tatters due to the explosion and his whole body was covered in blood, Quansu Quantai had no missing arms or legs. As long as it's okay, it'll be okay. Guolinshan stepped forward and said, but found that Suze's state was very wrong. He slumped on the ground lonely, his face covered with blood scabs and tears, holding a red tail feather that shone with gold in his hand. Where is the golden feathered phoenix? Jiang Chun, who also rushed over, asked. But Suze just gave him a numb look and did not answer. Guolinshan seemed to understand something when he looked at the golden red tail feather in Suze's hand and said nothing. But after Jiang Chun looked around, he asked uneasily, Suze, where's our young master Tianlong? As the saying goes, you want to see people when you are dead, and you want to see corpses when you are alive. Under the explosion like that just now, it would be difficult for Jiang Tianlong, who was already seriously injured, to survive, but without a body, it would be difficult for Jiang Chun to explain to his father when he returned. Suze looked up at him and said calmly, He is here, everywhere. What do you mean? Jiang Chun asked with a frown, as if he had already guessed something. Sure enough, Suze held the tail feather tightly in his hand, stood up tremblingly, and said, He blew himself up in order to kill me. But it's a pity that I'm still alive, but not even the dregs are left from him. Just when the Fuso secret guard blew himself up, Suze also noticed something strange immediately and wanted Feng Qingyi to take him away from the air, flying as far away as possible to avoid the explosion. But Jiang Tianlong held them back, and even chose to self-destruct amidst maniacal laughter. Just when the explosion was about to affect Su Zhe, Feng Qingyi used her wings to protect him. However, the two explosions that followed severely injured her, especially Jiang Tianlong, who self-destructed at close range. As a rare platinum-level monster, his Aurora Unicorn is more powerful in self-destruction at the same level. Feng Qingyi's wings were broken directly in the explosion, and Su Zhe was able to use the Void Spirit Shield to resist the subsequent damage. When he heard the news of Jiang Tianlong's death, Jiang Qin's expression became very ugly. Master Tianlong is a young genius that our ancestors of the Jiang family attach great importance to. If he dies here, the Jiang family will never let you go. Su Zhe gave him a cold look. It's up to you. He brought this on himself. But now that I don't have any diamond-level monsters anymore, will the Jiang family be willing to deal with me regardless of the cost like this time? Although he had guessed this possibility when he saw the tail feather in Su Zhe's hand, now that he heard it from Su Zhe's mouth, he was convinced that the golden-feathered phoenix was dead. Jiang Qin had no doubt that he was there. Under the power of the explosion just now, Su Zhe was at the center of the second explosion. Since he was able to survive, it means that the golden-feathered phoenix must have sacrificed his life to protect him. As for corpses, high-level monsters rarely leave corpses behind. Their pride does not allow their bodies to be used by humans after death, so they will destroy their bodies with their last breath. Unless it is killed directly due to crushing strength, the body of the high-level monster can be completely preserved. Therefore, the crystal cores and materials of high-level demonic beasts are very precious. Even Guo Linshan, the captain of the Fuso Dark Guard detachment, has great difficulty in applying for a level 70 demonic beast crystal core. The Fuso Secret Guard dropped an 80-level monster crystal core to detonate the Tianyun volcano, which was even more generous. He looked at the Daxia spirit guards who were gradually surrounding him, and Su Zhe and Guo Linshan looking at him with unkind eyes. Jiang Qin felt something bad in his heart. You must know that the reason for the current situation is all due to the strategy he gave. Although he is the only senior beast master above level 60 left now, the Mirage was seriously injured in the explosion just now, and his mental energy consumption is not small. If surrounded by so many great Xia spirit guards, the outcome is really hard to say. So before anyone could gather around him, he immediately flew into the sky and left. Guo Linshan spat fiercely as he watched his leaving figure. At this time, Sun Hao and the others finally rushed over after the fog dissipated. Looking at the original site of the camp that had been completely turned into powder, they couldn't help but stepped forward and asked, "Captain, Brother Su Zhe, what happened just now? Why was there such a big explosion?" Upon hearing this, the rest of the team members immediately came over to stop Guo Linshan's decision. "Captain, this matter has nothing to do with you. Yes, it's all good things done by the bastards of the Jiang family. You did nothing wrong. Captain, we don't need anyone else to be the captain. We only serve you." When he heard this sentence, Guo Linshan's eyes widened and he said, "Nonsense. How can you say such a thing? Are the Daxia spirit guards in Beishan City my private army? No matter who is your captain, as long as his decision is beneficial to the people, you must obey and abide by it. Do you understand?" "I understand," everyone whispered unwillingly. When Guo Linshan saw this, he shouted loudly, "Speak louder. Do you all hear me?" Everyone hurriedly cheered up and replied loudly, "I understand, Captain." "Very good." Guo Linshan nodded with satisfaction, then patted Su Zhe on the shoulder and said, "Brother Su Zhe, I really want to thank you this time." Su Zhe shook his head and replied, "No need to thank me. If they weren't plotting against me, it wouldn't affect you and others." Guo Linshan frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "What are you talking about? Don't forget the oath you made when you joined the Daxia Spirit Guard. My mission is to protect all of you. No matter what, as long as they want to attack you, they must get past me first." After finishing speaking, he pulled Sun Hao over and whispered a few words in his ear. Sun Hao was puzzled at first, and after hearing this, he looked at Su Zhe with wide eyes and regret. Guo Linshan patted Su Zhe again, then pushed Sun Hao over and said, "Okay, the camp has been completely destroyed. There are a lot of things to do next. Sun Hao, please help me send little brother Su Zhe back first." "Yes, Captain." Su Zhe and Sun Hao left the ruins together, and the atmosphere along the way felt a bit dull. He also felt that it was understandable. If he had contracted a diamond-level monster and lost it accidentally, he would probably be even more miserable than Suze now. Sun Hao shook his head, and when he looked up, he found that Suze was already several steps ahead of him and seemed to be going in the wrong direction. Brother Suze, you are on the wrong track. Home is over here. Suze shook his head and said, I don't want to go home right now. I've been on leave for several days in a row. I want to go back to school first. Suze said as he put his hand into his arms. He seemed to have caught a round thing the size of a fist in his hand. It looked like a fiery red egg. Suze finally went back home first. Because the clothes on his body are now useless, if he goes to school like this, he will be arrested as a gangster in a minute, and he will make the headlines of the school newspaper. Suze helped them think of the title. Shocked, the famous figure in the school is so huge. So Suze went back home first, changed clothes and took a shower before going to school again. While taking a shower, Suze took the fist-sized fiery red egg in his hand and washed it repeatedly, but no useful information could be found. Suze did not lie to Jiang Chun. Feng Qingyi did suffer fatal injuries in order to save him, but in the end Feng Qingyi activated her natural skill, Nirvana, which was limited to 3 times. After dropping a golden red tail feather, it turned into an egg the size of a fist. This egg is far different from the monster egg Suze obtained from the system, both in appearance and size. The most critical point is that because it is not a monster egg produced by the system, Suze will not see information about the hatching conditions for this egg. Suze had reason to believe that as long as the egg could be hatched, Feng Qingyi would be able to successfully resurrect from Nirvana. But the question is how to hatch it? It seems that we still have to go to school to find him. After Suze changed his clothes, he hurried to the Beast Control University. Sun Hao, who was standing outside the door, shook his head. It's really strange. After fighting for so long, being injured and losing his strongest beast, instead of going home to recuperate, he went to school as soon as possible. There are still people in this world who love learning so much. Is this the difference between a top student and a scumbag like me? Sun Hao sighed. It seems that the old saying is true. Top students are all forced to come out. At this time, Chun Xin, the teacher of the beast breeding class who was rushing on the road in a hurry, happened to pass by because he missed the start of class due to the commotion in the city. She was also a real top student when she was a student, so she immediately retorted, You are wrong. Not all top academics are forced to do it. I had a cesarean section. Sun Hao. The school was very noisy, because the previous demon disaster had made the students feel uneasy, and many ordinary people from outside the school ran in to seek refuge. The 2 huge explosions that followed made them even more confused and scurrying around. Suze walked into the school gate, struggled to avoid people running around one after another, and walked towards the breeding shed where Lin Shi was. When Jiang Tianlong self-destructed, even though Feng Qingyi had already withstood most of the damage, the remaining power was not something that a void turtle, which was less than level 30, could stop. At the critical moment, Suze's shadow changed again. But this time it didn't turn into a tentacle, but a thin black humanoid floated directly out. It's like a black piece of paper, but it's much stronger than paper. The black humanoid blocked all the aftermath of Jiang Tianlong's self-destruction. Although its body stretched like an inflated balloon under the shock wave, it was never damaged. Feng Qingyi, who was seriously injured, activated her skill after seeing that Suze was safe, and a golden flame burned from her body. In an instant, it was completely burned and only the egg remained. The black humanoid then spit out a sentence. If you want to hatch her again, come to me. Then he disappeared completely and never returned to Suze's shadow. Suze recognized the last voice he made. It was the voice of his teacher, the old alcoholic Lin Shi. That's why Suze wanted to rush to school as soon as possible. When he walked into the breeding shed, Lin Shi was still lying on the rocking chair and drinking wine as usual, as if what happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Teacher you. Before Suze finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Shi. You kid, you are finally back. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Go to work quickly, because these guys have been hungry for 3 days without you here. By the way, let's take a look and see if there are any who are too hungry to hold on anymore. If there are any, drag them out and let us have an extra meal today. When Suze saw this, he didn't rush to ask and patiently completed the feeding work. Then, I don't know if it was good or bad luck, but Suze actually discovered a starved triangle sheep. Although he was still alive, he no longer had the energy to eat. She was overjoyed and shouted, "We have roasted lamb legs today." So he got rid of the triangular sheep that Suze thought could still be saved. After 3 days of busy work, Suze finally had time to breathe and asked, "Teacher, you are the one who has planted tricks in my shadow, right? I hope you can tell me how to help Feng Qingyi achieve nirvana." Suze decisively shook his head in denial. Feng Qingyi's human form is indeed beautiful, but as her master, Suze is very aware of the bird characteristics she displays in her daily life. So in comparison, he still prefers human Su Yao, who is as beautiful as Feng Qingyi. The most important thing is that Su Yao has a girl's body shape and Feng Qingyi has a Lolita body shape, so they cannot meet Suze's standards in some aspects. Suze realized that the topic had been diverted by Lin Shi's words and hurriedly asked, "Teacher, you haven't answered my question yet." Lin Shi sighed, stood up from the rocking chair and said, "Forget it. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's fate that you can't escape. Come with me." Suze followed Lin Shi into the breeding shed and kicked away a few black-scaled pigs that had been hungry for several days and buried their heads in the trough and licked the feed residue cleanly. "Go, go, everyone is so fat. After finishing the lamb legs, you should eat pig trotters next time." Suze looked on inexplicably and didn't know why Lin Shi brought him here. Then I saw him bend down, fumble for a while, and press a button. The food trough actually slowly moved away, revealing the black passage below. Lin Shi said proudly, "How is it? You didn't expect it, did you? This place wasn't like this before." Later, when no one went downstairs, I renovated it. Although it seems that I am a little tired, it makes people doubt that I can live a stable life for a few years. Not long ago, a little mouse accidentally broke in, but it was not in the way. "Come on, come down with me." Suze was shocked, and he had a premonition. This time it can not only solve the problem of Feng Qingyi's nirvana, but also understand the research of his parents when they disappeared. Down here is definitely the research location where the accident occurred. Suze followed Lin Shi and walked down. There was no such thing as the secret tunnel that Suze imagined. It looked like an ordinary underground passage. Think about it. This place was originally a passage for researchers to come in and out. What if there was an accident with so many mechanisms? What's more, Lin Shi standing outside is the best protection. Soon, Suze reached the end of the passage. Suddenly, a huge underground space appeared in front of me. Downward is a bottomless abyss, up is a pitch-black soil layer, and in the middle is a huge pitch-black earth wall. On the wall, the skeleton of a golden dragon lies across it. Several searchlights lit up this space, allowing people to clearly see the various precision instruments placed in this space. But now they have stopped working and are gathering dust. Lin Shi did not answer, but walked forward tremblingly. He walked past the stopped machinery and brushed the dust off them. Since that day, I haven't been here for a long time. At most, I just catch the little mice that accidentally wandered in on the road ahead. He walked all the way to the earth wall and looked at the huge dragon bone embedded in it. Only then can you feel what it means to be huge. An adult in front of it is not even as big as a phalange on a dragon's claw. Suze also followed behind him, feeling the shock brought to him by the dragon bone. But when Suze looked up, he also discovered something unusual about this keel. It is not simply embedded in the soil, but half of its body is trapped in the soil of this world and rotted into bones. The other half of the body is hidden in a dark space. If you look carefully, you can see the flesh and blood on the other side of the space through that layer of darkness. Seeing that he had noticed something strange, Lin Shi said from the side, "You also saw that this dragon corpse is not completely in our world. Its lower body is in another world. Its strength should be very powerful, far exceeding all the monsters we know now. We call it a divine beast. At the beginning, it didn't just have bones. We also got a piece of flesh and blood, and we used all means to extract a small amount of the essence and blood of the mythical beast. The guys at Fuso spent a lot of time last time just to get the essence and blood of the mythical beast to achieve one of their goals." Lin Shi laughed when she thought of this, but their calculations were wrong. We had already used up the blood essence we obtained in the experiment. Suze wanted to ask something more, but Lin Shi stopped him and said, "If you have any questions, I'll ask them later. Do you still want the egg to hatch?" Suze had no choice but to stop the doubts in his heart. He could feel that he was getting close to the truth about his parents' disappearance. She led him towards one of the many instruments and said, "The egg in your hand is half the product of the golden-feathered phoenix bird's nirvana. Nirvana is a unique skill of the phoenix bloodline monster. It is said that a pure-blooded phoenix can resurrect from the sea of fire immediately after death, and can even become more powerful. But that is a divine beast of the same level as a dragon, and has never appeared in our world. There are only monsters like your golden-feathered phoenix with a trace of phoenix blood. Their nirvana has a big shortcoming because of this. They cannot be resurrected immediately, but turn into eggs that need to be hatched again. The hatching conditions for the egg will become more stringent each time, but as long as it is hatched successfully, it will become stronger just like the real phoenix nirvana, and its bloodline will also be purified." Suze held the egg in his hand and said, "She was hatched in the magma of Tianyun volcano before, and the Fuso Dark Guard also added an 80-level monster crystal core. If it is more harsh than it." After reacting, Suze opened his mouth. This meant that he had to prepare at least a level 90 monster crystal core. This level of monster crystal core can only be obtained by a level 100 war god. So I can only place my hope on Lin Shi, hoping that he can find a solution. Suze now also confirmed Lin Shi's identity. That is, the mysterious former president of Qinglong Beast Control University. It is said that few people have seen his true face, but no one has doubted his powerful strength. Lin Shi led Suze to a machine that looked like a furnace. She reached out and patted the machine, shaking up the thick dust on it. Then he opened the door of the furnace with one hand, looked inside, and said, "Very good. The fire hasn't gone out after so many years. You're lucky. Throw that egg in." Suze also walked over and took a look. The furnace was not filled with terrifying flames that were burning beyond the temperature of magma, as he imagined. Some are just small flames that seem to be restrained by invisible things, floating in the air and swinging in the wind. It is not even as big as the flame of a candle. The only thing that makes it extraordinary is that the color is pure golden yellow. Seeing Suze's disbelief, She said disdainfully, "The volcano is nothing. Do you know what kind of flame this is? This is the dragon fire seed obtained from the mouth of that dragon. Even though it has been dead for who knows how many years, it is still burning. We didn't know how many tricks we tried to take it out and put it in that furnace," he said proudly. "No matter what kind of material you throw in, it will be burned to ashes in an instant." Then he said with some embarrassment, "But it is precisely because its temperature is too high. It burns too fast, and it cannot be controlled at all. So the furnace that we originally had high hopes for turned into a trash can in the laboratory used to dispose of garbage." Suze had a dark look on his face. As expected, the research team brought by She was equally unreliable. But Suze no longer doubted the temperature of the flame, and he carefully put the egg into the stove. Then it rolled towards the flame as if it were alive, and floated like the flame in the center of the stove. The fire also carefully wrapped the egg inside, and began to hatch. Suze straightened up instantly and looked at him. "Feelings, you are not sure whether the temperature of the flame will be too high." So Suze almost turned Feng Qingyi into a baked egg. He took a deep breath to calm down and said, "Teacher, how long will this incubation take?" She spread her hands and said, "How do I know that this is your monster? There is no one else here anyway, so just wait here." With that said, he took steps to leave. Seeing this, Suze hurriedly came to Shi and stopped him and said, "Teacher, if I guess correctly, this is where my parents do research, right? Since you have brought me to such a secret place, is it necessary to hide what happened back then?" Shi looked at Suze's determined look and finally sighed and said, "Forget it. It's time to tell you the truth." Shi was silent for a moment, as if she was organizing her words and thinking about where to start. After thinking about it again and again, he said, "In fact, in the academic community of beast masters, there have always been different opinions on the origin of monsters. Through archaeological discoveries, almost all animals, including us humans, can find fossils in the evolutionary process. Only monsters, no matter how many years we dig into the strata, we can still find no trace of their evolution. It wasn't until about 40 or 50 years ago that we discovered this dragon corpse." Shi seemed to be lost in memories and sighed. While we were surprised by its magnificence and power, we also confirmed through its strange state that there is indeed another world, a world of monsters. She calmed down and continued. At that time, many young researchers were hired to study this dragon corpse. Among the first batch of researchers, I was included. We have obtained a lot of results by studying dragon corpses. Some of these results have been realized, while others have been shelved due to some difficulties, such as the furnace that was finally used to burn garbage. She sighed and continued. But it didn't take long for us to realize that these results were actually related to the dragon corpse itself, and did not involve the world behind it at all, what we really want to know. So after squeezing all the value out of half the dragon corpse, there was no further progress in these studies. All projects have been put on hold, and people are leaving one after another. There are only a few people left in the originally bustling laboratory. Having said this, she turned to look at Suze. This made Suze feel inexplicably anxious, knowing that the next thing would be about his parents. Sure enough, she looked at Suze's face and said, "Lost in memories. Among these people are your parents, Su Lin and Jin Ling." He raised his hand and pointed at the black hole above the dragon corpse, half in this world and half in the original world, and said, "That's the direction of their research." Then what? Suze couldn't help but ask. The strong men in the monster world use their powerful bodies as anchors to fix the two worlds that should be passing by each other. Suze said doubtfully, "Why do they do this?" She snorted coldly and said, "Why? Of course it's for invasion. These anchor points should have existed since the first monster appeared in this world." "These?" Suze asked. She replied, "Yes, there is more than one anchor point. Multiple anchor points have been found in Daxiao alone. The anchor point has shortened the distance between the two worlds and also allowed more and more powerful monsters to appear. The continuous appearance of more and more powerful monsters over the years has also verified this." She sighed and looked at Suze and said, "When they came up with this horrifying result, they had just got you. Because they don't want the world you live in to become a world dominated by monsters, and humans become their food and slaves. The Sulin couple decided to do everything possible to change the future. So through constant calculations and verifications, they finally completed all the preparations 6 years ago. They are going to try to destroy the dragon corpse and destroy the anchor point. As long as you succeed, you can destroy all known anchor points step by step. But unfortunately, they failed in the end and caused space turbulence. The couple was swept away by the turbulence and both disappeared. Suze, who raised his head, also saw at this time that there was a deep mark in the middle of the keel where the two worlds were separated, and it penetrated more than half of the bone. Presumably these are the traces left by his parents. Judging from She's introduction just now, this laboratory could use all the power of the country to conduct research at its peak, but even so, it could only grind bone powder from the keel bit by bit for research. Su and Lin only relied on their own calculations and strength to cut off half of the dragon's bones at once. One can imagine how much effort they spent just to help their son secure a bright future. Suze suddenly felt something cold on his face, and when he reached out his hand to touch, there were actually 2 lines of tears flowing down his face. At the same time, he felt that some subtle changes seemed to have occurred in his soul, as if some kind of fusion had been completely completed. The souls of the two worlds finally merged perfectly into one. Suze never thought that parents in this world would disappear for such reasons. "They are heroes," Suze whispered. She replied, "Yes, they are indeed. But unfortunately, this news cannot be known to the outside world. If ordinary people know that maybe in a few decades, a group of unrivaled monsters will rule the world and eat humans at will, what do you think will happen?" Suze was silent. She continued, "So we concealed all information, including your parents' research results and purpose. The real reason for your parents' accident was also hidden from you when you were young." Suze finally understood why Su Yiming said it was important. So even if he knew it, he couldn't tell him. It was because he wanted to keep this secret. The less people know, the less likely it is to be leaked. "Then why are you willing to tell me now?" Suze asked. She wondered. "Aren't you the one who has been pestering me to ask questions? Besides, I have observed that you are not a big-mouthed person." After saying that, she walked around Suze in front of him and planned to leave. At this time, Su Zhe asked again, "Is there a possibility that my parents did not die but went to the opposite world of beast control?" Then he left completely, leaving Su Zhe alone to wait for Feng Qingyi to hatch again. Lin Shi left Su Zhe alone in the underground space and returned to the recliner again, drinking wine while looking at the underground entrance as before. After telling Su Zhe everything, he seemed much more relaxed than usual. After taking a sip of wine, he suddenly remembered something, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. When he heard the greeting on the other end of the phone, he said, "Stop talking nonsense. Fuso has been dancing so hard recently. He even moved his hands twice before my eyes. What are you doing?" "Retreat." Lin, she said angrily. "You're already at the max level. Why are you so closed up?" The person on the phone was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Shi, who said, "Go and beat Fusong. I know you can't do it casually, as long as it's a shock. Have you almost forgotten the shadow that our master and apprentice left on them after so many years of not doing anything? This time, we must give them a big job." After explaining everything, Lin Shi hung up the phone. At the same time, Xiao Su and Yu Xinghua, who had been sent away before, also rushed back after completing their work and happened to meet each other halfway. From the air, they had a panoramic view of the tragic situation below. The original location of the Great Xia Lingwei camp was completely razed to the ground, and a large circular pit with a radius of several kilometers looked shocking. After the two looked at each other, they each flew towards the place they were responsible for with solemn expressions. When Xiao Su was about to arrive at Qinglong Beastmaster University, his expression suddenly changed, and he flew towards the shade of a huge tree on the other side. With the rapid movement of the shadow, he was quickly swallowed by the shadow of the big tree. In the shadow, Fuso's secret guard Shi Qingmiko has been waiting there for a long time. He has dealt with you so many times. Is he so confident that he won't see through your hidden tricks? Shi Qingmiko bent down and bowed to Xiao Su, apologizing and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, we didn't originally intend to do this, but the situation is urgent and we have to do this." "Why is it so urgent?" Xiao Su asked with a frown. Shi Qingmiko hurriedly told Xiao Su everything that had happened before. Unexpectedly, Xiao Su nodded and said, "Isn't this a good job? What's the problem?" Shi Qingmiko said anxiously, "Xiao Jun, the golden feather phoenix bird, is dead. This means that this road is no longer feasible. We can only continue to obtain the divine blood according to the original plan." Xiao Su stretched out his hand to interrupt her and said, "Regardless of whether the so-called divine beast essence and blood still exist, has it all been used on Xiao Sheng's Biyun Jiaolong? Let's talk about Su Zhe's golden feather phoenix. Do you Fusong know too little about monsters?" Shi Qingmiko said doubtfully, "I don't understand. I hope Mr. Xiao can give me some advice." Then he bowed heavily. Xiao Su had no choice but to explain, "Perhaps you and Fusong don't know about the legendary beast phoenix in Xia Kingdom. The phoenix is nirvana and reborn from the fire. This means that monsters like the phoenix are not so easy to die. The same is true for the golden-feathered phoenix bird with phoenix bloodline. And this is still a good thing for you. The phoenix reborn from the ashes will become stronger than before, and the power of its bloodline will be more refined." Then Xiao Su explained, "I asked you to injure yourself as seriously as possible to prevent you from going too far and accidentally killing Su Zhe. The golden-feathered phoenix bird will most likely be wiped out due to the effect of the contract, and will not even have a chance to be reborn in nirvana." Shi Qingmiko also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then she bowed to Xiao Su again and said, "Xiao Jun, the reason why I came to see you so recklessly is because I can't hide my identity for long. In this operation, we mobilized almost all the forces that have been hidden in Daxia for so many years. It must have attracted the attention of Daxia's spiritual guards. The remaining people will be dug out soon. The next step will be a great escape. How many people can escape depends on their own destiny. I don't know when the next meeting will be. I'm afraid our plan will be shelved for a while." But Xiao Su said with a smile, "That's not necessarily true. Although I was deliberately sent away by the Jiang family this time, I got good news during the beast control competition with the presidents of several other universities. Next, we just need to train Su Zhe to become the champion of the competition, and then we can reap the fruits." After hearing this, Shi Qingmizi's bright eyes widened, and she chatted with Xiao Su in some details before leaving with satisfaction. If she didn't leave, she might never be able to set foot on Fuso's land in this life. Xiao Su also regained his hurried expression and rushed back to the Beast Control University after the other party left. Lin Shi, who was basking in the sun in the corner of the campus, had just hung up the phone and looked at Xiao Su flying back in the air with a smile. At the same time, Jiang Qin also rushed back to the Jiang family in the imperial capital as quickly as possible. It didn't take him much effort to see the ancestor of the Jiang family, who was serving flowers and plants. No one knew how old he was. They only knew that all the people in the Jiang family were his descendants. I saw the ancestor of the Jiang family with short, snow-white hair, hunched over his waist, and carrying a kettle, watering the flowers and plants. The flowers, plants, and trees were all growing extremely lush, and he must have been taking good care of them on weekdays. Behind him, a group of half-grown children were reciting the three-character sutra while shaking their heads. Ancestor. Jiang Chun took a step forward and was about to speak when the ancestor of the Jiang family raised his hand to stop him and said, "Wait a moment. Wait until these children have finished memorizing it." Jiang Chun then retracted his extended foot and waited quietly. He had never seen many of these children. Although they were dressed very cleanly, their faces looked dirty. They were completely different from the pampered children of the Jiang family. They seemed to be orphans adopted by their ancestors out of kindness. After reciting the last few sentences, the children raised their hands excitedly and stretched their hands forward. At this time, the ancestor also finished watering and raised his waist. He happily took out candies from his pocket and put them in their hands. The children immediately cheered and jumped. Children are full of vitality. Unlike me, they can no longer survive when they get old. The ancestor of the Jiang family sighed. At this time, Jiang Qin flattered him and said, "Ancestor has white hair and a childish face, but he doesn't look old at all." What he said is indeed correct. Although the ancestor of the Jiang family has a head full of white hair, there are no wrinkles on his face. His face looks like a handsome young man in his 20s and 30s. The ancestor of the Jiang family patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder and said, "Haha, you're right. Tell me, what's the matter?" Then he waved his hand and asked others to take the children away from here. The ancestor of the Jiang family frowned, and after thinking for a moment, he seemed to suddenly realize. "I remember. It seems to be Jiang Lu's child, right?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Jiang Lu is his grandfather, and Master Tianlong is the only son of Brother Jiang Lu's youngest son, Jiang Lian." The ancestor of the Jiang family seemed very happy that his memory was correct, and then continued, "You are the elder of his grandfather's generation. You don't need to call him master. How did he die? What happened?" Jiang Chun said hesitantly. "Ancestor, do you really not remember? You asked me and Tianlong to go to Beishan City to bring back the diamond-level monsters that appeared." The ancestor of the Jiang family changed his face when he heard this, as if he had no memory of this matter at all. After Jiang Chun recounted everything, he gradually remembered it. It seems that we need to check the details of these adopted orphans in the future to prevent such a thing from happening again. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, and then asked, "By the way, ancestor, now that the golden feather phoenix is dead, do we no longer need to pay attention to this kid?" The ancestor of the Jiang family shook his head and said with a smile, "Xiaoqian, I just praised you for being smart. Why are you suddenly stupid now? Although the golden feathered phoenix is not a phoenix, it still has the blood of a phoenix. It cannot die so easily. Yes, that's the most likely scenario. Then, ancestor, do we need to organize new manpower to continue attacking him?" The ancestor of the Jiang family shook his head and said, "No need. Judging from what you just said, it is obvious that that boy, like the Dragon Master Xiao Shang, has been taken by the old boy Dream Demon. Fusang almost used all the power of the country to stop Xiao Shang's growth, but failed. Although our Jiang family is now at its peak, it cannot compare with the size of a country. Letting you deal with the Dream Demon is just asking for death. Why don't we just wait and see what happens and look for opportunities to see if we can catch the Fuso secret guards? This time they plotted against our Jiang family. They have to find an opportunity to plot back." Jiang Chun nodded repeatedly, and then said with an ugly face, ancestor, Tianlong is the most outstanding genius in Brother Jiang Lu's lineage. He will definitely not be willing to let his grandson die inexplicably. Should we stop him? I originally thought that as soon as I got the diamond-level monster, I would help the Tianlong contract and try to cultivate a 100-level war god who truly belongs to our Jiang family. Now it seems that it can only be a luxury hope. As he spoke, he was pruning a leafy shrub and said, "If he wants revenge, let him go. It will also allow us to see how strong the original dream demon is after so many years." The ancestor said it lightly, but Jiang Qin couldn't help but shudder. I'm afraid that for our ancestors, although the current Jiang family is powerful, it is just like that shrub. Too many branches have become a burden and need to be pruned. This time it's Jiang Lu. Will it be his turn next time? While Jiang Chun was meditating, the ancestor had finished his work and started to rest on the rattan lounge chair nearby. Seeing this, Jiang Chun retreated quietly. The rattans used to weave the rattan chairs are actually still alive. They stretch out from the ground to support the ancestor of the Jiang family. Bloody breath invisible to the naked eye is extracted from the ground by the rattan and sent upward to be absorbed by the ancestor. His appearance seems to have become younger, and with his dry white hair, he looks very strange. Suze stayed in the underground space for 3 full days. Just when he began to doubt whether that small flame could help Feng Qingyi achieve nirvana. Suze hurriedly came to the stove, looked at the small bird eggs floating in the flames and said, "I'm here." Fine cracks have appeared on the eggshell, and it seems that it can break out at any time. Suze thought there was some accident that caused her to fail to break out of her shell. But I heard Feng Qingyi's voice sounding pleasantly. "Master, where did you find the flame? It's so comfortable," Feng Qingyi said in a brisk voice. "As for nirvana, I can end it at any time now. But this opportunity is so rare. The power in this flame is very strong. Not only can I absorb the upgrades, but I can also use its power to purify my bloodline with the opportunity of nirvana. When we monsters are in the egg, everything is unformed and the plasticity is at its highest. If I end my nirvana now, the effect of absorbing it again will not be so good. So I decided to extend my nirvana time and absorb as much of this flame as possible. If I succeed, I can enter the mature stage as soon as I break out of my shell," she said excitedly. The maturity stage of diamond-level monsters is level 75 or above. Compared with before nirvana, it has leapt by more than 10 levels. You should know that the higher the level, the harder it is to improve. Breaking through 10 levels in a row is simply impossible for high-level monsters. In this way, Feng Qingyi saved several years or even decades of growth time. So Suze stopped urging her. Just asked, "How long do you need it for?" Feng Qingyi thought for a while and said, "A month at least, or it may take half a year." "Half a year?" Suze frowned. The enemies he encountered now were no longer something that the Void Spirit Turtle could deal with. Although Suze claimed that his diamond-level monster was dead, which dispelled many people's attention, there were still some people who would not give up to test him. So for safety reasons, he needs a stronger monster. Suze took out the platinum egg that needed to be hatched under strong gravity. This was what he relied on. After improving his spiritual power level these days, he already has another contract quota. I just don't know where to find a strong gravity place. Before that, Suze entered the system space first. He has also accumulated 3 Gasapon opportunities recently, and he plans to use them first to try his luck. What if another diamond egg comes out? After all, he only has 1 more contract quota now, so good steel must be used on the blade. As the Gasapon machine rotates, the first 2 times are, as expected, bronze and silver level monster eggs. But the 3rd time the familiar dazzling white light bloomed. Is it platinum level again? Although it's not the ideal diamond level, it's not bad. If an ordinary person heard what he said, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood, but the platinum level Beastmaster is still not satisfied. Suze looked at the new platinum egg and had other thoughts about the one in his hand. Eat? It's still too luxurious. Among the several masters in Beishan City, except for Xiao Su, whose attitude towards him was unclear, the other 2 were very friendly. Now that Guo Linshan had lost his beast because he was implicated, Suze felt bad if he didn't help him. That's it. After making the decision, Suze left the underground space. The sun that had not been seen for 3 days made Suze feel very dazzling, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Lin Shi still looked lazy and watched him come out of the ground without any surprise. What's wrong? That little bird has achieved nirvana. Suze nodded and said, That's right. But she still wants to continue to use fire to improve herself, so she didn't choose to break out of her shell. Suze did not hide it. After all, the underground space, including the fire, was under the care of Lin Shi. If Feng Qingyi wants to use it to upgrade, he must inform Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded and did not stop him. Then why are you out at this time? There are many people in the outside world who want to test whether it is a rumor that your Beastmaster is dead. I'm telling you, your little girlfriend has been here to help you with your work these days. Little girlfriend? Suze thought for a moment and guessed that the person he was talking about was Su Yao. In fact, this is exactly the case. Suze didn't show up for many days, and there were rumors about him in the outside world, which made Su Yao worried. In the end, Lin Shi was found under Su Yiming's hint. Over the past few days, he had been asking for news about Suze. She breathed a sigh of relief after learning that nothing happened to Suze. As a reward, she now also took over all the work in the breeding area. In a little while, she will come over to help after class. Suze also wanted to report to Su Yao that he was safe before going to find Guo Linshan. But Lin Shi on the side shook the recliner and said, By the way, you happen to be out. Do you want to see Guo Linshan off by the way? Captain Guo? What happened to him? Suze asked. Lin Shi said, He has resigned. From today on, he will no longer be the captain of the Beishan City Daxia Spiritual Guard. Lin Shi replied. Although the investigation sent by the Eastern Army Corps proved that this incident had nothing to do with Guo Linshan, they could not do anything to the Jiang family. In the end, they had to blame it all on the Fusang secret guards. It's just that Guo Linshan is indeed old. This time he lost his strongest Beastmaster. He is no longer strong enough to hold the position of detachment leader. With Guo Linshan's strength and age, he was already close to Daxia Lingwei's request for retirement. This was also the reason why he was so eager to find the monster crystal core. After what happened this time, his retirement time was officially put on the agenda. Suze couldn't wait for Su Yao any longer, and immediately rushed towards the direction in his memory. Without Feng Qingyi's help, his speed was much slower. But fortunately, he had walked it so many times that he knew the route by heart. It didn't take long to find the new camp location, just east of the ruins of the old camp. With military speed, they built a camp with all normal functions in just a few days. Other more demanding facilities are still under construction. This time he didn't encounter anyone watching him, and he just felt a little strange. But once he entered the camp, it all made sense. Everyone gathered together to see Guo Linshan off. Although he was old, he was full of energy now and looked much older. Wearing a straight military uniform, his chest is covered with medals. Daxia Lingwei are the soldiers of this world. Suze's appearance was immediately noticed by Guo Linshan. He waved, and everyone immediately made way. Why are you here too? I heard that old man said that you were in retreat for something. In the past few days, Guo Linshan found the Beast Control University and also met Lin Shi. Combined with the fact that the Fuso secret guards fell asleep in front of him before, he could easily guess Lin Shi's identity. It was precisely because he knew that Suze was protected by Lin Shi that he was able to retire with peace of mind. Guo Linshan was like an elder to Suze, stroking the top of his head. He was really satisfied with Suze, even more so when he had no children. Suze was also slightly moved by his actions. Guo Linshan saw this and said with a smile, Haha, what are you doing with such a sad face? Let me tell you some good news. At present, only our Lingwei knows about it in the whole of Daxia. Suze raised his head. In this situation, he really didn't know what kind of news could make him happy. Until Guo Linshan said, Futu Mountain on the other side of Fuso has erupted. It's different from our last Tianyun volcano, which was a dumb cannon with no casualties. I heard that they suffered heavy losses there. Even the secret guards lost several squadrons. Haha, what a joy! When they plotted against Tianyun Mountain, everyone was so helpless, and now they are here too. This news really hit Suze, and there was a hint of sadness in Suze's heart. For the people of Daxia, there is really no news more exciting than the collapse of Fuso. It's just that although Futa Mountain is much more active than Tianyun volcano, it probably hasn't reached the point of erupting yet. Could it be that Suze looked at Guolinshan, who was also looking at Suze with a smile on his face, and said close to his ear, "The Fusang secret guards have plotted against us so many times. Do we really think that the great Xiaoling guards are vegetarians? This operation is a revenge operation led by our Eastern Legion under the leadership of Master Xiaosheng. The goal is to detonate Futa Mountain and not for any other purpose. Hee, it's a pity that this happened to me, otherwise I might have had a hand in it." Suze raised his head. Unexpectedly, even the 100th level god of war actually took action. It seemed that just detonating Futa Mountain was not enough. But what he didn't know was that Xiaosheng didn't take action at all. He just rode on the green cloud dragon and flew around the entire Fuso Island kingdom for several times. Everyone on the island was restless because of this. Their emperor and the senior officials of the Fuso secret guard took out all the 3 artifacts and were ready to prepare. At the same time that all the focus was shifted to Xiaosheng, Da Xiaolingwei could take action. At the moment when Futa Mountain erupted, Xiaosheng just said lightly, taking a walk after a meal really helps with digestion. Okay, Biyun, let's go back." Then he walked away. After Xiaosheng left, no one in Fusang dared to relax for a long time, in case he would try to counterattack. It was only after it was confirmed that Xiaosheng would not come back that measures were taken to deal with the eruption of the volcano. It is precisely because of this that it caused such huge casualties. After all, they will never learn the sacrificial spirit of the great Xia spirit guards. Guolinshan said very happily, "I didn't expect to hear such good news just before I resigned. It's worth it." Then he waved his hands and said, "Everyone, don't send me away. There is no such thing as a feast that never ends." Everyone said reluctantly, "Captain, I am no longer your captain. A new captain will arrive in a few days." Then he looked at Suze with some worry and whispered, "From the internal information I got, it seems that someone in the Jiang family is very active in wanting my position, and it is obviously for you. I have tried my best to stop it, but the result is still hard to say. You have to be careful." Suze nodded upon hearing this. This was what Guolinshan was most worried about, but thinking about Suze's teacher, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone arrived at the entrance of the camp, but when they wanted to take a step forward, Guolinshan shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Don't forget your identities and your responsibilities. Since you recognized me as the captain just now, I will give you the last order. Everyone should return to their posts." "Yes." Everyone responded loudly. Only Suze was still following Guolinshan. "Don't forget, although I joined the Daxia Spirit Guard, you personally said that I don't need to carry out any orders or tasks before graduation." Guolinshan said nothing more. The two of them walked all the way to a remote place. Guolinshan turned around and said, "You are following me so closely for no reason. There must be something going on. Tell me quickly." He deliberately led the way to a deserted place just to see what kind of medicine Suze was selling in his gourd. Suze took out an egg from his arms with a mysterious look on his face. Guolinshan had seen Suze's method in previous battles. It still looks amazing now. How on earth did he manage to hide an egg the size of a human head in his thin clothes? Could it be that there is an ultra-rare space-based beast? Before Guolinshan could react, Suze stuffed the egg into his hand. "Captain Gua." "No, I should call you Mr. Gua now. This is a farewell gift for you. Accept it." Guolinshan is different from Wang Zi. He is also someone who has come into contact with gold-level beast-controlling eggs. So as soon as you get started, you can feel that the level of this egg is higher than the gold level. Doesn't that mean? But Suze jumped away and refused to accept it. "Mr. Gua, just take it. Don't worry about me. I have something better. His diamond-level monster is not dead?" Guolinshan was shocked, but did not ask further questions. He knew that before Suze had enough strength, he must not be exposed. But he still resisted and said, "It's a waste for you to give me this monster egg. The death of the armored rock rhinoceros has severely damaged my mental strength by the contract. Now I can no longer contract with other monsters, even the newly hatched ones. So even if you don't want to make a contract with this egg, you can still exchange it for training resources to improve your strength as soon as possible to deal with the Jiang family's troubles." Suze shook his head and continued, "Mr. Gua, I don't know how to explain it to you, but my monster egg is different from other monster eggs. As long as you can complete its hatching conditions and make it hatch successfully, you can complete the contract." "Oh, Guolinshan glanced at Su Zhe suspiciously. He had never heard of such a thing in his entire life. But if this is true, Guolinshan also realizes that this is a huge secret, and Su Zhe's ability to tell him shows his trust in him. So there was no doubt anymore. Seeing this, Su Zhe continued to persuade. Mr. Gua, you just said that I am now being targeted by this behemoth of the Jiang family. I am an orphan without any support, and you are the only one who has been helping me. So giving you an egg is not only helping you, but also helping me. I'll wait for you to break through and come back and become stronger before you help me. Su Zhe had already said this, so how could Guolinshan have the nerve to refuse again? After successfully transferring the monster egg through the blood-dropping ritual, Su Zhi raised his head and said, By the way, I forgot to tell Mr. Gua. The hatching conditions for this egg are quite harsh. But Guolinshan said very easily, If that's the case, then it's really not a problem for me. Don't forget that my armored rock rhino is a rock-type monster. Controlling gravity is a major feature of rock-type monsters. There is a place where I practiced when I was young that meets the requirements you mentioned. Su Zhe also smiled and nodded when he heard this, and he knew that he had not found the wrong person. I don't know what to do with this egg here. If you sell it, if it is bought by the Jiang family, it will become your own trouble. Well, Mr. Gua, I'm waiting for your good news. Guolinshan nodded, and his stooped waist straightened again. This is also an opportunity for him. Platinum-level monsters will make his beast-controlling career take a big step forward again, which is far more effective than monster crystal cores. After the two separated, Su Zhe returned to Beast Control University again. Su Yao had already arrived here on time. Seeing her wearing the work clothes she had brought while feeding the monster in a pungent-smelling place, Su Zhe rushed up. Brother Su Zhe, you have really come out. Teacher Lin, she only asked me to do the work for a few days. You really didn't lie to me, Su Yao said with a smile when she saw Su Zhe. Su Zhe took the feed bucket from her hand and said, Don't trust that drunkard. Although when he first learned of Lin Shi's true identity, Su Zhe respected him for a few days and felt that his current slovenly and depraved appearance was just a disguise. But as he got to know him later, Su Zhe also discovered that his nature was so unreliable. In addition, the disappearance of his parents had a certain relationship with him, and Su Zhe suddenly lost his respect in his heart. After quickly appeasing the hungry monster, Su Zhe and Su Yao simply reported that they were safe and told her a selection of what happened in the past few days so that she would not worry about them. However, regarding Feng Qingyi, he consistently stated that he was dead, which indeed saved a lot of trouble. After hearing Su Zhe's personal confirmation, Su Yao's eyes showed deep sadness. Although Feng Qingyi is a monster, he has been with her as a human for several days, and Su Yao already treats her as a sister in her heart. After Su Zhe comforted Su Yao, he asked her to wait for him for a while. Then he found Lin Shi, who looked like he was lying on a chair with his eyes closed and sleeping. But in fact, he was looking at her through the slits in his eyes. Teacher, have you seen enough? Lin Shi curled her lips and said, It's boring. What should have happened to your parents when they were your age has already happened. Lin Shi was not only the leader of Su Lin and his wife when they were researchers, but also their teacher when they were students. So what he said is not necessarily groundless. Ahem. Su Zhe coughed twice to express that he didn't want to hear gossip about his parents. Then he continued, Teacher, I want you to do me a favor. What's the deal? Su Zhe took out the platinum egg that was just extracted today and said, Help me take it to the gloomy place. Conditions for hatching platinum eggs. Hatch in a dim and lightless environment. The darker the place, the stronger the descendants of darkness can be born. These are the hatching conditions for the second platinum-level monster egg that Su Zhe drew. If Su Zhe didn't have any idea about the strong gravity environment required for the previous platinum egg, then he did have some idea about the bleak place required for this one. This is why he chose to give the last egg to Guolinshan and keep this one with him. The bleak land? Are you talking about the shadow world? What are you going to do there? Lin Shi said calmly. That's right. The reason why Su Zhe came to Lin Shi was because the shadow world where his beast-controlling nightmare lord lived was the most suitable place for a bleak and lightless land. The shadow world is different from the world of monsters and beasts. It is not another complete world that exists independently in this world. It is a part of the world, its dark side, which can also be understood as the shadow of the world. The shadow of all objects is the entrance to the shadow realm. Shadow-type monsters can enter the shadow world through shadows to hide their bodies. This is also a method commonly used by Fuso secret guards. Lin Shi's Nightmare Lord is a dual attribute monster with dark attributes and spiritual attributes. That's why he was able to ask the Nightmare Lord to create a clone to hide in Su Zhe's shadow to protect him. Shadow-type monsters are relatively scarce. It is said that the Fuso Dark Guard reached some kind of deal with the Shadow Realm to obtain enough Shadow-type monsters. But other than that, the only person Su Zhe had come into contact with who had a Shadow-type Beastmaster was Lin Shi. So if he wanted to hatch the Platinum Egg in the Shadow Realm, he would have to ask for Lin Shi's help. Facing Lin Shi's question, Su Zhe took out the Platinum and replied, "I need to improve my strength." Lin Shi glanced in surprise, but didn't say much. She just stood up from the recliner and said unsteadily, "Come on, follow me into the house." Seeing this, Su Zhe hurriedly followed him. Su Yao also wanted to follow, but Su Zhe stopped her and said, "I'm fine. I'll be fine in a moment. You wait outside first." Her current strength is too weak, and it is no longer convenient for her to intervene in Su Zhe's battle. The less she knows, the better. Okay. Su Yao stopped a little aggrievedly. Seeing this, Su Zhe apologetically rubbed the top of her head. After entering the house, Lin Shi didn't talk nonsense. His shadow suddenly seemed to come alive, wrapping around the soles of their feet. This is another benefit of the shadow monsters. They can stay in the shadow world to improve their strength without entering the Beastmaster's space. Greatly reduces the time it takes for a Beastmaster to summon a beast. Just after Lin Shi's shadow expanded and spread out to the feet of the two people, the solid ground suddenly became like water, causing the two people to fall instantly. The moment the feeling of weightlessness came over, before Su Zhe could even open his mouth to shout, he felt that his feet had touched the ground and landed safely. Su Zhe looked around and found that compared with the real world, the surroundings were indeed much darker. A dim sun in the sky sheds extremely cold light as if it were dead, making the shadow world not completely dark. There are also many plants growing in the shadow realm, but the branches of those like dead trees are very twisted and deformed. From time to time, a huge vertical pupil will open on the trunk of the tree, staring at the person who is looking at it. Weird and terrifying. He looked back at Lin Shi and found that the other party still looked unfazed. Also, he must have entered the shadow realm countless times. Beside him, the Nightmare Lord finally showed his true appearance in the shadow world. It was different from what Su Zhe thought was an indescribable black monster covered in tentacles. He turned out to be a human who looked exactly like Lin Shi, but a lot darker. It's like Lin Shi's shadow. It's just that Nightmare chose the appearance of me who was closest to him when he transformed. The bloodline of platinum-level monsters is only one level lower than diamond level. Although they cannot transform, it is not a problem to be able to communicate with humans right after they are born. It's just that if you want to transform, you have to be a full adult. This means the Nightmare Lord's level is as high as the upper limit of Platinum level 90. Lin Shi is also very likely to be a level 90 Beastmaster. He was also the president of Qinglong Beast Control University and the strongest person in Beishan City back then. The current Xiao Su, Linshan, and Yu Xinghua seem to be a bit too far behind Lin Shi. What are you still doing there in a daze? The Shadow Realm has brought you here. Whatever you want to do it as soon as possible. Lin Shi urged from the side. Humans can't stay in the shadow world for too long, and he's not like the Fuso guards who have been eroded by the shadows physically and mentally. But Su Zhe said with some embarrassment, "Teacher Lin Shi, isn't there even a trace of light in the shadow world?" He pointed at the sky and said, "Although the sun is very dim, it does bring light to the shadow world. It is not the bleak place I am looking for." Lin Shi smiled when he heard this and said, "You are totally wrong about this. Have you ever heard that things must reverse themselves when they reach their extremes? The shadow realm is the place with the strongest and most abundant dark elements, and this is how a sun was born. But on the contrary, it does not represent light, but the purest darkness." Su Zhe nodded when he heard this, but he was not sure whether this met the conditions for the hatching of platinum eggs. Lin Shi saw this and said, "If you are looking for the darkest place, I know there is a place where the fragments that once fell from the dark sun of the shadow world are there. Because it is out of the dark sun, It cannot meet the conditions for things to turn to the extreme, and it becomes pure darkness. Seeing this, Suze nodded quickly, and Lin Shi asked the Nightmare Lord, who looked exactly like him, to lead the way. The place Lin Shi mentioned was not far away. Soon, Suze saw what he called the ultimate darkness. It was a dark meteorite as huge as a 6-story building, swallowing up all the surrounding light. There was no better word to describe it except darkness. But even in such a dark meteorite, there are many flat human figures with extended tentacles moving in and out of it, like bees working hard to collect honey. If you look carefully, you will find that their 2 longest tentacles are really like bees grabbing pollen, tightly grasping some colorful or chaotic and dirty halos. Suze turned back and glanced at the Nightmare Lord. This feature was very similar to the Nightmare incarnation hidden in his shadow. Sure enough, the Nightmare Lord, who had been silent all this time, said, "This is my residence. They are also nightmares, and they are my children." The Nightmare Lord is not only his race, but also his status. He is the king of the nightmare race in the Shadow Realm. Ordinary nightmares are silver-level monsters, and a few can reach gold level, which can be distinguished from their size. And he has reached the platinum level and is the most special existence in nightmares, that is, the Nightmare Lord. Seeing the return of the Nightmare Lord, the other nightmares all greeted him respectfully. Their bloodline and level are not enough, and they cannot speak. But he respectfully presented the best dreams and the worst dreams he collected to the Nightmare Lord. They don't care about good dreams or nightmares. The strongest and truest human emotions hidden in dreams are what they like most. The rest is just a difference in taste for them. The nightmares also maintained the same respect for Lin Shi, the Lord's contractor, but were a little colder towards Suze, but he didn't mind either. Suze was just surprised. As a human beast master, could the Nightmare Lord still manage a group? Seemingly sensing Suze's doubts, Lin Shi explained, "This is also the advantage of dark attribute monsters compared to other monsters. Normal monsters can only live in the master's beast control space after contracting. But because dark attribute monsters can stay in the Shadow Realm, they can continue to operate the power they had before the contract." He then added, "For ordinary monsters, one of the reasons why they are willing to contract to become human beast masters is that the beast master space created based on the contract is very helpful for their level improvement. But dark attribute monsters are different. They only have the fastest improvement speed in the Shadow World, so dark attribute monsters are difficult to conquer. I also signed an equal contract with Nightmare due to some coincidences, but there is nothing I can do about his tribesmen. Otherwise, I can help Daxiao Spirit Guard cultivate a team with a hidden ability that is not weaker than Fuso Secret Guard." Nightmare said next to him, "Master, I respect the choice of my tribe." Lin Shi said, "Don't worry, I don't blame you. I'm just curious about how those guys from Fuso Secret Guard did it." Over the years, he has also tried to find traces of Fuso's secret guards in the Shadow World, but he has found nothing. Because although there is some kind of connection between the Shadow Worlds, for example, they all shine with the dark sun. But the Shadow World formed by each shadow also has boundaries that are difficult to break. Therefore, unless he happened to hide in the same shadow with other Fuso secret guards, it would be difficult for even Lin Shi to see them in the Shadow World. After the chat, Suze also obtained the consent of the Nightmare Group, allowing him to place the monster egg in the fragment of the Dark Sun where the nightmares lived. The pure dark attribute of Dark Sun makes the dual attribute Nightmare live very comfortably, and even the upgrade speed has been greatly improved. So generally, they don't let other creatures get close. But Suze was a guest brought by the Lord, and it was only an egg, so it probably wouldn't consume much of Enri's power. The nightmares thought so, and even took the initiative to help Suze bring the platinum egg into the center of the Dark Sun. After all, for humans, such pure dark attributes are unbearable for the body. As one of the lords of the Shadow Realm, the Nightmare Lord is a special platinum monster with dual attributes. Apart from being unable to break through level 90, it is no weaker than a diamond-level monster. Not only is he not affected by bloodline suppression, even diamond-level monsters may not be able to defeat him at the same level. It's just that diamond-level monsters can break through the 90-level barrier, and the difference in strength at this level is huge. Especially after level 95, it is said that each time you advance to a level, you are completely transformed, and your strength increases exponentially. Therefore, although the egg in Suze's hand is only a platinum egg, it can make the Nightmare Lord feel threatened, which shows that it has the strength to rival the diamond monster before level 90. It is difficult for ordinary platinum-level monsters to do this. Where did he get the monster eggs? Nightmare Lord and Master Lin, she asked in confusion. At this time, it had not been long since the platinum egg was put into the Dark Sun shard. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Suze always felt that it seemed to have become smaller. The Nightmare Lord also noticed this and quickly let the other nightmares escape. All the people come out of the Dark Sun. Black humanoid tentacles surged out and filled the surrounding area in an instant. They didn't forget to bring out the delicious food they had stored together, and bizarre dreams kept passing by Suze's eyes. He also noticed that there was a gold-level nightmare that stored beautiful dreams, and they were all spring dreams that combined love and action. The taste is quite unique. Is this why it can be upgraded to a golden nightmare? Suze couldn't help but complain. But then he felt a lot of bad aura locking him. Suze looked around at the nightmares staring at him like human-shaped black shadows, and scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't know that hatching eggs would cause such a big noise this time. The last time I hatched diamond-level eggs, I was just teasing a volcano. After some time passed, the Dark Sun fragments had become smaller by more than a third. Many nightmare personified faces have begun to frown. The place that was originally quite spacious for them is now redistributed, and everyone can only live in Snail's Nest. If the Lord hadn't frightened them, they might have fought with Suze long ago. What's even more unacceptable to them is that the Dark Sun fragments are still shrinking. Just when the size of the fragments was close to half, a crisp sound of the eggshell breaking suddenly spread throughout the silent shadow world. It's finally over. The nightmares looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the living place is much smaller now, the nightmare can become an existence as thick as a shadow and can still live in it even if it is folded up. Then they heard a very excited and harsh wolf howl. Ouch! I saw a tall and majestic wolf shadow suddenly appearing among the fragments of the Dark Sun. It let out an extremely excited wolf howl at the Dark Sun in the sky. Then, he lowered his head and started to eat the remaining fragments of the Dark Sun. The nightmares immediately became unbearable. If this continued, their home would really be demolished. They were just about to fly over and teach the unknown monster that had just hatched a lesson when they were stopped by the Lord. It is said that the old Wolf King was attacked not long ago. Before he died, he condensed his blood into a monster egg and laid it. The enemy failed to find it when he found it. Why is it here with you now? The Nightmare Lord's question made Suze stunned. He seemed to have caught the system. System, what's going on? Could it be that the Gasapon I draw every day is actually something you got from somewhere else? Suze's spirit entered the system space and asked. But obviously, the system will not give him any answer. And Suze still has to rely on the system and cannot offend, so he doesn't dare to press too hard. I can only keep this question in my mind and endure it for the time being. Suze didn't answer, so Lin Shi and Nightmare Lord didn't ask any more questions. The shadows in the Dark Sun fragments were still gnawing away, which made the nightmares extremely anxious, but they did not dare to step forward to stop them because of the Lord's obstruction. I can only watch helplessly as the few remaining Dark Sun fragments become smaller and smaller. It was quickly eaten down to 1/5 of its original size, and then the wolf figure stopped and let out a loud burp. This made the nightmares even more restless, jumping up and down. Only then did the Nightmare Lord let them go back. The nightmares immediately swarmed over, and then looked at the broken Dark Sun fragments in front of them and cried without tears. It's not just for eating, it's also for taking it apart. The few remaining fragments have been demolished to pieces, making it impossible to live in them again. At this time, the Nightmare Lord said, "There is no need to be so depressed, just live somewhere else. Our nightmare is a monster with dual attributes, and the Dark Sun is the purest dark attribute. It can indeed increase our upgrade speed in a short period of time, but over time, unbalanced attributes will be harmful. It is precisely because of this that he has long wanted to move with the nightmares, and today just gave him this opportunity." Although the other nightmares were still a little reluctant, they also knew that what the Lord said was the truth. The dark attribute overwhelms the spiritual attribute, making it difficult for them to enter human dreams to feed. Compared to hunger, a poor living environment is nothing. After eating and drinking, the newly hatched Shadow Moon Wolf King also walked out of the dark sun. Even though he had only just hatched, maybe he was. Because it absorbed enough energy during the incubation process, it directly skipped the relatively weak juvenile stage and entered the growth stage. Is this the Shadow Moon Wolf King? It is indeed a lord monster of the same level as you. It is indeed very powerful. Lin Shi praised while drinking wine. The Nightmare Lord beside him was also very interested. He was originally just an ordinary nightmare. After being contracted by Lin Shi, he broke through the shackles step by step, and because of some opportunities, he purified his bloodline and gained his current Lord-level strength. Therefore, he did not have the opportunity to fight with other Shadow Lords, but only learn more or less some information from his own people. Now it is inevitable to look at the Shadow Moon Wolf King a few more times, but the Shadow Moon Wolf King is still very weak compared to him. Only Suze listened to their praises, and then looked at the Shadow Moon Wolf King who walked towards him with confident steps and intelligent eyes, with a strange expression on his face. Mighty, did you make a mistake? Isn't this just a bigger era? That's right, the so-called Wolf King looks like a husky to Suze. Even a purebred era with 3 fires and blue eyes. Combined with its behavior of demolishing the Nightmare House just now, it is absolutely correct. This is a era. I saw Era walking up to Suze with a full belly and said with wise eyes, "Are you my master?" Hiccup, you are so weak. He was familiar with being looked down upon by high-level monsters, but this time Suze directly covered his face and couldn't bear to look at him. As you get closer to this Era's face, the more you look at it, the wiser it becomes. Isn't it true that if you bring this kind of monster out, it will kill your opponent? He sighed and checked the screen of Shadow Moon Wolf King. Race, Shadow Moon Wolf King. Bloodline, Platinum level, can be upgraded. Level 46. Skills, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Moon Wolf Howl, Shadow Prison, Shadow Stab. Talent skill, Moon Devourer. Level 46? This era's level is so high. Suze couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the data of Shadow Moon Wolf King. Generally, Platinum-level monsters will be between level 20 and 30 after hatching. Only when the hatching conditions are excellent can they reach level 30 or above. Suze was surprised that the Shadow Moon Wolf King, who looked exactly like Era, could reach level 46 just after hatching. And after checking the Shadow Moon Wolf King's innate skill, Moon Devouring, he understood what was going on. In addition to being able to directly devour enemies during battle, Moon Devourer can also allow the Shadow Moon Wolf King to devour power to quickly upgrade. It had just used the Moon Devouring skill to swallow the huge Dark Sun fragments down to only 1/5. And this skill also has a drawback. That is, it will enter a long, cooling time after being devoured and saturated, during which it will not even be able to reach the upgrade speed of normal monsters. So to a certain extent, using the Moon Devouring skill to upgrade is overdrawing future time to quickly upgrade. The purpose is to allow the Shadow Moon Wolf King to instantly increase his level to deal with sudden dangers. What Suze needs most right now is timely combat power. It can be said that it is very suitable. Even its ugly face is much more pleasing to Suze. And generally speaking, using the Moon Devouring skill is still much faster than ordinary monsters leveling up. As for the Shadow Moon Wolf King and Feng Qingyi, who were just as unruly as Feng Qingyi, Suze, who had already gained experience, immediately started to rub the dog's head angrily. Keep rubbing until it sticks out its tongue, wags its tail, and turns over to expose its belly. Suze said proudly, "Small, I really don't have any experience in raising birds, but I still have a lot of experience in raising dogs." After he took back his hand, the Shadow Moon Wolf King reluctantly turned himself over, and then retorted, "I am a noble and free wolf, not a dog." Looking at the cheerful tail wagging behind it, Suze always felt unconvincing. "Okay, since the hatching of your monster egg has been completed, let's leave the Shadow Realm as soon as possible. After all, this is not a place where normal humans should stay." Lin, she said from the side at this time. Suze also nodded. Lin, she said this to him. His level was high, and he was not afraid of the dark elements in the shadow world. But Suze already felt very uncomfortable. He nodded and replied, "No problem." Then he prepared to leave. The Shadow Moon Wolf King should have no problem staying in the Shadow Realm with Nightmare taking care of him. But the Shadow Moon Wolf King followed Suze. Master, don't leave me behind. I always feel like those nightmares want to eat me. It's too dangerous. And my bloodline memory tells me that there are still enemies chasing me in the Shadow Realm, and it's not safe to stay here. Anyway, after using Moon Devouring, my practice will have no effect wherever I stay. I might as well go hide in the real world with you. Suze thought it made sense, so he took it into the beast control space. Now that Feng Qingyi is away, no one is occupying his beast-controlling space. Then Lin Shi took him to the place where he came from, as if walking through a black water curtain. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the real world, even in his original position. After sending the two back, the Nightmare Lord disappeared into the shadows again, and Suze knew that he had returned to the Shadow Realm. But as long as Lin Shi calls, he can immediately come out from the Shadow World to fight. As soon as Suze stood firm and wanted to go out and say hello to Su Yao, he heard that the breeding area outside, where no one had ever wanted to come, seemed to be particularly lively today. Su Yao, the outside world is saying that he is useless, just forget about him. Because the Shadow Realm is part of the real world, the time flow rate of the two is also synchronized. How long Suze has stayed in the Shadow Realm, Su Yao has stayed in the real world. Not long after Suze and Lin Shi left, several people came up to them holding their noses. They are all Su Yao's suitors, but anyone with a discerning eye can see Su Yao's attitude towards Suze. When Suze was at the height of his fame, everyone knew that he had diamond-level monsters. Later, he defeated the school teacher with one blow, which made these people stop thinking about themselves. Not long after, news came that Suze's diamond-level monster had been killed. Subsequently, the news became more and more outrageous, and now it is said that even he himself was abolished due to the backlash of the contract. At first, everyone was still doubtful, but as the news from the outside world spread more and more, and Suze never came forward, they were already certain in their hearts. But what they didn't know was that at that time, Suze was guarding Feng Qingyi to complete nirvana, and they had no idea what the outside world was saying. And even if he knew it, he wouldn't care about it, because he asked Guolinshan to help spread it. Most of the people present at that time, except Da Xiaolingwei, were dead. If Guolinshan asked them to keep their mouths shut, not many people would know about it. But Suze asked Guolinshan to help spread the news about losing the diamond-level monster as much as possible. The more people knew about it, the better. This can dispel most people's secret gaze on themselves. Of course, that's just most, not all. Just like the ancestors of the Jiang family, and people with extensive knowledge like Xiao Su can guess it. It just dispelled the attention of those big shots, but made some little shrimps become more excited, just like Su Yao and her suitors. Su Yao, the breeding area is so dirty. How can you work here? It's not like what others said. You are helping that boy Suze to work as his teacher? He is already useless and is not worthy of you doing this for him. That's right. The bad old man in the breeding area actually dares to boss you around like this. Do you want us to help you teach him a lesson? Bang! Before everyone had finished speaking, they heard Su Yao slam the iron bucket in her hand to the ground and said in a cold voice with a hint of anger, "Who told you that Brother Suze is useless? Come out. I will destroy you first." Suze, who was about to walk out of the room, was startled by Su Yao's tone. This was the first time he heard such an angry voice. But thinking that the reason why she was so angry was entirely for herself made her feel warm in her heart. At this time, Lin Shi patted Suze on the shoulder and said, "Boy, your little girlfriend has a bad temper. It seems that life will be difficult in the future." Suze replied angrily, "You must have heard it, right? Those classmates outside want to teach you, a bad old man, a lesson. What do you think? Do you want to give them a beating? Hee, don't I have an apprentice here? Why do I need to take action? Go ahead and let them know how powerful we are." Then he added, "By the way, when you take action later, don't forget to accidentally affect the monsters next to you. Old man, I want to have an extra meal today." Then he pushed Suze out. Seeing the sudden appearance of Suze, the people who had been so arrogant just now all took a step back and then pretended to be calm. Suze nodded and looked at Su Yao, who stood up for him with a look of relief. But Su Yao just wanted to find a crack in the ground to stuff herself in. Why was she hurt? Her image as a lady was ruined by the sound of "I am old mother." Her charming appearance not only fascinated Suze, but her suitors were no exception. But when he thought that this was not a gesture for himself, he started to get angry. Suze nodded directly and answered without hesitation. "Yes, I was plotted by Fusong's secret guards, and I died in battle with the beast. You shouldn't know, right?" When several people heard Suze admit it personally, they looked at each other and were immediately dazzled by the emotion called self-confidence. Zhu He was the first to speak. "Suze, since you know that you are a useless person now, then stop pestering Su Yao. You are not worthy." When Su Yao was about to break the jar and speak for Suze again, she was pulled behind her. He said with an evil look in his eyes, "I don't deserve it, so who does?" "You." Suze laughed angrily, pointed at the innocent black-scaled pig that was happily eating next to him, and said, "Match it? I think you are quite suitable to breed with it." Obese people already mind being compared to pigs, let alone breeding. Zhu He immediately became angry. "You useless person, you asked for this." As he said this, he summoned his own beast, a canine monster with a short stature. He didn't even master the transformation of the beast-controlling weapon, so he rushed towards Suze with both men and beast controllers. Not to be outdone, Suze called out the void spirit turtle, pointed forward, and said, "Laser water gun." A stream of water that was much thicker than before was shot out quickly, sending one person and one beast flying straight away. Even though his tonnage was already heavy enough, he was still swept away more than 10 meters and landed accurately in the black-scaled pig's trough. The black-scaled pig, which was enjoying its meal, licked Zhu He's face a few times, causing him to scream in fright and fainted. Suze looked at the remaining trembling people and asked, "Has he always been so brave? Although I am missing a monster, I have beaten him by more than 10 levels. Do you dare to go up there?" Everyone was crying, and their expressions were very ugly. There are rumors in the outside world that Suze is dead and the beast is useless. How come this rumor is half true and half false? Forget it. If you don't want to see him being left for breeding, take him away. Suze waved his hand and said, turning around and walking towards the house. Everyone behind him breathed a sigh of relief and ran over to help Zhu He, but they couldn't pull him away. But he was afraid of wasting time and letting Suze come back to teach them a lesson. So he hurriedly slapped Zhu He several times to wake him up. Suze in the room smiled when he heard this, and he knew it was not that simple. Zhu He's strength is not that outstanding even among the first-year freshmen of Yusho University. Although the outside world is rumoring that his beast master died in battle and his strength was greatly reduced, he is not being despised to this extent, right? So from the beginning, he guessed that someone was instigating Zhu He behind his back, and now it seemed that it might be the brother he mentioned. Who is Zhu He's brother? He seems to be very confident in him. Suze asked curiously. What I didn't expect was that Su Yao on the side really knew. You haven't had a few classes at school properly, so you don't know. His brother Zhu Ji is also a famous figure in the school. He was the first in admission 3 years ago. Of course, he was still not as popular as you at that time. Suze nodded. There are certainly not many people at his age who have contracted diamond-level monsters, but they are definitely very few. And he was the only one who contracted a monster beast and destroyed a group of Fuso secret guards in full view of the public. I'm afraid no one can match this kind of limelight. Being targeted by people from the Jiang family was enough for Suze to worry about. But now that the Zhu family was here, even Lin Shi would be hard-pressed to fight with 4 hands, right? Lin Shi walked out of the house and said, "He is indeed a member of the Zhu family, but you don't have to worry too much. He is a member of the Zhu family in Beishan City." There is also a Zhu family in Beishan City? Suze asked doubtfully. Lin Shi explained, "That's right. It's not like the Jiang family, a newly emerging family, has insufficient foundation. The other 3 families have existed in Daxia for hundreds of thousands of years, and they have produced countless descendants. There are always some talented people among these people who have formed their own families. They may consider themselves a branch of the Zhu family in the imperial capital, but it is not certain whether the Zhu family will recognize them, unless there is someone talented enough to attract the attention of the Zhu family." Suze nodded. With the speed of human reproduction and the enviable practice of polygamy hundreds of years ago. No, it's a sad traditional bad habit. I don't know how many people have been reproduced. If you really want to care about it, maybe most of the people in the country can have some blood relationship with a few of their big families, and they certainly can't recognize them all. Now that he was not being targeted by the Zhu family in the imperial capital, Suze breathed a sigh of relief. But he still said with some curiosity, "He was admitted 3 years ago, so he should be a senior now, right? He hasn't graduated yet." Not having graduated means that you have not broken through level 20, so there is nothing to worry about. But Su Yao shook her head and said, "As far as I know, he was able to defeat the school's teachers head-on in practical classes during his junior year. The practical course teacher at Beast Control University is just like Zhang Jian back then, starting at level 30. You reached this level a year ago, but why haven't you chosen to graduate? Logically speaking, there should be nothing more that can be taught to him in school." Suze frowned, really couldn't understand. Lin she staggered over and lay down on the rocking chair and said, "His strength has indeed met the graduation requirements, but he doesn't want to miss the beast control competition that happens once every 10 years. Beast control competition? Suze remembered hearing this term before. Xiao Su left Beishan City because he was going to the imperial capital to discuss relevant matters, giving the Jiang family an opportunity to take action. Now it seems that they didn't transfer Xiao Su deliberately, but they just took this opportunity to do it intentionally. What is this beast control competition? Suze asked curiously. Lin she took a sip of wine and said comfortably, "This beast control competition is actually to give young beast control masters an opportunity to show their strength. Once every 10 years, the best students from the 5 beast control universities will gather together for a competition. The winner will receive generous rewards." What kind of reward? They can actually make them pay so much attention to it. Suze said with his eyes shining. That's it. Suze shook his head in disappointment. I don't know if it's because his probability of shipment increases with the level up, but Suze feels that the number of shipments has been increasing recently. He had already drawn 2 and 3 platinum monster eggs from the platinum eggs alone. He really looked down upon this reward. Lin she seemed to sense that Suze had lost interest and added, "But according to time calculation, the reward this time should be the same as the 160 years ago, a sycamore fruit." Skytree fruit. Suze knew that the sycamore tree was called a phoenix tree and was said to be a phoenix tree, but in the final analysis, it was just an ordinary street tree. But since it can be used as the final prize in the beast control competition, this sycamore fruit must be definitely extraordinary. Just as he was about to continue asking, he heard Lin Shi say, "Actually, there is nothing special, but that fruit has the effect of purifying blood. It is said that there is a certain probability that it can help monsters break their shackles, and it even has a certain effect on diamond-level monsters. Of course, only the first one will have an effect." Suze understood and was moved. What does it mean to be able to break the shackles? This means that it can turn a platinum monster with a maximum level of 90 into a diamond monster with a maximum of level 100. He was targeted by the Jiang family because of his diamond monster. Of course, they would also attach great importance to this sycamore fruit. And according to his current understanding, among diamond-level monsters, there are also divisions into upper, middle, and lower classes, which are based on the level and concentration of the bloodline of the divine beasts. His golden-feathered phoenix bird belongs to the upper-class category. Because it has the bloodline of the top mythical beast phoenix, it can be upgraded all the way to level 100. Xiao Sheng's Biyun dragon has the blood of the dragon clan, which is also a top-level monster, and can easily reach level 100. But for ordinary diamond-level monsters, after level 95, every level is a hurdle. Therefore, this sycamore fruit is effective even against diamond-level monsters. Since he had the opportunity to strive for such a natural talent, Zhu Ji was naturally unwilling to graduate just like that. But the question is, why did he target himself? Is it because he is not confident enough in his own strength and feels that if he can't grab the sycamore fruit, it's better to just grab a diamond-level monster? It doesn't feel right no matter how you think about it, because the premise is that you have to acquiesce that you still have diamond-level monsters. But since Suze is confident enough to agree to a diamond monster, there is no reason why he should be afraid of the so-called beast control competition. Just when Suze was thinking about the opponent's purpose, accompanied by the stamping of high heels, the only teacher Suze had ever taken, Qin Xian, the teacher of the animal breeding and breeding class, appeared in front of Suze after a long absence, waved at him, and said, "Classmate Suze, Principal Xiao asked me to come over to you. I am still very impressed by this magnificent teacher Suze. Although I only had one class with her, her vigorous class style is really fresh in my memory." "Principal Xiao Su, what does he want from me?" Suze asked doubtfully. Chen replied, "I don't know either. He asked me to bring you a message when I was passing by the office door. And not only did the principal call you, but all the top students in the senior class are here. These guys have obviously met the graduation requirements and are better than me, but they just don't want to leave." Then she suddenly realized that although the Suze in front of her had just entered school, he also belonged to this type of person, so she stopped complaining. "Oh." Suze raised his eyebrows. All the top students from the upper grades were there, and Zhu Ji must be among them. In this case, Xiao Su is most likely selecting people to participate in this so-called beast control competition. As a first-year freshman, he was also favored by Xiao Su. Zhu Ji should have just wanted to test his strength and see if he could threaten him in the competition. In fact, Suze was not very interested in this so-called beast control competition that showed the strength of the younger generation. As the saying goes, if a gun shoots the first bird, it will be destroyed by the wind. If you act too dazzlingly, I'm afraid you will never calm down in the future, and you may face assassination from others wherever you go. However, the prizes Lin Shi mentioned just now were very attractive to Suze, giving him a reason to participate. In the underground space, he learned from Lin Shi the truth about his parents' disappearance and the impending disaster the world was facing. Judging from the use of the corpses of mythical beasts as anchors, the number of mythical beasts in the world of monsters should be quite large. There is currently no one with the same level of combat power in the human world, which makes Suze very insecure. And Feng Qingyi's bloodline is already the best among diamond monsters. This time, he will surely be able to go one step further after using the dragon fire to further improve his bloodline. If you add this sycamore fruit, will it be comparable to a pureblood phoenix? Only by possessing the divine beast can Suze be protected from the future invasion of the world of monsters. As for whether the system can extract monster eggs at the level of mythical beasts, Suze didn't doubt it, because there were some monster eggs in the Gasapon machine that were rarer than diamond eggs, and each had a unique color. He guessed that those were monster eggs. It's just that the chance of winning is too small. Suze doesn't like this way of leaving his fate completely to God. So Suze didn't shirk and went to find Xiao Su with Chen Xian. To his surprise, Su Yao also insisted on following him. Thinking that Zhu Ji would never do anything in front of the principal, no matter how much he tried, so Suze did not refuse. Behind the two of them, Su Yao looked at Chen Xian's broad mind for a while, and then looked down at herself. Then he lowered his head and sighed. He is obviously the best among his peers, but why is he still completely defeated when he meets a mature woman? Is it really necessary for a weapon of that size to exist in this world? Along the way, Chen Xian asked Suze many questions. "Student Suze, there are rumors out there that your diamond-level beast is gone. Is this true?" Chen Xian said with some anxiety. She really didn't want the news to be true, because successfully breeding diamond-level monsters was her goal. And the only person she could come into contact with who had a diamond-level beast control was Suze. But to her despair, Suze nodded and confirmed the news. Anyway, he didn't lie. Feng Qingyi was indeed dead, but now he was in nirvana. Chen Xian sighed regretfully, feeling his whole body deflate. He started chatting with Suze intermittently. "Classmate Suze, I heard from the principal that your father is researcher Su Lin." "Yes, Teacher Chen knows my father?" Suze asked curiously. "It seems that Chen Xian is only 6 or 7 years older than me. He shouldn't be his father's classmate or colleague. So what's the relationship?" Chen Xian replied. "It cannot be regarded as acquaintance. I am familiar with researcher Su Lin, but he should not know me. The research direction of my university is the breeding and origin of monsters. Therefore, I have read the paper published by your father. His explanation of the origin of monsters is very clear and organized. When the academic community basically concluded that monsters are not native to this world and began to discuss whether their arrival was due to invasion, accidental entry, or world collision, he pointed out that these 3 points are not contradictory. The collision between the human world and the world of monsters has given monsters the opportunity to enter the human world. Some of them actively initiate aggression, and a large number of monsters with malicious intentions towards humans flood in and want to conquer the human world. This is why the so-called beast tide was born. Some are lost. This is probably the case with the first batch of monsters that entered the human world. They are not all malicious and are willing to cooperate and coexist with humans, so the beast masters were born. His views were detailed and reasonable. Everyone was waiting for him to publish a second paper to provide evidence to support these views, but they never waited until he had an accident. So this academic turmoil has subsided before it completely erupted. Chen Xian sighed regretfully. Suze knew that it was because after that, his parents devoted all their energy to researching how to destroy the anchor point, and the academic research they loved before was completely forgotten. During the conversation, the three of them had arrived at the administrative downstairs unknowingly. Seeing the two people chatting happily, but she couldn't understand at all and couldn't get a word in, Su Yao felt frustrated again. After entering the administration building, Suze was the only one going to the principal's office on the top floor. Su Yao continued to go to the classroom office with Chen Xian, looking at the pair of things with unkind eyes along the way, until he walked into his father's office and said to Su Yiming, "Dad, what was Uncle Su Lin's research direction back then? Come on, teach me." Why? I've never seen you pay so much attention to the content of my research." On the other side, Suze also came to the principal's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. Sure enough, as Chen Xian said, in addition to Xiao Su in the main seat, there were 5 young people in their early 20s sitting around drinking kung fu tea brewed by Xiao Su. "Okay, everyone is here now." Xiao Su stood up and clapped his hands after seeing Suze. As soon as he finished speaking, a fat man among the 5 people clinked the teacup in his hand on the table and said loudly, "Principal Xiao Su, is he a first-year freshman worthy of participating in the beast control competition with us?" Suze looked at the speaker. He was slightly chubby and looked about 60 to 70% similar to Zhu He just now. If nothing else, it should be the brother Zhu Ji mentioned by Zhu He. After scanning all the other 5 people, Suze also understood why he was so eager to test himself. Because this guy who Su Yao called the man of the hour 3 years ago is actually the weakest among the 5. This means that once Suze joins in, he will be eliminated and will miss the beast control competition. For people with similar talents, 1 or 2 years is enough to widen the gap. 3 of these 5 people were 6th-year students who had delayed their graduation for 2 years just to participate in this beast control competition. There is also a 5th-year student who is delayed for 1 year, and only Zhu Ji is in the normal 4-year academic system. But being able to reach this point already shows his talent. If he was given another 2 years, he might be the strongest among the 5. After all, not everyone can provide systematic help like Suze. Contracting a diamond-level monster is enough for someone to catch up with several years or even more than 10 years of hard training. But unfortunately, the beast control competition is this year, and Zhu Ji has no time. That's why he was so repelled by Suze's sudden appearance. Principal Xiao Su, the beast controlling competition also assesses the strength of each beast controlling university, which represents the face of the beast controlling university. Zhu Ji looked at Suze with an unkind look and said, "A freshman, aren't you afraid of embarrassing the school by letting him go?" Under Zhu Ji's difficulty, Xiao Su helped Suze and said, "You can't say that. Although Suze has just entered school, you must have heard of his strength." The contracted diamond-level monster eliminated an entire group of Fuso secret guards, and even recently pulled out many nails hidden by the Fuso secret guards in Daxia. Can you achieve such a record? Everyone was silent for a moment, and then Zhu Ji gritted his teeth and said, "Principal, you don't know, right? Now everyone is saying that his diamond-level monster died in the battle. Without the diamond-level monster, is he still worthy?" Xiao Su looked at Suze and said, "Those are all rumors from the outside world. Suze has never admitted it himself. I believe him." But before Zhu Ji finished speaking, he was interrupted by Suze, who had been silent and had some time to watch the show. On this point, Principal Xiao Su, I want to say that you may be disappointed. I did lose the diamond-level monster. It's just temporary, Suze said in his heart. Zhu Ji on the side was instantly overjoyed. He asked his younger brother to harass Su Yao. so as to force Suze to take action to find out the truth. In the end, I never got any useful information, and now it seems I still have to rely on myself. Zhu Ji said excitedly. Principal, you also heard it. He personally admitted that he no longer has a diamond-level monster. Without the power of the monster, how can he, a first-year freshman, compare with us? Principal, you should take back the order. He is not worthy of representing the school in the competition. What did you say? Zhu Ji was furious, but it was difficult to do anything in Xiao Su's office. At this time, Xiao Su stood up and said, This matter can be easily solved. Let's talk according to our strength. You go to the school arena to compete. Whoever wins will join, and the other person will be squeezed out. Isn't this a simple matter? He looked at the two for advice. Suze spread his hands and said, I have no objection. His performance made the cautious Zhu Ji feel a little wrong, but in order to participate in the competition, he still nodded in agreement. After all, anyone who can participate in the beast control competition represents the leader of the younger generation in Gacha, so everyone will be rewarded. Although there are only a large number of tempered rosary beads, monster crystal cores of levels 40 and 50, and beast taming eggs of silver and gold levels. These rewards are nothing to the big family. They are all aiming for the first-place Wudong fruit. But for the Zhu family in Beishan City, getting a participation award is a real gain. The group left the office in the administration building and found an empty arena on the stadium. The other 4 people also followed, and they also wanted to see what Suze and Zhu Ji's current combat effectiveness was. On the way, Zhu Ji also met Zhu He, who had changed his clothes but was still bruised and swollen. Why are you here? Zhu Ji asked. Brother, I finally found you. Look at that guy Suze, he beat me like this. Zhu He cried as he came up. Were all these injuries on your body caused by Suze? Zhu Ji asked angrily. That's right, not just on the face, he also kicked my ass. What he spanked was not my ass, but your face. Brother, Zhu He said with tears in his eyes. But in fact, Suze just used a laser water gun to rush him into the pig trough, and he did fall on his butt. But the injuries on his face were all caused by his little followers trying to wake him up. At this time, the little followers pulled Zhu He's clothes behind him again. He wiped the tears and snot from his own eyes, turned back in confusion, and asked, What's wrong? Several people pointed behind Zhu Ji and whispered, Look, he is behind your brother. Only then did Zhu He see Suze not far behind Zhu Ji, waving to him and saying hello. He was so frightened that he took several steps back. Zhu Ji looked at his frightened brother and shook his head. It's okay. I will compete with him later and help you get revenge. Then he lowered his voice and said, How did he defeat you and what kind of monster he used? Tell me everything. Zhu He immediately told his brother all the information he knew. Zhu Ji also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. A gold-level turtle monster? Is it more than 20 levels? With the information provided by his younger brother, Zhu Ji was confident in the next competition. Soon the two were lined up at both ends of the ring, with Xiao Su temporarily acting as the referee. This also attracted many people to watch the competition. Look, the principal is actually acting as a referee. Who is in the ring? How can he be so proud? Suze? Is that him? Didn't you say that his diamond-level monster died in battle? How dare you compete with a senior? Could it be that the news spread outside is all false? Everyone was talking about it. Zhu Ji also said to Suze, I will not show mercy just because you are a junior. No matter what you did to my brother, I will repay him in full. Suze also nodded and said, Don't worry, I promise to keep your brothers on the same page. Humph. Zhu Ji snorted coldly. At Xiao Su's order, the two began to summon the beasts. A golden summoning pattern appeared behind Zhu Ji, opening up the beast-controlling space, indicating that his beast controlling was also at the gold level. But behind Suze, white light shone. Is this silver level? It seems that the rumors from the outside world are true. There is indeed something wrong with his diamond-level monsters, but he won't use silver-level monsters, right? I remember that he also has gold-level monsters, right? Zhu Ji also frowned. This was different from the information he had collected, but the weaker Suze was, the better for him. The person he recognized was called Kuang Yi. He was of medium height, but very good-looking. He was the strongest among the 5 people preparing for the beast control competition before Suze joined. The light of the platinum level summoning circle is indeed very similar to that of the silver level. In addition, the platinum level is rare, so it is indeed difficult for people who have not seen it to distinguish it. He could recognize it at a glance, which meant that he had probably seen it before and even had a platinum level beast himself. After all, he is the strongest among the 6-year students of Qinglong Beast Control University, so it is not surprising to have a platinum level monster. His words were not loud, and Zhu Ji on the ring did not hear them except for the other 3 people around him. Boss Kwang, are you sure it's a platinum level monster? Li Honglai, who ranked second among the 5, asked. He was a lean and tall man. Kwang nodded. You can't go wrong. This is definitely not silver. Ranked third is Lu Yi, the only woman among the 5. She has a plump body, youthful and beautiful dress, and a very attractive appearance. Of course, it is still worse than Su Yao. He couldn't help but say, "Didn't you say that this boy came from a poor family and was an orphan? Why are there so many high-level monsters in his place? First diamonds, and then platinum." Ranked 4th is the only 5th-year student, Jiang Jianbin, a strong man like a black tower. What he is concerned about is, it seems that Zhu Ji is going to be eliminated, and our rankings will also be reshuffled because of him. After hearing this, everyone paid more attention to this battle, wanting to see if they would be squeezed out. Although Zhu Ji on the stage didn't know that Su Zhe summoned a platinum-level beast, he knew from the news that Su Zhe also had a gold-level void spirit turtle. So he summoned 2 of his monsters not to be outdone. The silver-level jade-scaled snake was his first monster, and the armor turned into a pair of jade-colored armor and was worn on his body. In addition, there is also the golden beast that the family spent a lot of money to contract with him when he broke through level 20, the Benlei leopard. The weapon turned into a pair of claw knives that flashed with purple electric light and were worn on the hands. Zhu Ji showed his strongest state. In this state, he could even defeat a level 40 Beastmaster. Almost no teacher in the school could match him. As the saying goes, a lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. What's more, he didn't underestimate Su Zhe, so he showed his strongest posture from the beginning. You deserve to be defeated by me in this state. But Su Zhe, on the other hand, only summoned a silver-level big dog and then stopped. And the look in this dog's eyes makes me feel stupid no matter how I look at it. Zhu Ji couldn't help but said loudly, "Su Zhe, you only summoned such a stupid silver-level dog. Are you looking down on me? After all, I am also a level 37 Beastmaster, with a level 37 Gold Beastmaster and a level 35 Silver Beastmaster. I showed my strongest form, and you just perfunctory me like this?" Su Zhe looked at the other person with a strange expression. It seemed that he was not the only one who thought that the Shadow Moon Wolf King looked like a dog. Then he said, "Who told you that this is a silver-level monster? Shadow Moon is a genuine platinum-level monster." As soon as this statement came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Who are you lying to? You really think that high-level monsters are nothing but cabbage? Yes, he just got lucky and contracted a newly hatched diamond-level monster. Now he actually said that he contracted a platinum-level monster. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. This must be a psychological tactic. Brother, help me take revenge and beat him into a pig's head for me too. Zhu Ji on the stage didn't believe it either, but he soon couldn't help but believe it. Faced with a human who calls himself a big dog, Shadow Moon will not show mercy. You are the dog. Your whole family is a dog. Zhu Ji's shadow suddenly restrained him as if it came to life, and then the Shadow Moon Wolf King rushed over and slapped it away with his claws. Everyone was still immersed in the shock that the monster could speak, and they didn't realize that Zhu Ji had been beaten under the ring as soon as they met. I heard that monsters can speak and even transform when they are upgraded to a certain level. Monsters with higher bloodline have lower requirements for this level. Wait a minute. You said you're talking about transformation? Doesn't that mean everything in the Beast Ear Girl evaluation guide is true? You'd better be able to defeat the transformed monster first, otherwise be careful. As for Zhu he immediately ran to Zhu Ji and helped him up. Because Zhu Ji was facing the ground, his face was very exciting at the moment. At least seeing his brother's appearance, Zhu He immediately regained his balance. It seemed that his condition was pretty good. Zhu Ji fell into the ring, and Su Zhe won. With Xiao Su's announcement, everyone realized that the competition was over. As they left the show, They felt empty. It always felt like they had just watched something, but they didn't watch anything at all. It ended too quickly. Even the people beside the ring couldn't help but complain. Why is Zhuji useless? Can't he hold on for a little longer? What is this show? Huang Yi sighed and said. Then can you defeat Zhuji so quickly and easily? Two of the three people looked at each other and shook their heads. It is Lu Yi and Jiang Jianbin who are ranked 3rd and 4th. That's easy. He's stronger than you all. After that, Suze took Zhu Ji's place and formed the new 5 participants. The big competition will start in the second half of the year. There is still some time. If someone can defeat them during this period, the quota will still change. Xiao Su didn't say anything else except telling Suze that he should train harder in the future and strive to achieve good results. After Suze agreed casually, he returned to the breeding area again. This time, there was one more person, and he was an acquaintance of Suze, Sun Hao of Daxiaolingwei. Since the camp was destroyed, Suze hid in the underground space to guard Feng Qingyi's nirvana. Sun Hao couldn't find Suze to perform the bodyguard mission, so he simply went back to help rebuild. There were too many people when seeing off Guolinshan last time, and Suze couldn't see him alone for a while. Sun Hao's face was very ugly, and he looked towards Suze, who had just returned. What's wrong, brother Sun? Do you have anything to do with me? Suze asked upon seeing this. Sun Hao nodded. Yes, the new captain has arrived, asking you to go back with me. After all, Suze is now a great Xia spirit guard, so he needs to obey the captain's orders. No problem, but you look so ugly. It seems that this new captain is not a good person? Suze asked. Jiang Tianlong's father? He really just called his son to be his father. I hope there won't be another grandpa in the end. Suze couldn't help but complain. Sun Hao continued. Yes, his name is Jiang Sheng. He was supposed to be from the Imperial Army, but I don't know what tricks were used to transfer him to the Eastern Army to take over Captain Guo's position. In fact, Suze was not too surprised that the Jiang family members served as the captain. After all, Guolinshan had already said before leaving that someone in the Jiang family was using their connections to get the vacant detachment leader position. Although Guolinshan has used all his strength to stop it, he must still be unable to arm wrestle with these big families. However, Suze was a little surprised that Jiang Tianlong's father personally took over the position. After all, the intention was too obvious. What does he want from me? Suze asked. Sun Hao shook his head and said, I don't know, but the person who came here must be evil. He himself also brought a team of spiritual guards. As soon as he took office, Captain Guo's original office was destroyed. Then he removed all team captains from their posts and promoted the cronies he brought. We also doubled everyone's daily training volume and tasks. We can't even stand firm when we practice. Now everyone is suffering and can't speak out. Then he spat and said disdainfully, Are those guys so embarrassed to claim to be the great Xia spiritual guard? I feel sick when I think of their flattering looks. They are simply the Jiang family's private army. It seems that Captain Guo is right. As the largest and most powerful imperial army of the great Xia spiritual guard, the Imperial Army has actually changed a long time ago and is dead. Suze also frowned. Unexpectedly, the other party directly brought a team of people over. Obviously, this Jiang Sheng didn't want to hide his true purpose at all. He just came to avenge his son, not only for Suze, but also for all Daxia spirit guards in Beishan City. Sun Hao continued, Brother Suze, this guy has absolutely no good intentions when he comes to you. I'm just afraid that he will let his cronies come to you, leaving you unprepared and being plotted by him. So I came here in person. You just stay in the school now, pretend I haven't been here, and pretend you don't know anything. He won't dare to come directly to the school and do anything to you. It is indeed the safest to stay in school. After all, there is Lin Shi who can protect him. But because Lin Shi had to guard the Dragon Corp's anchor point in the underground space, she couldn't leave the school easily, which made it very difficult. He asked, If I don't go, what will you do? If the news is not brought, Jiang Sheng will not let you go easily, right? Sun Hao spread his hands and said indifferently, At worst, I won't be the great Xia Ling Wei and go to Captain Guo. Anyway, he will be very bored at home alone after he retires. Then you may be disappointed. Mr. Guo is not at home right now. Suze said casually. Huh? Where can that be? Sun Hao asked. But Suze didn't answer. He was wondering if Jiang Sheng would continue to target these spiritual guards left by Mr. Gua to protect ordinary people if he never showed up. They once fought to protect themselves, so Suze couldn't just leave them behind. He was unwilling to escape. Brother Sun Hao, don't bother. I also want to meet the new captain for a while. Suze made a decision. He was interrupted and said, Brother Sun Hao, don't be nervous. If I dare to go to him, I must have a way to protect myself and won't be so reckless. If Feng Qingyi could absorb the dragon fire and complete nirvana at this time, Suze would have nothing to worry about. A 75-level diamond-level monster can escape even when faced with an 80-level beastmaster. What's more, all the detachment leaders of Daxiao Lingwei are between level 60 and level 70, and Jiang Sheng is no exception. But the problem is that she still needs at least a few months, and Suze can't wait that long anymore. So Suze walked into the house alone, and Lin Shi was already waiting for him inside. Boy, I can't guarantee that I can keep you. After all, there are still many masters in the Jiang family. Lin Shi said straight to the point. What is the upper limit of the teacher's nightmare clone's ability? Suze nodded. After all, this was just a clone. That should be enough. Teacher, can you let the Nightmare Lord's clone enter my shadow again? Same as last time. Lin Shi took a sip of wine and said, The Nightmare Lord's clone has never left your shadow. It's just that its power has been exhausted. When it entered the shadow world, I had already helped it restore its power. Suze felt relieved, thanked him, and returned outside the house. Su Yao came here at some unknown time. She seemed to have learned everything from Sun Hao just now, and looked at him with worry on her face. Suze stepped forward and patted her hand to reassure her, and said, Okay, Brother Sun Hao, let's go. But Su Yao grabbed the corner of his clothes with his backhand and said, Can't we just go? It's very dangerous. Suze sighed, and then said, Jiang Sheng came to avenge his son, and he will definitely not give up so easily. Even if I don't go now, I can't stay in school forever. It's better to go now and see what tricks he wants to play. Seeing that Su Yao was still worried, Suze had an idea and looked into her eyes and said sincerely, Since you are worried, why not go to the Beast Controllers Association and ask President Yu Xinghua for help? He has a very good relationship with Captain Gua. He also takes good care of me. He is very strong. With him, my safety is guaranteed. Hearing this, Su Yao immediately let go of Suze's hand. He warned, Then you have to walk slowly and wait for me, and don't conflict with that guy before President Yu arrives. Don't worry. Suze nodded. Su Yao then turned around and ran out, rushing towards the Beast Tamer Association as quickly as possible. Okay, Brother Sun Hao, let's go. Don't you have to wait for President Yu to come? Suze shook his head and said, The last time the Jiang family plotted against me, they had a way to take away both Principal Xiao and President Yu, and this time it will probably be no exception. He was afraid that Su Yao would be worried about following him, so he sent her away. Although he now has the Nightmare clone as a life-saving trump card, Su Yao is too weak to withstand the aftermath of the attack. An accident may occur if he is not careful. Suze will not allow this to happen. But this time he really guessed wrong. The reason why Xiao Su and Yu Xinghua were able to be transferred at the same time last time was because the Jiang family was behind the scenes. But this time, because the ancestor of the Jiang family did not give the order, it was entirely a revenge move by Jiang Tianlong's grandfather, Jiang Lu. Being able to spend money to pave the way to take over Guo Linshan's position is already the limit. If you want to reach out and interfere with the Beast Controllers Association, you can't do it with this lineage alone. So Yu Xinghua is indeed still in the association, but because he is busy with important matters, Su Yao is temporarily waiting anxiously in the waiting room. At this time, Suze had arrived at the entrance of the new camp. As soon as he arrived at the door, Suze felt someone staring at him. But unlike the previous gazes that were just scrutinizing, the gaze he felt this time was extremely aggressive and hostile. It seems that Sun Hao is right. Not only positions such as squad leader, but also all useful positions have been replaced by people brought by Jiang Sheng. The person hiding in the dark did not show up to stop Suze and watched him walk into the camp. It wasn't until his back disappeared that he walked out of the secret sentry post and closed the gate of the camp. Suze didn't know what happened behind him. He just clenched his fists as he looked at the Daxia spirit guards in front of him, who collapsed to the ground in exhaustion after being drilled, and even the wounds left in the previous battles burst open and shed blood. One by one, this won't work? How much training is this? Get them all up and run another 30 kilometers. A skinny monkey-like man said proudly at the side. Judging from the stars on the shoulders of his Daxia Spirit Guard uniform, he was one of the new team captains appointed by Jiang Sheng. Damn it! Didn't you hear me telling you to run away? Move quickly. He tried to kick a spirit guard who was lying on the ground in pain with a split wound on his leg, but was stopped by Su Zhe, who couldn't bear it anymore. He pushed the skinny monkey to the ground and said, with a face like a skinny monkey with a weak kidney, "Why should you train others? You should first train your third leg until you can stand up smoothly." "Oh damn, who are you? Dare to attack me? I am now the captain of the squad. The bounden duty of the Great Xia Spirit Guard is to obey orders. Do you want to be kicked out of the Spirit Guard army?" As soon as Shouho opened his mouth, all those guys who were resting and watching others training gathered around him. They are all people brought by Jiang Sheng, and their goal is to torture others. Seeing Su Zhe and Sun Hao being surrounded, the others finally couldn't bear it anymore and came behind them. "Damn it, I don't want to practice anymore. These people don't do anything. They just sit there and increase our training intensity. From morning to now, I have run dozens of kilometers without even drinking water. Now I can't even squeeze out a drop of urine. That's right, no more practice. Let's go find Captain Gua. He is worthy of being our captain. Who are these guys?" That's right. Just when everyone responded one after another, the situation was about to get out of hand. Suddenly, a powerful pressure came from the air and directly suppressed everyone until they could hardly breathe. However, the guys on the opposite side were fine and nothing happened, and they even looked at them leisurely. "Oh, did you just say that you don't want to do it anymore? As Daxia Spirit Guards, if you say such things, can I understand that you want to rebel?" In the face of traitors, all Daxia Spirit Guards have the qualifications and obligations to kill them on the spot. A low voice came from deep in the camp, and those people instantly obeyed the order and revealed their murderous intentions. "And to be able to teach players like you, it seems that old man Gua is not clean either. Maybe he colluded with the Fuso secret guards and killed my son." A middle-aged man with a hooked nose, a cool head, and a round waist finally separated from the crowd and walked over. He is Jiang Tianlong's father Jiang Sheng, and he is also Su Zhe's current captain. "That's right, Captain. I said a few words to these guys because they wanted to be lazy, and they actually wanted to betray the Great Xia Spirit Guard. We really can't keep such people." Shouho immediately got up from the ground and said flatteringly. He knew that Jiang Sheng's purpose was to avenge his son, but these people were Daxia Lingwei and they couldn't attack casually. At this time, they needed to be charged. What they want is to force people to take action. Everyone was breathless under Jiang Sheng's pressure and argued for themselves. Only Su Zhe could step forward and look at the Yinwu old man and said, "Captain Jiang Sheng, everyone is just out of breath due to the excessive training volume." So they complained a few times. "If you say you want to rebel, you are labeling others, right? I remember that you are also the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Since you don't want to rebel, then go train with them and continue to double the amount of training." He looked at Su Zhe with a ferocious smile and said. Before Su Zhe could speak, Sun Hao on the side helped. Brother Su Zhe was recruited into the Great Xia Spirit Guard by our Captain Gua as an exception. Captain Gua once said personally that Su Zhe does not need to participate in any training or tasks of the Great Xia Spirit Guard before he graduates. Jiang Sheng suddenly opened his cloudy eyes and interrupted. "Captain Gua? Gua Linshan is no longer your captain. I have the final say here. What are you recruiting by exception? What does he think of the Great Xia Lingwei? Is he Gua Linshan's Yantang? Everyone should either train me obediently or get out of the Great Xia Lingwei." The thin monkey on the side also immediately helped. Yes. I'm just wondering how come this kid is so confident and dares to contradict his boss. It turned out to be a Guanxi account. Unfortunately, your Guanxi account has been retired now. These words came out of their mouths, which made Su Zhe feel particularly ironic. But Su Zhe was not willing to withdraw from the Daxia Spirit Guard as they wished. He liked the philosophy of this army and respected the oath he swore when he joined. It is precisely because of this that Su Zhe is so disgusted with these people in front of him. What they did is simply tarnishing the Great Xia Spirit Guard. You are neither willing to leave nor to train. Your attitude makes it difficult for me to deal with it. It seems that I need to be trained and trained, Jiang Sheng said with evil intentions, with a sinister smile on his face. The figure of a huge black snake was gradually emerging behind him. Just when the tension was at stake, Suze had already made a decision to let the nightmare clones hypnotize them all, and then solve them all in one go, without any proof. At worst, he will wait for Jiang Tianlong's grandfather to trouble him again and avenge his son and grandson together. But at this moment, a bold voice familiar to Suze came from the air. Jiang Sheng, let me see if you dare to take action. Then Yu Xinghua, a man with white hair, fell from the sky and landed directly between the two groups, separating them. Su Yao was also gently put down by his beast, a raging lion. President Yu, are you in the association? And Su Yao, why are you here too? Just let President Yu come. Suze said happily after seeing this, which was indeed beyond his expectation. Su Yao came to Suze and complained. He brought me here immediately after I found President Yu. Didn't he promise not to do anything before I came? Why are you so impulsive? It was almost too late. Suze scratched his head in embarrassment. He really didn't expect that Yu Xinghua was still in the city this time. Is the Jiang family so careless in taking action this time? But this is also a good thing. With Yu Xinghua still around, Jiang Sheng has to think twice before taking action. From the pressure just now, Suze could feel that perhaps due to his lack of talent, his strength was not strong, not even as good as his son Jiang Tianlong. Not to mention that Yu Xinghua, who was already in his twilight years, had experienced an unstoppable wave of continuous upgrades since he faced Fusong's secret guard burning at Tianyin Volcano. He has reached the level of 70-level Beast Master directly. If he wants to continue to upgrade, he needs to contract a more advanced Beast Master. But Yu Xinghua could also feel that his upper limit was right here, so there was no need to waste the country's high-level beast control resources. Since Jiang Sheng was no match for Yu Xinghua, he couldn't be arrogant anymore. After all, in the final analysis, what matters in the end is strength. As Suze expected, Jiang Sheng calmed down his anger, looked at Yu Xinghua, and said, President Yu, this is an internal matter of our great Xia Spirit Guard and has nothing to do with your Beast Controllers Association. You can't control it, right? Yu Xinghua laughed and said, Haha, don't be so high-sounding and flatter yourself. Who doesn't know that you are here for revenge? Xiaogua specifically told me to take care of Suze before he left. I promised him not to break his promise. Jiang Sheng stopped acting when he saw this. He said with a ferocious smile, Okay, great. There is one more person to bury my son with. Yu Xinghua, do you really think you are so strong that I can't do anything to you? After all, they are just frogs in a well in remote areas. How can they know the background of a big family? Before he finished speaking, behind him, a man with his head lowered and a hood wearing an ordinary Daxia Spirit Guard uniform suddenly stepped forward. He lifted the hood on his head, revealing a patch of snow-white silver hair and a face full of wrinkles. This turned out to be an old man, a gray-haired old man. I saw Jiang Sheng bending towards him very respectfully, and while stepping back, he said, Dad, it's useless for my son. In the end, it's up to you to take action. Humph. The old man snorted coldly, and then silently summoned his own monster. As the platinum light shines, a terrifying atmosphere fills the entire place. Is it really true that the younger ones are beaten to become the older ones? Is the progress so ridiculous? Suze looked at the white-haired old man and complained feebly. Yu Xinghua, who was originally full of confidence, turned ugly when he saw the old man. Jiang Lu sneered and said, Whether there are capable people in the Jiang family is not your concern. My favorite grandson died here for no reason. If I hadn't taken action just now, maybe even my youngest son would have to answer for it. Do you think I can still sit still? Shouldn't I intervene? Along with Jiang Lu's roar, a pure white tiger also walked out of the summoning circle and appeared behind Jiang Lu. The tiger is as tall as a 3- or 4-story building. Its sharp teeth are probably as long as half a person, and it has a pair of wings behind it. Like a tiger with even more wings, it is majestic and majestic. Accompanied by an earth-shattering tiger roar, the terrifying pressure made everyone breathless. So strong. This time, even Suze was forced to lower his head. He looked at Yu Xinghua beside him and asked, President Yu, how are you doing? Can you get it done? Yu Xinghua shook his head and said, This old man is very strong. He outclasses me in terms of beast control level and bloodline. It is impossible to win. I'll try my best to hold him down later, and you should seize the time to turn around and run away. The further away, the better. Suze gritted his teeth. Run? How far can he run? Without Fengqingyi, he could only rely on 2 legs to fly, but Jiang Lu could obviously fly. I'm afraid that before he can run a few steps, he will be caught up and taken away with one move. Yu Xinghua is so afraid of Jiang Lu, which means that its level must be higher than level 70, but I don't know if it is higher than level 75, and whether the nightmare clone left by Lin she can still have any effect. I can only take a gamble. Suze lowered his voice and said close to Yu Xinghua's ear, President Yu, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape if I run away. I might as well stay and help you and fight him together. Fight? How do you fight? Could it be that your golden-feathered phoenix is really not dead? Then it has to run away. Don't let it fall into the hands of the Jiang family. Yu Xinghua replied in a low voice. Then how are you going to help me? If you stay like this, you will only hold me back. Don't worry about my mother-in-law. Let's go quickly. The faster you can escape, the faster I can evacuate, the greater the chance of survival. Yu Xinghua became anxious when he heard this and scolded Suze. Lin she had become an ordinary faculty member at the Beast Control University since the accident. She probably didn't want too many people to know her identity, so Suze didn't say it clearly. As long as he falls asleep, we can easily get rid of him. Suze made a gesture quietly. For him, it doesn't matter if Jiang Lu comes, he can solve them all in one go and avoid future troubles. Looking at the 2 whispering people, Jiang Lu had been watching from the side leisurely and did not stop them. He didn't seem to be worried about what methods the 2 could discuss to deal with him. Have you finished your last words? Once you finish speaking, I'm going to take action. Jiang Lu did not use any means to control the beast. He just pointed forward, and the winged white-fronted tiger behind him flew towards them. Yu Xinghua went all out to turn the raging flame lion into a beast control armor and wear it on his body to meet him. The aftermath of the battle between the 2 was not something that others could bear, and everyone quickly retreated. Looking at the situation between the 2 of them after the thick smoke and dust cleared, Yu Xinghua blocked the white tiger's attack forcefully, his hands firmly holding up the 2 huge tiger claws. It seemed that the 2 of them were evenly matched after this move, but in fact, Suze, who was closer, could already see at a glance that the hand position of Yu Sheng's fire beast armor was completely broken. Both hands were bloody, and the white bones even pierced the flesh and were exposed. The white tiger's face showed a very anthropomorphic, playful expression like a cat playing with a mouse. With every step forward by Jiang Lu behind him, Yu Shenghua's expression became more painful, and his figure sank downwards. And the moment the 2 of them got started, Suze was also praying for his shadow in Su Yao's strange eyes. It's a nightmare, please help me. We can't passively defend this time. We have to take the initiative. And his shadow did respond. A series of black tentacles stretched out, swinging gently, seeming very hesitant. It's a nightmare. If you don't help, I'll be dead. As a clone, it does not have complete intelligence and can only remember some simple commands. For example, protect Suze's life. Once encountering a situation that threatens Suze's life, he will immediately attack to protect Suze. So when Suze said that he was going to die, it was immediately activated. Suze was overjoyed and began to command the nightmare clone to sneak all the way from the shadow to Jiang Lu's shadow to attack. Everything went so smoothly that Suze couldn't believe it. The nightmare was already hiding in Jiang Lu's shadow and began to touch him gently with its tentacles in an attempt to hypnotize him. This time, the always invincible tentacles did not instantly plunge people into a dreamland where it was difficult to distinguish between true and false, as before. But Suze knew that this was because Jiang Lu's level was too high and he needed to be given more time. President Yu, thank you for your hard work. Please wait a little longer. Suze muttered silently in his heart. The white tiger is also very cooperative. It can obviously defeat Yu Xinghua easily, but it insists on killing Yu Xinghua. Little by little, half of Yu Xinghua's body was pressed into the soil, and his hands were completely shapeless. Why haven't you succeeded yet? Suze was anxious. At this time, Jiang Lu also spoke. Okay, White Tiger, let's deal with them when you've had enough fun. Then he looked at Su Zhe, who was very anxious, and said with a smile on his face, "By the way, boy, you seem to want to use it to plot against me just now, right?" Jiang Lu casually grabbed a tentacle that the nightmare clone had no time to retract and pulled a black humanoid out of his shadow with a force. Then he grabbed the two ends of the black humanoid with both hands and used force, tearing the nightmare into pieces. At this moment, Su Zhe was really desperate. Jiang Lu's beast control level is probably at least 80. Even if Feng Qingyi completes Nirvana in time, he probably won't be able to save himself. And at the moment when the nightmare clone was destroyed, Lin Shi suddenly stood up from the recliner. Huh? This kid really met a master now. Then he looked at the entrance to the underground space and hesitated. The reason he has been guarding this place for so many years is not to guard against foreign troops, such as the Fuso secret guards. They are nothing at all, and they are not worthy of his vigilance. What I was afraid of was what was on the other side where the dragon corpse was. In just a blink of an eye, he had already reached the halfway point and saw the fighting action not far ahead. But he finally stopped. Then he turned around and flew back. "Yes, teacher." A relaxed and carefree voice came from the air. Jiang Lu was very satisfied when he saw the desperate expression on Su Zhe's face. He thought that his beloved grandson was forced to self-destruct. What a desperate decision must he have made under such a desperate situation. That's why he made Su Zhe experience the same feeling. "Okay, with this despair, go to the underworld to apologize to my grandson." Wait a minute. Jiang Lu was interrupted just as he was about to take action. If it were an ordinary person, that would be fine. He wouldn't listen at all. But this man is his son, Jiang Sheng. He looked at Su Zhe with a happy face and said, "Father, give him to me. I will avenge Tianlong with my own hands." Although Jiang Tian is his favorite grandson, he is Jiang Sheng's biological son after all, so he should be more suitable than himself to take revenge. "Then leave it to you." After Yu Xinghua heard this, he was about to continue to resist when Baihu slapped him into the ground. Behind Jiang Sheng, the black snake had wrapped itself around his body and then transformed into a short gun like a needle fixed to his left arm. At the same time, a faint snake shadow entangled Su Zhe in place, unable to escape. "Boy, I won't let you all die quickly. I will inject toxins into your body, slowly corroding your body, making you feel what it feels like when your internal organs are melting, and then you will die in severe pain." He raised his venom-short spear and had already arrived in front of Su Zhe, just as he was about to stab him. Suddenly, a green dragon halberd fell from the sky and smashed the short spear in Jiang Sheng's hand. His master beast also recovered its original form and turned into a giant black snake struggling painfully under the green dragon halberd. Corrosive blood flowed everywhere, but it was quickly sucked away by the azure dragon halberd. Jiang Lu's expression also changed drastically, and he hurriedly blocked his son behind him. This move of the green dragon halberd was so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. In other words, if the halberd had just hit Jiang Lu instead of Jiang Sheng, he would still not be able to escape. With such powerful strength and such weapons, Jiang Lu only had one name in his mind, and that was Dragon Controller Xiao Sheng. Why is he here? Didn't he cooperate with those guys from the Eastern Legion to detonate Fuda Mountain? Fuso suffered such a heavy loss, so they let him back so easily. In fact, not only did they not dare to stop Xiao Sheng, they even wanted to have a fireworks festival immediately after he left to calm their shock. It's a pity that the Futu Mountain eruption caused the death of a large number of civilians. These days, they can only pretend to be in pain and bow and apologize in front of the major media. They really dare not show their joy blatantly. After the green dragon halberd, Xiao Sheng, dressed in white, also slowly arrived in the mid-air above. The green dragon halberd instantly transformed into a small but powerful green dragon that wrapped around Xiao Sheng's body. Black Snake was freed and slipped back to Jiang Sheng. But its figure has shrunk a lot. After all, most of its blood essence has just been sucked away by the azure dragon halberd. Then the Biyun dragon wrapped around Xiao Sheng looked at the winged white tiger below with great hostility, let out a dragon roar, and frightened it into fleeing with its tail between its legs. Yu Xinghua, who was completely beaten into the earth, could breathe a sigh of relief. Huh? There's actually someone underneath the tiger. Seeing this, Xiao Sheng casually waved his hand and rescued Yu Xinghua from the ground. Then, Under another green beam of light, Yu Shenghua's injuries recovered instantly. Not only were all the broken bones in his hands reattached and returned to their original positions, but even the remaining life fire that burned in the previous battle felt somewhat restored. "Why are you panicking?" Jiang Lu yelled angrily. "It's nothing." Xiao Sheng fell from midair and said, "I am just the honorary commander of the Eastern Legion of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, and I just brought a piece of news." "Suze!" he shouted after stepping on the ground. "Hey here." Suze immediately jogged to Xiao Sheng. With this backer, he felt particularly confident now. "Very good. Have you grown this big already?" Suze was stunned for a moment. Does this sentence mean that he knows himself? "And it's me when I was a kid." Before he could react, Xiao Sheng then said very seriously, "I am now conveying the orders from the headquarters of the Eastern Legion of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. In view of the fact that Daxia Spirit Guard Suze has repeatedly thwarted the plans of the Fuso Secret Guards, killed a large number of Fuso Secret Guards, and forced out many hidden secrets in Daxia. Although he has only been in Daxia for a short time, he has made outstanding military achievements and is now promoted to the 13th captain of the Eastern Legion of the Daxia Spirit Guard." Suze was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. What he had been worried about before was that Jiang Sheng became his immediate boss, which meant that he could be targeted in various ways. Even if it fails this time because of Xiao Sheng's appearance, there's no guarantee what kind of methods will be used next time. And he didn't want to be forced to withdraw from the Daxia Spirit Guard. Now, he has also been promoted to the captain of the Great Xiaoling Guard. Sitting on an equal footing, he naturally does not have to listen to the other party's orders. Jiang Sheng frowned and said, "Master Xiao Sheng, I don't want to question you, but the Eastern Legion has a total of 4 brigades and 12 detachments. Where did the 13th detachment come from?" Xiao Sheng said with a smile, "Not now. In view of the fact that Beishan City was attacked by Fuso secret guards twice in a short period of time, the Legion headquarters decided to add a detachment in Beishan City. Suze serves as the detachment leader. As for the team members, you can choose the existing Daxia Spirit Guards to join." Suze smiled even more happily. He directly put all the previous Great Xia Spirit Guards into the team without having to choose. The expressions of Jiang Sheng and the two became increasingly ugly. But this was not over yet. Suze pointed at the thin monkey in front of him and said, "I want him too." Jiang Sheng was depressed, so he kicked him away and said, "If you want something embarrassing, take it away. Don't dirty my eyes here." "Haha, did you hear that? Just come here." Sun Hao pulled him over. The thin monkey was immediately surrounded by a group of strong men with malicious intentions, and he was suddenly frightened and sweating profusely. "Train us, right? Don't worry, we will also train you well." Because of Xiao Sheng's appearance, Suze finally passed this level without any danger, and also brought out the other Great Xia Spirit Guards. They came to the original site of the previously destroyed camp. Because they disliked the trouble of cleaning up, they chose another place to build the camp. Now that I think about it, the original place is better, at least it has many memories. The most important thing is that now someone is here to help them clean up the ruins. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Why don't you move these rocks away quickly? If we don't finish moving this area today, we won't be allowed to eat. Sun Hao said threateningly, grabbing a whip with one arm and whipping the air. In front of him, 7 or 8 people were cleaning the bricks and stones on the ruins with mournful expressions, and Skinny Monkey was among them. With Xiao Sheng behind him, Suze unceremoniously asked for all the most arrogant people just now, and Zhang Lu and Jiang Sheng did not dare to refuse. Now they have been completely reduced to coolies, helping the Great Xia Spirit Guards of the 13th Detachment to let out a bad breath. But just because they were satisfied, it didn't mean that Suze was also satisfied with the result. So he found Xiao Sheng, who had not yet left. Because the camp was still in ruins, he lay down on the branches of a giant tree nearby. The Biyun dragon was not around either. Instead, there was a beautiful girl wearing a green dress with a pair of short dragon horns on her head. Suze knew that it was the incarnation of the Biyun dragon, but he didn't expect that it was so powerful that it was also a female like Feng Qingyi. "Junior brother, are you here to see me for anything?" Xiao Sheng looked at Suze, who came forward, and asked with a smile. He has excellent looks, and his preference for wearing white clothes adds to his elegance. It is hard to imagine that such a person would be an indelible shadow in the hearts of Fuso people. But what did that sentence mean before? Have you ever seen me as a child? Xiaosheng nodded and said, not only have I seen it, I also changed your diaper, but it stinks. He waved his hand in front of his nose as a gesture, then looked at it maliciously and said to Suze, I don't know what the size of the little bird I saw back then is now. Suze smiled awkwardly, fearing that he would scare him if he said it. Then I heard Xiaosheng continue. At that time, your parents and I were students of Mr. Lin. They were my junior brother and junior sister. Then he frowned and said, so after I heard that Mr. Lin accepted you as his student again, I was confused for a long time. I didn't know whether I should call you junior brother or junior nephew. At that time, I was responsible for learning Mr. Lin's combat skills, while they were learning Mr. Lin's research knowledge. My talent is actually not that good. The teacher once wanted to give up on me. Compared to your parents, they are amazingly talented in the field of research. In the end, it was with their help that Biyun successfully absorbed the dragon's blood and evolved into a dragon. Then he made a mocking voice and said, hey, if it weren't for your parents' help, that old man would have never succeeded before, and he wasted a lot of divine beast essence and blood in vain. Then I realized that I didn't seem to respect the teacher just now, which ruined my character, so I coughed twice. Suze also pretended not to hear. The girl transformed into a green cloud dragon, took 2 steps forward, looked at Suze a few times, and gently touched his forehead with her dragon horn. Biyun is expressing his gratitude in the dragon way. Xiaosheng explained from the side. If it weren't for your parents' help, she would have died long ago. Then Xiaosheng sighed again and said, we also feel very guilty for you. After Biyun advanced into the diamond monster, the teacher had to interrupt all his research in the school to protect my safety. It is precisely because of this that he was not able to discover the research done by your parents. By the time everything happens, it will be too late. Suze was slightly startled but did not speak. The decision already made cannot be changed. Even if Lin Shi informed them of the dangers and stopped them, Suze believed that his parents would still make the same move. Looking at you, Mr. Lin should have told you what happened back then. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Xiaosheng asked. Suze nodded when he heard this and said, it's true. Senior brother, why did you let those people go just now? Shouldn't we eradicate the roots? Suze said, and made a gesture of wiping his neck. This provoked Xiaosheng to applaud repeatedly. Good boy, fierce enough. I like him. In Suze's view, Xiaosheng was able to spread blood all over Fusang and become a psychological shadow for Fusang people. He should not be an indecisive and merciless person. He should also know that as long as Jiang Lu and Jiang Sheng are alive, they will always be a hidden danger to Suze, unless he can always be by Suze's side to protect him. But obviously, as one of the only 100-level war gods in Daxia, he has many things to do and cannot do this. Faced with Suze's question, Xiaosheng sighed and said, I was really aiming to deal with them all, but unfortunately, there were people watching me from a distance at that time. That guy is moody, but if he dares to attack the Jiang family in front of him, he will fight me to death. Even if I can kill Jiang Lu and the others instantly before he takes action, he can also kill you before I take action, so I can't do it. Suze was shocked when he heard this. There is probably only one person in the whole of Great Xia who can be treated with such caution by Xiaosheng, and that is another 100th level war god of unknown reputation. Unlike Xiaosheng, he rarely shows up, and even his upgrades are done in obscurity and he reaches level 100. It is also true that by the time he emerges, it will be too late for Fuso to take action. There are only 2 impressions of this god of war. One is the feeling of family and country. Before Xiaosheng, he was the one who shouldered all the pressure of Daxia and faced powerful enemies. The second is the close relationship with the Jiang family, which is why the Jiang family can turn the original 3 major families into the current 4 major families. With him here, it is indeed difficult to take action against the Jiang family. Biyun on the side also nodded in agreement, pouted and said, yes, that guy looks normal at ordinary times, but once he fights with others, he becomes a madman. I don't want to face the thick and long stick in his hand. Obviously, he suffered a loss under that stick. Xiaosheng continued, you don't have to worry. When I can't spare my hands, he won't be able to spare his hands to deal with you. Besides, in addition to meeting the teacher after completing the mission and bringing you some news, I also want to replenish the power of the sculpture clone in front of the Beast Tamer Association in Beishan City that has consumed its power. I will plant a mark on your body. Whenever you encounter danger, the clone will be activated to protect you." Suze breathed a sigh of relief. He had not seen the statue's strength after being activated with his own eyes, but had heard other people's reports. The power of easily defeating a fake artifact was at least 80 levels of strength, which was enough to deal with Jiang Lu. Unless the Jiang family doesn't practice martial ethics so much that even the ancestors are dispatched. Suze was about to say something when he felt a slight vibration under his feet. The vibration was slight and disappeared quickly. Suze thought it was an illusion until he saw Xiaosheng's serious expression. Biyun on the side became even more restless, as if he was affected by something. "Senior brother Xiaosheng, what happened?" Suze asked upon seeing this. "If I feel right, there may be a big problem. You stay here, I will go over and take a look." Then he flew up, and Biyun also got into his arms, turning into a light green stream of light and going away. This terrible guess shocked Suze. If something happened to the anchor point and the world of monsters invaded, it would involve the level of fighting power of the monsters. Although Suze has the help of the system, he has not grown up enough to cope with it yet. No, not necessarily. There is more than one anchor point. Even if something happens below the school, it will not immediately lead to the invasion of the world of monsters. It's better to go and see what's going on. Even if it's really coming, we have to wake up Feng Qingyi to save his life. Suze followed Xiaosheng's footsteps and ran towards the school. But he had just set off, and Xiaosheng on the other side had already opened the entrance to the secret passage and walked in with ease. Although the shock had subsided at this time, he still maintained a high degree of nervousness, and Biyun had turned into a green dragon halberd and was held in his hand. Until he seemed to feel something, he smiled bitterly, and a green halo appeared around him. Wherever the halo passed, all the darkness and shadows were invisible, and a black figure was forced out. "Teacher, this is the time. Please stop playing with me." Lin Shi was drinking wine at this time, and walked out from the darkness and said, "TSK, you have become more powerful as you grow up, and the teacher can't even joke with you like before." Xiaosheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Shi seemed to be fine. Lin Shi looked at his protege with a smile. As soon as he took a step, he suddenly took a breath of cold air, as if he had been injured. Then he spit out the wine in his mouth. The wine was bright red and mixed with blood. Xiaosheng was shocked when he saw this. He took a few steps forward to help Lin Shi and found that the clothes on his chest were also stained with blood. He hurriedly asked, "Teacher, Biyun and I also felt his aura just now. What happened?" Lin Shi slowed down, swallowed the wine mixed with the smell of blood in her mouth, and said, "What else can I do? It's just a fake corpse. Fortunately, I only left for a while and didn't give him a chance to develop." Lin Shi walked through the aisle with Xiaosheng's help and returned to the underground space again. He was just here, fighting with the dragon corpse on the wall. To be precise, it was just a corpse. This is why he has to stay here all the time, because the dragon whose body has turned into bones is actually not dead yet. Just when he was about to help Suze after leaving, in just a moment, the flesh and blood of the dragon corpse suddenly spread from another world and began to cling to the empty skeleton here, trying to fill it completely. No one knows whether the completed dragon will be resurrected, let alone what impact it will have. So Lin Shi, who rushed back in time, immediately tried to stop it after realizing something was wrong. But most of his nightmares' abilities are on the spiritual level and have no effect on a piece of flesh and blood without a mind. He could only rely on strength to suppress it, but after feeling the resistance, the piece of flesh turned into a small bright red flesh dragon and attacked Lin Shi. It was during this confrontation that Lin Shi was injured. Fortunately, Feng Qingyi, who was in nirvana at the side, took action. Although her power was not strong enough, she controlled the dragon flames in the furnace to separate a ray and forced the flesh and blood dragon body back. Unexpectedly, it would be afraid of its own flames. So Feng Qingyi cooperated with Lin Shi and continued to suppress it completely. But in the end, it still failed to destroy it, and the flesh and blood pulled the skeleton back to the world of monsters. This also made the skeleton on the human world side a lot shorter. The distance between the two worlds seems to be getting closer. After Lin Shi finished telling everything, she opened her palm, while Xiao Sheng was deep in thought. There was a drop of restless golden blood lying in it. The only good thing about this accident is that I got another drop of divine beast essence and blood from my flesh and blood. How about it? Do you want to give it to your Biyun dragon? Lin Shi asked. Ordinary monsters cannot withstand the power of the essence and blood of divine beasts, but Biyun Jiaolong once succeeded, which also allowed her to advance to become a diamond-level monster. But this time Xiaosheng shook his head on behalf of Biyun Dragon and said, "No, dragon blood has no effect on Biyun now. We have reached the upper limit, and it cannot be solved by a drop of dragon blood." Lin Shi shook her head and said, "Just a drop of blood is not enough. Since you don't need it, I will give it to my savior. If it weren't for her, I might have confessed just now." Then he flicked the drop of dragon's blood into Feng Qingyi's nirvana furnace, and Feng Qingyi was overjoyed. But because of this, her nirvana, which had already reached its limit and was about to end, was suddenly extended. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Before falling asleep, she seemed to hear Lin Shi whisper, "She is." I couldn't hear what was behind me because I had completely collapsed. Soon, Suze also arrived at the Beast Control University. He was panting all the way, but he still rushed to the breeding area nonstop. He looked around and saw nothing before opening the secret passage and walking in. Suze had also been nervous, fearing that a group of monsters would rush over from the other end of the passage. Fortunately, this kind of thing didn't happen. It didn't take long before he came to the underground space and saw Lin Shi and Xiao Sheng standing in front of the dragon bone, because he could tell at a glance that this side of the keel had become shorter. But looking at it now, the traces left by my parents have disappeared. I couldn't see anything going forward, but behind me was the other half of the demon beast world, the flesh and blood dragon corpse. What the hell happened here? Lin Shi did not hide anything and told Suze everything that had just happened, including giving the drop of blood essence he obtained to Feng Qingyi in nirvana. After hearing this, Suze came to the stove, looked in through the stove door, and looked away with a blushing face after just one glance. Feng Qingyi was still sleeping in the stove. The flame of the fire was already very weak because she had absorbed most of its power, so it could not block Feng Qingyi's figure. Suze could clearly see a beautiful, undressed girl curled up in the stove like a fetus, with important parts of her body covered only by long hair and a few fiery red feathers. The youthful feeling before is no longer there, replaced by great beauty. Suze wiped his nose and closed the stove door, saying silently in his heart, although Lin Shi's drop of dragon blood extended Feng Qingyi's nirvana time, which was about to end, she gained even more benefits. It's just that the other party gave so many benefits to him, but it made Suze feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Shi saw this and explained from the side, "Boy, don't think too much. This is all compensation for your parents." This sentence dispelled most of Suze's worries. It seems that my parents are quite proud, but why didn't I feel it before? Even if I can't become a beast master, I don't see anyone coming to help. The three of them stayed in the underground space for a while, and after confirming that no more changes would occur to the dragon corpse, and that Feng Qingyi's nirvana was progressing steadily, they prepared to leave. But Xiaosheng said to Suze, "Junior brother, please go out first. Teacher and I haven't seen each other for a long time. I want to be alone for a while to catch up on old times." Suze didn't think much, nodded and left the underground space first. After Suze's back completely disappeared, Xiaosheng looked at the furnace where Feng Qingyi had achieved nirvana, then turned to Lin Shi and said, "Teacher, is the master of that little phoenix turned out to be my junior brother? We owe him enough. You must never put him in danger again. Not long ago, he only had excellent spiritual talents, but he was never able to contract a beast, and I didn't try to help him solve this problem. Because I originally thought that he could live his life peacefully as an ordinary person, and that would be enough. But who knew that not long after, various high-level monster eggs would always appear around him, so many that they could even be given away. In addition to this little diamond-level phoenix that is in nirvana, he also presented a platinum-level monster egg to Guo Linshan, who has resigned. Not long ago, a platinum-level Shadow Lord monster hatched in front of me. Xiaosheng also opened his mouth when he heard this. These monsters are actually nothing to him. There will only be more and richer ones in his collection. But the problem is that he is the only level 100 war god in Dacia, so he can come into contact with so many high-level monsters. Suze is only a freshman and has no family background. If he had to say it, he and his teacher were probably his biggest background. But when none of them provided help, the origins of so many high-level monsters were very suspicious. It seems that junior brother also has his own opportunities. Xiaoxing sighed. Lin Shi also nodded in agreement. Perhaps we should have thought of it earlier. If he came back alive from there, even if he lost his memory, he should be extraordinary. He raised his head and looked at the dark space crack above and said, "This black hole in space separates two worlds, and nothing can withstand its cutting. Only the hard dragon corpse can lie across it, preventing it from closing. But in fact, there is still one person who has passed through this black hole alive, and that is Suze." The Sulin couple's experiment accidentally caused huge turmoil. Lin Shi and Xiao Sheng hurried over, and all they saw was a mess, a slowly closing black hole in space, and a child spit out by the black hole. They didn't understand why the Sulins would choose to take Suze with them for such a dangerous experiment. What's more, I don't understand how Suze came back intact from a black hole in space that even a 100-level war god couldn't pass through. It's a pity that Suze, who was spit out by the black hole, lost his memory of that time, and there is no way to know what happened in the first place. They tried asking and using the power of the spiritual system to explore Suze's memory. However, various methods failed to achieve any results and only made him feel abnormal pain, so he had no choice but to give up. Lin Shi recalled the past and sighed. Our time is very tight now. Even if we successfully complete the robbery, we will still need to spend time cultivating it, so we must speed up the progress. Then he changed his previous appearance and said with firm eyes, "But old man, even if I risk my life, I will never let anything happen to him." Xiaosheng sighed and nodded helplessly. "Teacher, you don't have to say that. I will fully cooperate with you and nothing will happen to anyone." Lin Shi just smiled slightly when he heard this. Even after becoming one of Daxiao's gods of war, this child is still so innocent. How can you gain trust without paying a price? Besides, he is almost at the end, so he might as well burn himself in the last moments of his life. Then the two of them left the underground space together. Only the nirvana-like Feng Qingyi was left, the black hole in the space that was slowly spinning and trying to close, and the half of the keel on the earth wall that had once again fallen into deathly silence. But what they didn't notice was that they left. The deep mark left by the Sulin couple on the keel was actually no longer on the human world side at this time. Nor was it resurrected, covered in flesh and blood, and dragged to the world of monsters, as they had guessed. Rather, it is located right in the middle, where the black hole in space is constantly rotating and cutting into the place it wants to close. If the keel is intact, it can indeed withstand the cutting of space. But now, that crack is slowly but surely expanding under the sharp space force. The keel seems likely to be cut in half at any time, causing the black hole in space to close. Xiao Sheng was still feeling uneasy after leaving. He came to the door of the Beast Masters Association and looked at his statue in front of him. The statue depicts his appearance when he was still studying in Beishan City. He looked younger than he does now. There are people coming and going around the statue. After all, the Beast Tamer Association is one of the busiest places in every city. But with so many people passing by, no one noticed Xiao Sheng's presence. This is a small trick he uses to avoid being overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. Because Beishan City is the place where he was born and raised, he is particularly popular here, and this is why there is this statue to commemorate him. The stone sculpture is made of special stone material that can preserve power for a long time, and one of his clones is preserved in it. Xiao Sheng stepped forward and stroked the statue. Feeling the slightly insufficient power within it, he began to restore it. He waited until the statue reached its upper limit before stopping. But after Xiao Sheng took a step back, he still shook his head and felt that he was not satisfied enough, so he reached out and touched his waist. There is a belt around his waist, which is dotted with a transparent gem the size of an egg. I saw the gem flashing, and Xiao Sheng took out a huge monster crystal core in his hand. That was actually not a gem, but the crystal core of a very rare space monster. Even Xiao Sheng only obtained this level 60 crystal core and made it into a belt, which can open up a portable space of more than 10 square meters. He just took out the monster crystal core from space. The endurance of this stone statue is still a little weak after all, and the 2 strong crystal cores I collected are of no use. But this level 90 crystal core is just right. Then he melted the 90 level platinum monster crystal core in his hand into the stone statue. I saw the stone statue blooming with dazzling brilliance for an instant, and after a while it gradually subsided and calmed down. The small tricks used by Xiaosheng can reduce his presence so that others cannot detect it. But it could not cover up the huge stone statue, so everyone was instantly attracted by the change that occurred and surrounded Xiaosheng's stone statue. What's going on? Everyone, come and see. Master Xiaosheng's stone statue is glowing, especially this one on top of the head. It's so shiny. Could it be that Mr. Xiaosheng is going to show up again? Bah, bah, bah. Master Xiaosheng is still alive and well. Why does he appear to be a ghost? Everyone was talking about it there. Many of them still remember the time when the stone statue revived not long ago, defeated the Fuso secret guard carrying the divine sword with one move, and then threw him into the trash can. But that time when the stone statue was in danger, it was activated with a token when it was in danger. Now it seems that there is no danger? Could it be that the statue felt something? Everyone looked around vigilantly and felt relieved when they found nothing. At this time, the statue had already absorbed the crystal core, restrained its aura, and the light disappeared. Only then did everyone feel completely at ease. But after still worshipping around the statue like a Buddha, everyone dispersed, each busy with what they should do. The instigator, Xiaosheng, had already quietly left before anyone gathered around him. Junior brother, there is only so much I can do for you. Xiaosheng not only strengthened the statue from beginning to end, but also modified some settings. Now, in addition to the active token activation method, it can also be activated immediately to protect Su Zhe when his life is in danger. But statues also have limitations. For example, the place where Su Zhe is in danger cannot be too far away from it, otherwise he may not be able to sense it. Even if it senses it, it will take time for it to rush over. Even if it can fly, it is still a stone statue, and its speed is not much faster. Therefore, it is best to catch up with danger in Beishan City and several other nearby cities in time. Beyond this range, it will be difficult. He had to explain all these to Su Zhe, and then he had to leave Beishan City to attend to his own affairs. On the other side, the agitated father and son Zhonglu also received relevant news and learned that something strange had happened to the statue in front of the Beast Masters Association. After all, they are now one of the Daxia spirit guards responsible for the safety of Beishan City. And most people are still unaware of the existence of Su Zhe's 13th detachment, so they still get the news about what happened in the city as soon as possible. What happened to Xiaosheng's statue? He is now in Beishan City. What does it matter if a statue changes? After reading it, Jiang Sheng suppressed the news nonchalantly. He was very angry because Xiaosheng's appearance interrupted his revenge plan, so he didn't want to hear any news about Xiaosheng. But Jiang Lu grabbed his hand and took the news and looked at it carefully. Dad, don't read it. This is all useless news. Before Jiang Sheng finished speaking, Jiang Lu glared back. It's useless. Do you know what this means? Only Xiaosheng himself can make such a change in the statue. He must have done something to the statue so that it can also protect Su Zhe. After all, he can't stay in Beishan City forever. He will have to leave soon. Unlike me, I don't have a few more years to live anyway. In order to avenge Tianlong, it's not impossible to spend all the remaining years here. Jiang Lu said fiercely. Then he said with some reluctance, but now even though they are gone, they still have to leave this statue to stop us. Dad, what are we going to do? If it's just a statue, can you deal with it? Jiang Lu shook his head. Even if it's just a statue, I'm afraid it's not something I can easily deal with. But in the end, it's a dead thing after all. If you think about it carefully, there will definitely be a way. Just when Jiang Lu was lost in thought, Jiang Sheng said with emotion, it would be great if he could help us stop Xiaosheng. Doesn't he not allow others to kill our Jiang family? Why doesn't he care about Tianlong's affairs? Hearing this, Jiang Lu sneered and said, you are wrong. He is not a member of the Jiang family. He will not allow others to kill the Jiang family in front of him. This is his promise. But taking the initiative to avenge us is absolutely impossible. Then he continued, actually, there is nothing we can do. As long as we can lure Su Zhe away, as far away as possible, so that the statue has no time to react, there will be no problem. With a few good Samaritans, who worked tirelessly, the camp reconstruction work of the 13th detachment was progressing very smoothly. At this time, Xiaosheng had been away for a few days. Perhaps because he was worried about the strange phenomenon of the stone sculpture not long ago, the Zhang family did not make any more noise, and Su Zhe was happy to do so. It's just that the spiritual guards led by Jiang Sheng were so silent that they turned a blind eye to everything happening in the city, almost causing a riot. Fortunately, everyone also knew about Su Zhe's 13th detachment at this time, and many accumulated official documents were immediately stuffed into the simple camp built on the ruins. These things made Su Zhe confused and dizzy. After all, whether before or after time travel, he was just a student with little social experience. He had never experienced this. Fortunately, the other great Xia spirit guards around him were experienced in many battles. Since Sun Hao had a broken arm, apart from being a guard for Su Zhe, he could only be responsible for this aspect of work, so he knew it in detail. Captain Su. In fact, we don't encounter major events like Fuso's invasion once every few years. This year is the only exception. Usually what we deal with are trivial matters between beast masters, such as whose master's master forcibly got another family's master's master pregnant during the estrus period. Or maybe the two beast masters agreed to breed their respective beasts, but only one beast was born, and the two parties fought for ownership. Speaking of force, Su Zhe's spiritual level has now reached level 30 after receiving the support from the Shadow Moon Wolf King through a contract. The Shadow Moon Wolf King is a level 45 Lord-level monster, and its strength is comparable to the Diamond monster at the same level. The problem is that the basic hatching success of Diamond-level monsters is above level 50, so it is still doubtful whether they can really compare. But even so, Su Zhe is still the strongest member of the 13th team, and he can secure his position as captain even if he relies solely on his strength. Brother Sun, since you are so proficient in handling these matters, I will leave them all to you. I really can't do these things. If I force myself, I'm afraid it will only make a joke. Sun Hao smiled and said, Captain Su, I used to be shy when you called me brother, but now you are our captain and I can't bear it. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, Su Zhe had no choice but to nod, feeling that the burden on his shoulders was getting heavier again. Sun Hao took the various documents from Su Zhe's hand and said, I'm going to find a few colleagues who were in charge of paperwork before. Leave these to us. Captain Su can go about his own business. We all still remember Mr. Guo's order. You don't need to participate in the cumbersome tasks of Daxia Spirit Guard until you graduate. What's more, we have also heard that the once-a-decade beast control competition will start soon. Captain Su's talent will definitely get a quota for the competition. You should prepare well during this time. The beast taming competition is a big event. Even if you can't win the championship, as long as you are qualified to participate, you can become famous and get rewards. Brothers, they still want to follow you, the captain, to get the glory. Sun Hao said with a smile. Others also echoed. That's right. I think with the captain's talent, he can definitely win the championship in the beast control competition. The captain will also give some benefits to the brothers when the time comes. Okay, no problem. Su Zhe responded loudly. He was originally only interested in the sycamore fruit as the championship prize, and he would definitely be rushing to win the championship. But Su Zhe still felt a little sorry for being such a hands-off shopkeeper, so he said to Sun Hao, Brother Sun, I really don't know anything about other things, but I am still good at fighting. If you encounter a dangerous person who cannot be dealt with, just leave it to me. After entering the working state, everyone began to divide the work and cooperate, and handle various affairs in a normal operation. After Su Zhe realized that his existence was indeed dispensable, he left the camp with peace of mind. After returning to Qinglong Beast Control University, Su Zhe did not go to find his teacher Lin Shi, but went to a closed training ground at the other end of the school. If it weren't for Dahea's problems with Da Xiaolingwei, he should have come here to train after he snatched Zhu Ji's place in the competition. Today was his first time here. As soon as he walked into the door, he heard the sound of strong wind. Li Heng, who ranked second, and Lu Yi, who ranked third, were fighting on the stage. Li Heng was thin and agile, and he did not wear beast control armor during the battle. It's just that he wears a pair of combat boots made of beast-controlling weapons, which further increases his speed. On the right arm is an arm blade that covers the entire forearm and extends about half a meter. While giving up the bulky beast-controlling armor, he gave up defense and increased his speed to the extreme. His attack speed was so fast that it was difficult for Su Zhe's eyes to catch him. But Lu Yi, who was fighting against him, resisted them all. She also did not choose to become a beast-controlling armor. A delicate mask covering the upper half of her face helped her capture Li Heng's movements and also send out mental attacks to interfere with the opponent. His hands were covered by a pair of thin silk gloves, and he could control and slow down Li Heng's movements by waving water rings, and then use the water flow to attack. Both of their attack methods were very clever, completely different from Su Zhe's usual force-crushing method. At this time, Huang Yi, who was ranked first, also walked to Su Zhe and asked, "How do you feel?" Su Zhe scratched his head and said, "It's very powerful. Although my beast control may be stronger, I can't win." The beast masters the two of them currently display are both around level 40, but their quality is much lower than that of the Shadow Moon Wolf King. But Su Zhe didn't think he could beat them. Whether it was Li Heng's speed or Lu Yi's long-range consumption, Su Zhe was not confident that he could win. Huang Yi said from the side, "Generally speaking, a beast master can only contract 5 to 6 monsters at most, so you need to choose carefully. You must consider your own characteristics when matching. For example, Li Heng chose to specialize his speed and use the combination of beast-controlling weapons to make himself invincible at all speeds." Su Zhe nodded understandingly, but didn't take these words too seriously, because he discovered that he might be the effect of the system. As his spiritual level became higher and higher, the number of beast masters was also increasing. He just made a contract with the Shadow Moon Wolf King not long ago, and now he has enough mental power to make a contract with the next monster. It's just that the system is not powerful enough, and there are no other satisfactory gains in the past few days except a golden egg. And Su Zhe now looks down on gold-level monster eggs. For him, the contracted monster does not matter whether it is suitable or not, only whether it is strong enough. Su Zhe then asked curiously, "Why do they only transform into weapons when fighting, and don't choose to transform into beast-controlling armors?" Huang Yi smiled and replied, "High-level beast masters all use their own multiple beast masters, and then combine them into their own unique beast masters. Although it is difficult for such a beast-controlling armor to cover the whole body, it is much stronger than a single beast-controlling armor. After all, although the beast-controlling armor has balanced abilities, none of them stand out." This gave Su Zhe a great inspiration. The number of beasts he controls in the future will definitely far exceed that of others. Others may not be able to combine the beast-controlling weapons into a complete beast-controlling armor, but he can. Maybe this is the right way for him to fight. "I lost." Su Zhe held the Void Spirit Shield in one hand and inserted a long knife shaped like a black crescent moon into the ground with the other hand and gasped. Opposite him was Lu Yi, who ranked third. Her whole body was wet by the water flow she shot, and her clothes clung to her body, showing off her beautiful figure. Lu Yi said, "You have made progress again. This combination of offense and defense is much more difficult to deal with than I thought. If you can maintain the beast control weapon for a little longer, maybe I won't be your opponent." But Su Zhe just smiled and said nothing. In the past few days, Su Zhe stayed here to compete with everyone and learn some skills in fighting beasts. Su Zhe also realized that with his current strength, he could only rank 4th among the 5. This is just one school, Qinglong Beast Control University. You must know that the students of Imperial Beast Control University are far stronger than the students of the other 4 universities. Because of this, while the other 4 universities only have 5 places for the competition, Imperial Beast Control University has 10. Therefore, if he wants to win the championship, Su Zhe's current strength alone will not be enough, unless Feng Qingyi can complete Nirvana before the competition begins. Su Zhe also discovered that these people actually had reservations when discussing with each other. Apparently, they also regarded others as competitors. That's why he was non-committal when Lu Yi was polite. Su Zhe let go of his hand, letting the scimitar and ethereal shield in his hand return to their original appearance. His mental power level is still a little low. The higher the level of the weapon made from the monster weapon, the greater the consumption of mental power when used. That's why Liu Yi said that if he persisted longer, he might win. For others, high-level beast control is rare, but the level of mental power can still be improved slowly. For Suze, it was the opposite. All he had to do if he wanted a high-level beast to control was hatching it. In comparison, the level of spiritual power increased much more slowly. But this slowness is only relative. At his age, level 30 beast mastering is already a history. Okay, let's stop here for today. Let's go back and rest. Huang Yi came over and clapped his hands and said. The 5 of them came together because of a big competition, so they all relied on their strength. Huang Yi is the strongest, so everyone listens to her arrangements. After Suze packed up his things and left, he first met with Su Yao. The news that he defeated Zhu Ji had also spread by this time, although everyone confirmed that Suze had lost the diamond-level monster. But I also know that he also has a platinum-level monster, which is still powerful. So now no one wants to hit Su Yao anymore. Su Yao was also very happy to see Suze. Although Suze is still a freshman, he is completely different from other students. Not only is he preparing for the beast control competition, but he is also the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Once he gets busy, Su Yao can't see anyone for several days. After spending a class break with Su Yao, the two reluctantly separated again. Su Yao returned to the classroom, and Suze went to the camp after thinking about it. He had been the hands-off shopkeeper for so many days, so he had to go back and take a look. But as soon as I walked in, I realized something was not right. Several spiritual guards were injured, and some had red eyes and were so angry that they wanted to eat people. The Shoho people on the side suffered a lot because of this, and they didn't dare to stop working for a moment. What happened during the past few days when I was away? Suze asked Sun Hao. At first we didn't think it was anything, so we asked a few team members to deal with them. It turned out that they were so powerful that they actually injured our people and escaped. Although nothing happened, it was more like a warning. Who knows if he might kill him next time? Suze on the side clenched his fists angrily. He hated people who attacked other people's families the most. Especially since they are the spiritual guards of Great Xia, they shed their blood in order to protect the country and the people. But in the end, he failed to save his family. How ironic is this? Are these people related to the Jiang family? Suze immediately became suspicious. But Sun Hao shook his head and said, I don't know. These people are all wearing masks or covering their faces. Suze sighed and said, It must be those bastards who are so shameless. I really thought they had stopped. At this moment, new news came. There are animal masters who use animals to injure people on Baishu Street, and there have been several casualties. As soon as the news spread, several spiritual guards couldn't sit still. Their home was on Baishu Street. Suze stood up and said, Don't worry, I'll deal with these guys. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao grabbed Suze with one arm and whispered, What if the Jiang family forces you to come forward? Suze reassured him and said, It's okay. As long as I'm still around Beishan City, they can't do anything to me. Then he summoned the Shadow Moon Wolf King and rode on his back towards the White Tree Street. Sun Hao also chased after him with a group of people. On the street of Baishu, a huge wild boar was running wildly. All the houses and vehicles within sight were destroyed by it with its long fangs. The white fangs were stained with red, obviously causing casualties. After it tore open the roof of a car with its fangs like opening a can, its scarlet eyes saw a mother and daughter in the car. Haha. Fangs. Trample them as much as you want. Crush them all and chop them into pieces. Its master was smiling crazily on the side wearing a ghost mask with blood-red eyes under the mask. The wild boar exhaled a fishy breath and slapped the mother and daughter on the face. The fear made the two of them lose their voices and the tears could not stop flowing. Just when its fangs were about to pierce the two bodies, a black scimitar was thrown over, instantly cutting off 2 of its fangs. Before they could get angry, the black chain behind the scimitar wrapped around the mother and daughter in front of them. With a fierce force, they were pulled back by the black chain. This knife will cut off your beast's teeth, and the next knife will cut off your head. Suze put down the mother and daughter, stood behind him, and picked up the black scimitar and said to the masked man, What's coming? Suze frowned and looked at him. This person didn't feel like a normal person to Suze. Both he and his beast seemed crazy. The wild boar whose horn was broken by Suze suddenly got up from the ground. Even though blood was still oozing out from the broken place, it felt no pain at all, and instead became even more ferocious. Beast control weapon. The wild boar let out a roar, unwilling to be manipulated, but in the end it couldn't get rid of the power of the contract and was turned into a helmet and put on the master's head. Pig burst. His attacks are also very simple. He just bends down and aims at the enemy with the helmet on his head, and then accelerates and rushes towards him. It was the first time Suze saw such an attack, and he was very curious about how powerful it would be, so he did not take it hard, but turned sideways to avoid the blow. This head hit the iron light pole as thick as one person on the side of the road hard. With a loud clang sound, a huge depression was directly knocked out of the street lamp pole, and the whole head was buried in it. But after holding the sides with both hands and pulling the head out, I found that the top of the head was not damaged at all. What an iron head! Suze saw it and couldn't help but exclaimed. However, this attack method is still too cumbersome. Suze had easily dodged just now, but when the opponent adjusted his body and prepared to rush towards him again, Suze had no intention of hiding this time. He just stood there motionless until the enemy's attack was about to fall on him. A shield suddenly appeared in his hand, and then his center of gravity sank, and he stepped firmly, pressing the bottom of the shield against the ground. This time the impact was louder than before, but the ethereal shield in Suze's hand was no ordinary street lamp. Suze was hit and took a step or two back, while the man froze on the spot, then fell to the ground and passed out. Obviously, no matter how tough your head is, it has its upper limit. Suze was about to reach out to uncover the opponent's mask, when 4 or 5 beastmasters in the same costume suddenly rushed out from all around and attacked him. Are they all here to ambush me? I just managed to get rid of you all. These beastmasters are all of average strength, around level 30 or 40, not much different from the Great Xia Spirit Guard. The reason why they were able to injure the Great Xia Lingwei of the 13th Detachment was partly due to lack of preparation. On the other hand, it is related to their crazy state. At the same level, they can't feel pain and are not afraid of death. They are obviously better. But that's all. It's not that powerful an opponent for Suze. This does not mean that the Daxia Spirit Guard is too weak. It is because Suze has improved so fast that he can barely be called a master now. Moreover, in the final analysis, the 13th Detachment was only the periphery of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. In front of the real core, Suze was still a little underwhelmed. But Sun Hao and the others are not enough. Not only can they not be my help, they will even become a burden. It seems we have to find a way to enhance their strength. Suze thought of the gold-level monster egg he had just drawn recently. Although he didn't like it, it was still very rare for other spirit guards. But you can't just give it to them casually. You have to make merit first and get the credit in exchange for it. At the same time that Suze had planned in his mind, those people had already gathered around him, surrounding him. Suze was not in a hurry. With a shield in one hand and a scimitar in the other, he showed the results of his training these days. There are not many opportunities for this kind of actual combat, without holding back hands and fighting to the death. After a battle, although Suze had the upper hand, the enemy had a numerical advantage after all, and he could not capture them all in a short time. And as time went by, Suze felt a little tired, but these crazy guys were fighting harder and harder, and they didn't look tired at all. This is not good. Just when he was thinking of retreating, Sun Hao led the other Great Xia Spirit Guards and came over in a mighty killing spree. Captain, we can't let you do it alone. That's right. These bastards took advantage of their large numbers and injured several of our brothers before. But now it's our turn to get the situation back. Dozens or hundreds of Daxia Spirit Guards rushed in, and the situation was reversed in an instant, and the siege turned into being surrounded. Captain, leave this to us. That's right. Just go and have a rest. To deal with 5 people, of course there is no need for everyone to take action at the same time. The extra people isolated the battlefield on the periphery to prevent further damage to the surrounding area. With their addition, these masked beast masters were instantly suppressed. But there was still one person who showed his potential and broke through the siege and fled towards the distance. You keep an eye on the others and try to catch them alive. Leave this to me. Suze gave an explanation and then chased after him. This man was very fast, and he seemed to have gotten rid of his previous state and regained his sanity. He kept running away desperately, but not to the point where Suze couldn't catch up. He rode on the back of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, constantly closing the distance with him. Where to run? The Wolf King made a fierce swoop and jumped in front of the opponent, and he was forced to stop escaping. At this time, the two of them had already run outside Beishan City, surrounded by a wasteland. Run? Why should I run? The masked man said calmly, without any panic in his tone. Suze was not surprised when he saw this, but said with a smile, "You want to lure me out of the city, and I'm here now, so who are you? Jiangsheng or Jianglu?" The man did not answer, but said, "You guessed it, but you still dare to follow me? Who gave you the courage?" Shaosheng statue. "I think it should be too late to save you." "That's not necessarily the case." The masked man had already moved his hands while speaking. He didn't want to waste time and leave hidden dangers. Strong pressure came, and Suze confirmed his identity almost instantly. This is an opponent that Suze is far from able to defeat now. But Suze was seen looking ahead, staring at the incoming masked man. He holds his right hand empty, bends backward, and assumes a strange posture like throwing a javelin. The moment the masked man rushed up, he threw it violently. At this time, Suze had two visions in his eyes at the same time. One was his vision of the masked man in front of him, and the other was the vision of the stone statue at the entrance of the association. At the same time, under everyone's surprised gaze, the stone statue of Xiao Sheng at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association also assumed the same javelin posture as Suze. Suze's vision provided target locking, and then he threw the green dragon halberd in his hand fiercely. The stone statue itself also kicked off the ground and flew over. The strong wind when flying out even blew up the skirts of several girls around, which was breathtaking. On the other side, the masked man just rushed in front of Suze. The strong wind had already reached his ears. Before he could react, he was hit hard on the ground by the huge green dragon halberd, and the tip of the halberd was pierced into his shoulder. Suze continued to hold his right hand emptily and stir it slightly. Along with his movements, the green dragon halberd was also stirring in the masked man's wound. In pain, he pulled out the green dragon halberd with difficulty, glared at Suze fiercely, and felt a stronger force approaching, and hurriedly escaped before launching the next attack. "You can walk fast." Suze waved his hand, and the stone Qinglong halberd came into his hands. Holding a giant halberd that is several stories high in your hand, it feels very strange. But the Azure Dragon halberd also contained part of Shaosheng's power, so Suze maintained this strange posture for a while. He waited until the stone statue arrived and confirmed that there was no danger before letting go of the green dragon halberd and letting it return to the stone statue. Suze raised his head and glanced at the stone statue. It was just a clone of Shaosheng, but the weapon thrown dozens of miles away severely damaged the enemy he could not defeat. And he is far from a match for the mythical beast. Suze still has a long way to go if he wants to have the power to protect himself in the future. After returning to Beishan City, the stone statue left directly and returned to the gate of the Beast Tamer Association. As long as Suze is in Beishan City, he can arrive immediately if he encounters danger, so there will be no problem. Suze returned to Baishu Street, where he was separated from Sun Hao and others. He was almost certain that the person who wanted to plot against him this time was Jiang Lu, an old thief from the Jiang family. It's just that he followed the plan, but he suffered a big loss. But there is still no substantive evidence to prove that it is him. We can only catch a few people and interrogate them to get useful information. Only then can he report it to the Legion headquarters to overthrow Jiangsheng. This way Suze will have one less hidden danger. Otherwise, if he was allowed to stay in Beishan City as the captain, Suze might not be able to sleep well at night. But when Suze returned to Baishu Street, he found that everyone's faces were a little ugly. Suze suddenly had a bad premonition and asked, "What happened?" Sun Hao replied, "Captain, it's useless for us. You promised to keep them alive, but they all died in the end." "Dead?" Suze frowned. Sun Hao and the others shouldn't have acted so recklessly. "Tell me what happened just now." Sun Hao immediately told him everything that happened after Suze left. Everything went smoothly at first, although the more these people fought, the crazier they became, as if they were never tired. But there are so many of them that they can't stand it. Once someone is exhausted or slightly injured, they will immediately be replaced by someone else. The masked men continued to improve their strength in the madness. Just when they felt that they were almost unstoppable, suddenly several people vomited blood, and then they all died. Even the tough-headed guy who had been knocked unconscious by Suze before was not spared and died in his sleep. It sounds like they gained combat effectiveness by burning their lives, but it doesn't seem like they did it voluntarily. Suze looked at the red eyes behind the masks of several people. Their eyes widened, and they refused to close their eyes. Sun Hao replied, "We have done a simple autopsy, and what drove them crazy was actually a toxin. This toxin will slowly erode their minds. So at first they restrained their destruction on the streets. They only destroyed many buildings, but did not hurt anyone. But this time, the mind has been completely eroded, and it has begun to cause many casualties." Suze thought of Jiang Sheng's beast for no reason. The big black snake's main attack method seemed to be poison, and it also wanted to use a special toxin to melt its own internal organs. I wonder if the poison in these people was also made by him. Suze felt a little strange and said, "Since they are all dead and you have done an autopsy, why don't you take off the mask and try to see if you can find out their identity?" Sun Hao said with an ugly face, "Captain, you can go and see for yourself." Suze felt a little strange when he heard this and bent down, trying to remove the mask on a person's face. But he couldn't even lift the body with his hands. The mask was welded to their faces. Regardless of whether he takes off the mask or not, the face underneath is unrecognizable. And this world has not developed identity authentication methods such as DNA and fingerprints. It seems that it will be extremely difficult to confirm their identities. Suze looked at the mask that was welded to the face, thinking that they were poisoned involuntarily, and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder at the beginning, he said that seeing me was a relief. I'm afraid that after luring me out, no matter whether the next plan is successful or not, they will have to die. This will be a relief. Suze sighed and then ordered, "See if there are any special marks on their bodies, such as tattoos and birthmarks. Take photos and send them out to see if any family members come to claim them." Sun Hao nodded and passed on the order. Then he asked, "Captain, the person you are chasing is probably not simple, right? Are you not injured?" Suze shook his head and said, "You should worry about him. The feeling of being penetrated by the Azure Dragon halberd is not pleasant." At the same time, in Jiang Sheng's tent, Jiang Lu staggered back and took off the mask on his face. "Father, why are you injured like this? Are you okay?" Jiang Lu glared at him and said angrily, "Do you think I act like I'm fine? I still underestimated Xiao Shang and thought it would be fine outside the city. In the end, before I could take action, I was severely injured by his stone statue." When Jiang Lu said this, he felt angry and spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Sheng hurriedly asked his beast to help him heal his injuries. Although his Black Spirit Snake King is highly poisonous and is good at using various toxins, but poison and medicine are interconnected. He is proficient in poison and healing. She saw Snake Shinzi licking the wound, and Jiang Lu's injury was relieved. But it only stopped the bleeding and was far from a cure. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lu said, "My injury is too serious, and I am too old to recover. I have to go back to my ancestors for help to recover from the injury." Hearing this, Jiang Sheng said anxiously, "Father, what should Suze do? Should we just forget about Tianlong's death?" Jiang Lu angrily said, "Of course I can't forget it, but in my current state, I'm afraid I'll have to answer for myself before I can avenge Tianlong. We have to take a long-term approach to deal with him. We can't be reckless anymore. At least we have to make sure that this kid is not within the protection range of the stone statue before we take action. Don't provoke him until I heal my injury and come back. I will call your brother to keep an eye on you, so you two can take care of each other." Jiang Sheng had no choice but to nod in agreement. Then Jiang Lu asked again, "By the way, those people you arranged won't expose us, right? We can't give this kid a clue first, otherwise he will definitely use it as an excuse. Then it will be bad for the Eastern Legion headquarters to take action. After all, this is not the imperial capital, and it is not our territory." Jiang Sheng smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. These people are all orphans I raised after my ancestors since childhood. They have no relatives. In addition, their faces are also destroyed now, so no one will recognize them." "That's good." Jiang Lu nodded in approval. "Then I'll go back to recover first. Your brother will be here in 2 days. Remember, don't provoke Suze when I'm not around. No problem, Dad. After the recent purge, the Fuso secret guards have gone into seclusion and will no longer leave the island. So now, there is only one choice. In the arena, Suze held a shield to block and dodge several long-range attacks launched by Lu Yi. When he encountered an unavoidable attack, his figure disappeared instantly. After a while, he came out of the shadow and approached Lu Yi. Lu Yi is good at long-range attacks. Once she gets close, it means Suze's victory. In the past month, Suze has secured his position as the 4th overall pick. The original number 4 Jiang Jianbin was squeezed out, but this strong man like a black tower did not have any complaints. Suze finally came to Lu Yi and slashed at the opponent with the scimitar in his hand. But after all, it's just a discussion. It's impossible to really cut it down. As long as Lu Yi admits defeat, Suze will stop immediately. But she did not admit defeat, but sighed helplessly and said, "Oh, you are progressing really fast. It seems that I can't hide it anymore." A stream of pure water turned into a pair of short knives in her hands, which blocked Suze's scimitar. Then she flew up, down, left, and right like a butterfly, and the 2 knives in her hands continued to swing and cut towards Suze in accordance with her movements. The knife formed by the water flow is naturally not as tough as the scimitar formed by the Shadow Moon Wolf King weapon in Suze's hand, but it is essentially just water flow. Once something is damaged, other water will immediately flow in to fill the gap. In this way, after the two exchanged a few moves back and forth, they distanced themselves, and it turned out that no one could do anything about the other. Only the skirt of Lu Yi's clothes in front of her body was cut open by Suze, and her magnificent pair of clothes were clearly visible, their white flowers catching the eye. When she saw this, she didn't shy away from it, and directly tore off the damaged clothes and tied them around her waist. The black top on her upper body formed a sharp contrast with her white and tender skin. "No fight. No fight. Let's call it a draw. My clothes are all beaten up like this. I really wonder if you did it on purpose. You can't hold me with this thing now. If you forcefully throw the buckle open, it won't be an advantage for you." Lu Yi let go of her hands and let the short knife turn into ordinary water and fall to the ground. She said angrily. Suze scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He really didn't mean it. He was already confident of winning just now, but he didn't expect Lu Yi to have a big hand hidden and her close combat ability to be so good. Suze hurriedly accepted the challenge, so he didn't care too much and used all his strength. Fortunately, Lu Yi was flexible and managed to avoid the attack, and his clothes were only scratched. Otherwise, he would have been injured. "Sister Yi, everyone thought that you had specialized in long-range attack capabilities, but they didn't expect that your melee combat abilities were so powerful." Suze admired from the side. Lu Yi is a 6th-year student who has stayed in school for 2 years, and Suze is just a freshman, 5 years older, so she calls her Sister Fong. When Lu Yi heard this, she was a little angry and said, "This is the backup plan I prepared for the beast control competition. Who would have thought that you would force me out so easily?" When others thought they were only good at long-range attacks and thought they could win at close quarters, he suddenly showed his amazing close combat abilities and was sure to catch him by surprise. But this strategy can only be effective once, and once you are on guard, it will have no effect. Forget it. Since you can force me to this point, it means that my trump card is not hidden deep enough. It would be the same if it were someone else. Lu Yi enlightened herself. Then she looked around angrily, and everyone immediately looked away and looked around. "You haven't seen any of them, have you? I'm going home to change my clothes. Come take a peek if you can." Then he kept this look and walked out of the training room. As soon as they went out, Suze and the others heard a series of "wow" exclamations coming from outside. Huang Yi, Li Hengyi, and Jiang Jianbin all gave a thumbs up to Suze, the instigator. "Brother, well done." Suze ignored the 3 single people. After all, he still had his childhood sweetheart Suyao. It was just an accident. After leaving the training room, Suze rushed to the 13th team's camp. During this month, he once again drew 3 golden eggs and several silver eggs. Unfortunately, he still failed to draw the platinum-level monster egg, and the extra beast control quota was still free. Including the previous one, Suze currently has a total of 4 golden eggs in his hand, which is enough to help the 13th team greatly improve its strength. But he will definitely not take it all out at once, but will send it out in the form of rewards. And he has already chosen the first candidate. The current camp has been almost repaired, and a few people from Shoho have made great contributions. So now they no longer have to move bricks, but they can't run away from the ultra-high-intensity training of hundreds of kilometers a day. Under such high-intensity exercise, even the thin monkey has become much stronger. As soon as Suze sat down in his office, Sunhao immediately started reporting. They were able to solve those trivial matters by themselves, and what he said were all things Suze was interested in. Captain Su, we released the photos according to your instructions, but we haven't come to claim the body yet. Suze nodded. He had no hope of catching Jiang Sheng and the others in this way. In that case, let's forget it. Send the body for cremation and then bury it. He didn't know, but Suze knew that he must have gone home to recover from his injuries. Shortly after Jiang Lu left, his eldest son, Jiang Sheng's eldest brother, Jiang Donglin, also came to Beishan City. Oh, Suze raised his eyebrows. He thought the Jiang family would continue to look for people, but Jiang Lu called his father again. Unexpectedly, he went back, and it was his son who came. So what actions did the two brothers take? Sunhao shook his head and said, not yet. They have been very quiet. They just seem to have been sending people out to find out some information. Go and see if you can find out what information they are inquiring about, but try not to provoke them. I will go to the imperial capital to participate in the beast control competition in a while. Sunhao nodded and replied, I understand. After arranging things after he left, Suze said with a smile, okay, let's call everyone over. It's the end of the month, and it's time to ring in the news. By the way, I've prepared a surprise for you. When Sunhao heard this, he immediately smiled and went outside to call everyone into the hall. Who doesn't like the days when workers are paid? And he was also curious about what the surprise Suze was talking about. Da Xiaolingwei's salary is relatively sufficient, at least at the middle-income level. And in addition, they also have military-grade tempered beads as salary. To ordinary people, this kind of thing may be just a nice-looking bead, but to a beast master, this is the most precious thing, far more valuable than their salary. However, the military-grade tempered rosary beads are not allowed to be sold privately by Daxia spirit guards. Once found, they will be severely punished by the Legion headquarters. After distributing all the tempered beads they received, everyone was still looking at Suze eagerly. They all just found out from Sun how that Suze had prepared a secret surprise for them, but they didn't know what it would be. What kind of surprise do you think it will be? I don't know. Could it be gold? Gold bars are nothing to us, and Captain Suze doesn't seem to be such a vulgar person. The surprise he mentioned will definitely help improve our strength. Don't tell me, it's really possible. Everyone was talking about it, and felt that this was the most likely surprise. After all, Suze didn't come from a big family, so he couldn't produce any rare treasures. But as the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, he has a lot of tempering beads in his salary. Apart from that, he probably can't come up with anything else that can be called a surprise. And he is going to participate in the beast control competition soon. These tempering beads can help him improve his strength before the competition, so we absolutely can't have them. Yes, you can't have it. Everyone agreed after hearing this. If it weren't for Suze, they would still be tortured by Jiang Sheng in high-intensity training, so they must not harm his interests. Suze didn't know what they were considering, so he mysteriously took out a monster egg on the stage, but after waiting for a while, he didn't hear anyone cheering, so he was slightly stunned. And the people in the audience didn't expect that Suze had prepared such a surprise. It was just a monster egg. Although it is valuable, for them, silver-level beast control cannot improve their strength, and the newly hatched monsters have to be cultivated slowly, so the gain outweighs the loss. Unless this is a gold-level monster egg. But how is that possible? How can such valuable things be easily taken out as rewards? At this time, Sunhao cheered from the side and said, Captain Suze, this monster egg looks very extraordinary. It shouldn't be simple, right? He was originally just cheering, but Suze nodded and said, it's okay. This is a gold-level monster egg. I'm going to reward it to the person with the best performance this month. Suze was a little surprised by everyone's indifference, but it was a good thing that everyone was so determined. Just when Suze was thinking this, a gasp of air suddenly came from below. What? Gold-level monster egg. Is this true? Looking at the captain, it doesn't look like he's joking. Oh my god, that's so arrogant. Isn't Captain Suze really the illegitimate son of some big family? Suze is more satisfied with everyone's current attitude. Only with motivation can he better motivate them. Then the person with the best performance this month is. Suze deliberately lengthened his tone, making everyone stretch their necks and wait. Sun Hao, Suze said loudly. Then the monster egg was handed into his hand. Sun Hao was stunned for a moment, and then excitedly held the monster egg in his arms. No one is surprised by this decision. Everyone can see the energy Sun Hao has put in these days. It can be said that apart from the 5 thin monkeys who were pushed to work hard, Sun Hao did the most work. It was precisely because he had a broken hand that he was always afraid that what he did was not good enough or not enough. But it would be false if everyone said they had no regrets. No one wanted to get a gold-level beast. Suze stood at a high place and had a panoramic view of the expressions of everyone below, and then continued. This is just the beginning. When I pay my salary every month from now on, I will count the best performers last month and reward them with gold-level monster eggs. Except for those who have already received rewards. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, and then cheered suddenly. Everyone feels full of motivation and can't wait to get to work now. As for those silver eggs, Suze didn't take them out. To them, silver-level monster eggs are as useless as existence. Might as well send it to the kitchen and add another dish for everyone. Suze asked Sun Hao to follow him with the monster egg. He first asked him to transfer the ownership of the monster egg with blood, and then told him how to hatch it. After Suze finished speaking, Sun Hao looked at him suspiciously. Obviously, he had never heard of this strange incubation method. But he did not question it, but said, "It just so happens that our camp needs to lay a foundation recently. When the time comes, I will take this egg and beat it together." After leaving the camp, Suze was originally planning to return home to prepare for packing up his things before going to the imperial capital in a few days. But just when he was about to get home, he suddenly felt a throbbing coming from a beast control contract. Suze's heart also moved. He had already prepared that Feng Qingyi would not be able to complete Nirvana before Dabi began to hatch. Then he would have to miss out on the sycamore fruit as a reward for first place. He didn't think he could get first place just by relying on the Shadow Moon Wolf King. He is now no match for Kwang Yi from his own school, let alone someone from Imperial Beast Control University. But now that Feng Qingyi has completed Nirvana, everything is different. Although I can't guarantee that I will definitely win the championship. After all, the top candidates at Taito University come from the 4 major families, and they have gathered nearly all the resources in the country to cultivate heirs. The most important thing is that Suze is the only freshman who is expected to participate. Everyone else is 4 to 5 years older than Suze, and the past few years have been enough for them to be a long way ahead of Suze. But at least it can make Suze the favorite to win and try to compete. So he immediately turned around and rushed towards the Beast Control University. The throbbing coming from the contract has become more and more obvious. Feng Qingyi will wake up soon. When Suze arrived, Lin Shijing, who was rare, did not lie down and be lazy, but stood in front of the entrance to the underground space. When he saw Suze, he said hello. "Hey, I felt the fluctuation in the ground and was about to go down to take a look. You came in a hurry. It seems that the little phoenix has awakened. In that case, I don't have to go down." Then he walked back leisurely, leaving Suze to open the passage and walk down alone. After Suze entered the underground, he went straight to the furnace where Feng Qingyi achieved Nirvana. Now the entire furnace has turned red, and the high temperature makes the surrounding air look like rippling water. The furnace was also being melted, dripping molten iron. Suze summoned the Void Spirit Turtle and put a layer of water shield on himself to withstand the high temperature and approached the stove. He looked around and saw that Feng Qingyi in the stove had woken up, stretching his body, absorbing the last strength of the fire. The moment she saw Suze, everything was just completed. After letting out a long roar, the furnace, which was almost completely melted, exploded instantly, and the molten iron spread out. The water prison Suze was wearing could no longer stop him, so he took out his Void Spirit Shield to block the subsequent molten metal. "Master, I'm back. Look at me now, am I beautiful?" Birds and monsters pay special attention to their feathers and appearance. Even the phoenix is no exception. Feng Qingyi came to Suze excitedly. She has now entered the growth stage. She no longer looked like the little lowly before, but turned into a girl who was only one head shorter than Suze. He felt very uncomfortable just leaning against Suze, because the most important point was that Feng Qingyi had put away the flames on his body to prevent him from hurting Suze, which meant that there was no longer any shield from the flames. It can be said that it is unobstructed and unforgettable. Suze hurriedly covered his eyes and reminded, "You can change your clothes first." Only then did Feng Qingyi realize that something was wrong with her, and she put on the same fiery red dress as before. "I'm fine." Suze then put down his hand and looked at Feng Qingyi. Her girlish appearance is more attractive than before, especially her phoenix eyes, which are breathtaking. But what Suze wants to know more is what her current strength is. Race: Golden Feather Phoenix. Bloodline of Mythical Beast Phoenix. Bloodline: Diamond level, can be upgraded. Level 75, Growth Stage. Skills: Death Fire, Sun Flame, Bathing in Fire. Talent skills: Phoenix Fire, Nirvana, twice. A 75-level Diamond level monster. If nothing else goes wrong, the championship should be guaranteed. Suze said excitedly. Just as he was about to leave the underground space with Feng Qingyi, he suddenly stopped again, because he felt a force coming from the other side of the contract. "I almost forgot about the contract to repay the monster when it advanced." As he spoke, he took out a box of pure military-grade tempered rosary beads from his arms. "There is still some time before the competition starts. With these tempering beads, it should be able to help me improve my strength to another level." Although Feng Qingyi was strong enough, his master had become a burden. If Feng Qingyi was allowed to fight on his own, he would be able to get rid of his master even if he was entangled for a moment. Fighting in a selectorized way does avoid this problem, but with Suze's current mental strength, he cannot control the weapon formed by Feng Qingyi for too long, which is also a drawback. So improving your own strength is the most important thing. Soon, Suze sat down cross-legged on the spot under this power, and began to quickly refine with the help of the power of the tempering rosary beads. Time flies, 3 days pass. During this period of time, Suze had not come out of the underground space, and Feng Qingyi was beside him to protect him. During this period, Lin Shi also came down to take a strange look, and saw that Suze had made a breakthrough in refining power and did not bother him. But today is already the day to set off, and several huge flying monsters are lying on the playground, ready to take off at any time. Everyone was ready to go to the imperial capital to participate in the beast control competition, but Suze was nowhere to be seen. "Xiaoyao, do you know where Suze went?" Su Yiming asked his daughter. Su Yiming followed Principal Xiao Su as a team teacher. Su Yao, as an outstanding first-year student, got an opportunity to watch the game with the team. This is also a good learning opportunity for her. Basically, every school will bring the best students of each grade to watch this competition. Su Yiming was very clear about the relationship between Su Yao and Suze, but they were both adults after all, so he not only did not stop them, but also supported them very much. But Su Yao shook her head and said with a worried look on her face, "I don't know either. I have also asked about Da Xiaolingwei. Brother Suze has not been there since he appeared 3 days ago." Everyone waited for a while, and now only Suze was left, which finally aroused some people's dissatisfaction. "Principal Xiao Su, we can't waste time for one person. If he never comes, how long will we have to wait?" "Yeah, waiting like this is not an option. It just so happens that Zhu Ji is also here. I propose to restore Zhu Ji's opportunity to participate in the competition and continue to use the original team to participate in the competition." That's right. Zhu Ji, who was originally an outstanding senior student representative and got the opportunity to watch the game. His eyes widened when he heard this. "Do I have another chance?" But Xiao Su frowned and said, "No hurry, wait half an hour, we need him." The other teachers had to shut up, but only for half an hour. But what I don't understand is why Xiao Su attaches so much importance to Suze. Do we need him? Originally, Suze was lucky enough to contract a diamond-level monster, and he was indeed considered the most outstanding genius. But now that he has lost the diamond-level monster, and his strength is only 4th among the 5, why does he need him? Qinglong Yusho University's hope of winning the championship lies with Kuang Yi, who is ranked 1st, So whether it is Su Zhe or Zhu Ji who ranks 4th or 5th, it will not affect it. But Xiao Su didn't think so in his heart. Half an hour passed in a hurry, and even if Xiao Su was the principal, he couldn't force everyone to stay longer. However, Xiao Su still did not have their suggestion to replace Su Zhe and said, "There are still a few days before the game. We are just going there in advance to adapt to the environment. Why are we all in such a hurry? Since everyone can't wait, let's go first. We'll wait for Su Zhe to arrive in the imperial capital. As long as he can arrive before the start of the game, there will be no problem. If he doesn't arrive, we won't talk about substitutions." But in fact, everyone also knows that although there are still a few days before the start of the competition, the list of participants must be submitted in advance so that the groups can be arranged. If it is true as Xiao Su said, when Su Zhe really can't come, substitution will be impossible and the only choice is to abstain. Just when everyone was about to continue persuading Xiao Su, Su Zhe finally ran over from a distance. Xiao Su then breathed a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Then come up quickly. Get ready to go." Su Zhe quickly climbed onto the monster's back, arriving right next to Su Yao. She had helped out there for a while, so she was very familiar with the smell. "Your nose is really sharp," Su Zhe exclaimed. He then sniffed himself and indeed found a distinct scent. Although he spent most of those 3 days underground, he always passed through the pigsty when entering and leaving. Moreover, he spent the last 3 days sitting cross-legged on the ground refining his power. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Shi reminded him to hurry up and set off, so he didn't have time to take a shower or anything, and inevitably his body smelled a bit. Su Zhe thought for a moment, then took the void turtle out of his backpack and let it clean itself with water. After Feng Qingyi returned, she naturally took over the beast taming space. The Shadow Moon Wolf King was initially somewhat unconvinced, but after receiving a thorough beating, it has now learned its lesson. Upon seeing Feng Qingyi, it wagged its tail and called her big sister, voluntarily giving up its beast taming space and joining the Shadow Realm itself. Its fawning manner made it look more like a dog. As for the void turtle, it was already used to being carried in Su Zhe's backpack. Fortunately, compared to other demonic beasts, its size was quite small. After Su Zhe was thoroughly rinsed, the void turtle used its superb water control skills to extract all the water. Su Zhe had just finished showering, and his clothes were still dry. The old ethereal turtles couldn't have achieved such precision, but things are different now. 3 days of refining greatly increased the strength of Su Zhe, the void turtle, and even the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Su Zhe's mental power broke through to level 48 in one go, while the void turtle remained at the same level as Su Zhe. The Shadow Moon Wolf King has already broken through level 50 and reached level 53. The 5-level difference is just within the maximum range, so Su Zhe can fully unleash the power of the Shadow Moon after it has been transformed. Even without using Feng Qingyi's power, Su Zhe can now defeat Lu Yi and Li Heng to secure second place. However, Kuang Yi Suzi, who came in first place, was still not confident. In the past few days, Su Zhe had only fought him once, and he was defeated in one move, and was completely crushed. Because he summoned 2 platinum-level monsters of level 50 or above at the same time, one of which was a Lord-level monster that was no less powerful than the Shadow Moon Wolf King. This was the first time Su Zhe had lost to someone else in terms of the quality of the monsters. However, that's all in the past. Now that Feng Qingyi has returned, even platinum-level demonic beasts are nothing to her anymore. After Su Zhe left, Lin Shi also left the underground space, but he still looked back at the dragon bones in the soil from time to time. He didn't know why, but he always felt that there was something different about them, but he couldn't see anything. Perhaps the last anomaly made me paranoid. Lin Shi shook his head, picked up the wine jug, and left with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the dragon bone was quietly absorbing some unknown power dissipating from the air. It seemed to move slightly, and there was an eyeball moving inside its previously empty eye socket. A peculiar tremor arose within the dragon bones, much like the special power of a phoenix's rebirth. The flying beast they were riding this time was not a low-level beast like a griffin. It is an adult silver-level demon beast with the bloodline of a golden eagle, at a level of over 40, nearly 50. Even many teachers might not be able to defeat it. So it was very fast, and it flew over the capital in just half a day. In fact, Airplanes do exist in this world, but firstly, their speed cannot match that of mid-level demonic beasts, and secondly, they are beast tamers, so riding flying demonic beasts is in line with their status. Looking down from the air, the capital city is very large, with an area equivalent to 7 or 8 Beishan cities. As soon as they arrived in the air, more than a dozen beast tamers descended from the sky and allowed them to pass only after confirming their identities. The fact that they can fly on their own indicates that their strength is above level 60. Apart from Lin Shi, there are only 3 such high-level beast tamers in Beishan City. More than a dozen people appeared here at once, and they were just spies who came to inquire. No wonder the strength of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University far surpasses that of the other 4 schools. Flying is not allowed in the capital, so after the flying monsters landed, even Xiao Su could only walk with them to the hotel they had booked in advance. The capital city is divided into 9 districts, with the southeast, north, west, and northwest areas controlled by the 4 major families: the Jiang family, the Zhu family, the Qi family, and the Shui family. Of the remaining 5 districts, apart from the central district which is managed by the Xia Kingdom's political high-level committee, the southern district houses the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University, the eastern district is the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association, and the other 2 districts are under the unified jurisdiction of the Xia Spirit Guard. The Great Xia Council is the governing class of the Xia Kingdom. Their characteristic is that all members are ordinary people, which is used to balance the status of beast tamers. The Great Xia Committee formulates various national policies for the benefit of the vast majority of ordinary people. However, don't underestimate them. It is said that the Great Xia Committee has a secret weapon. The Azure Dragon Beast Taming University's residence is located in the southwest city area, which is under the jurisdiction of the Great Xia Spirit Guard and is one of the 2 safest areas. The competition, which will be held here in a few days, will avoid any unfairness that might occur if the competition were held in other districts. As Su Zhe was talking to Su Yao and following the others into the hotel, he saw a familiar figure from behind, who seemed to have grown a few sizes larger than before. Wang Zi, who was speaking obsequiously to a cold and aloof woman with an icy expression, turned around when he heard someone call his name from behind and said, "Who is it? I didn't expect that someone in the capital would know my name." Then, with a look of surprise, she said, "Huh? Su Yao, Su Zhe, you're here too." Then he slapped his forehead and laughed, saying, "Look at my brain. If I can do this, your talents will definitely be no problem too. Long time no see. Long time no see." After Wang Zi left Beishan City, he went to White Tiger Beast Control University, just in time to catch up with their delayed Beast Control College entrance examination. With the gold-level Beast Taming Golden Scale Pig, he was admitted to the White Tiger Beast Taming University without any controversy. In the next 6 months, he became the number 1 among the freshmen, and only then did he get a spot to watch the Beast Control competition. It happened that the principals of the 2 schools had booked a hotel together and asked the 3 of them to meet in advance. Principal Lu Yao, I didn't expect to meet so soon. Xiao Su also smiled and greeted an old man with a white beard in the other group. The old man looked very kind and came to shake hands with Xiao Su with a smile, and then the 2 of them went to the side chatting. "We 2 old guys are going to chat next to each other. You young people should be more casual." "Principal Lu, I'm not old yet." Yeah, I'm the only old guy, huh?" After Wang Zi gave Su Zhe a big hug, the 3 of them went to the side to reminisce. As for Su Yao, there is no need to hug him. Judging from his observation just now, Su Zhe must have successfully captured this school beauty that countless people think about day and night. "You all came here with a ticket to watch the game?" Wang Zi said doubtfully. "It's strange. Isn't there only 1 quota for outstanding students in each grade? Could it be that your kids skipped a grade?" Wang Zi looked at Su Zhe. He was the only one qualified to skip a grade. Before Su Zhe had time to answer, Su Yao on the side said very proudly, "Brother Su Zhe is different from us. He is not here to watch the game, but to compete." She looked proud as if she was participating in the competition instead of Su Zhe. "Oh, you are actually a contestant." Wang Zi opened his mouth in surprise. You must know that the reason why he was able to get a spot to watch the competition was because of the gold-level monster Su Zhe gave him before leaving. In addition to improving its strength through daily meditation like ordinary monsters, This golden-scaled pig can also quickly upgrade by swallowing gold, and can even feed excess power back to the master to help upgrade. In the past 6 months, Wang Zi relied on his father's support and sent some gold from time to time, and his strength improved rapidly, and as a result, he secured his position as the #1 freshman in White Tiger Beast Control University. But this kid acts rather perversely and doesn't like to hide things. Therefore, everyone knew that his strength was achieved entirely by gold. Out of various emotions such as envy and jealousy, Wang Zi was not very popular there. Even if you have a few friends, they are all spent money to relieve the emptiness and loneliness. I knew you had a lot of potential, but I didn't expect you to be so good. The contestants from our school are all veterans who have deliberately repeated the grade for a year or two. There are not even any seniors. You are only a freshman and you can get a spot. It's really infuriating. Wang Zi sighed. Suze smiled maliciously from the side and said, "Oh, are all the people in your school old fools? Then the beautiful woman you just followed, is she also? Why is it different?" Seeing Wang Zi's huge body twisting, Suze burst out laughing without holding back. Wang Zi immediately became angry and said, "What do you know? Luo Xingyu is the queen of our school. Not only is she good-looking, but look at her figure. This is called maturity. It's different from other dry figures with only faces." Before Wang Zi finished speaking, he saw Suze winking at him desperately. Wang Zi himself also felt a murderous aura around him. Turning around, he saw Su Yao saying with murderous intent but a smile, "Wang Zi, who did you mean by what you just said? Does that mean you lose in terms of figure?" After the fight between the three of them ended, Wang Zi also continued with a grimace. "Since it's Suze and you want to participate in the competition, I'll let you know the truth with a little betrayal. Our White Tiger Beast Controlling University is located in the vast and sparsely populated West, and the overall level of beast control is not high. You also have a diamond-level monster, so among the 5 of you, only Luo Xinghe is the only one who really needs to be careful. She is not only our school beauty, she is also the leader of our school this time, a genius beast master." Then Wang Zi looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before continuing. "I am also receiving key training from the school. The principal often arranges for Xinghe to compete with me. So I know that one of her beasts is a fire-attributed platinum monster, and its level is about 51 or 2. I don't know what kind it is, and it's definitely not her full strength. She was reluctant to hit me with all her strength." Suze looked at her and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. This is not because he is not willing to use his full strength, but because he feels that there is no need to use his full strength. If something goes wrong, she might not be able to explain it to the principal. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, a cold female voice came from the White Tiger Beast Controlling University team. "Wang Zi, let's talk about old times, and go find your room first." Wang Zi immediately bid farewell to the 2 of them and ran over. "Hey, come on, Galaxy. Do you want me to pay to upgrade your room? How about the luxurious presidential suite?" "No need. Everyone should follow the school's arrangements and don't do anything special." "No problem. Xinghe, you are really a general person. Call senior." "Okay, senior sister Xinghe." Seeing this, Suze shook his head helplessly. This behavior was simply a model of dog licking, so typical that it could be included in dog licking textbooks. I hope that woman won't hang on to Wang Zi if she really doesn't like her. Wang Zi is his best friend. Of course, he will not stop him from pursuing the girl Suze. Instead, he will try his best to help him. But if the other party treats him like a bitch, don't blame Suze for being rude. As his best friend, Suze has the confidence to make Wang Zi a person that others cannot reach. Wang Zi, who returned to his team, was thinking about how to continue talking to Luo Xinghe when he heard her say proactively, "I remember you are from Beishan City, where the Qinglong Beast Control University is located. Are those 2 your friends?" Wang Zi heard that Luo Xinghe actually took the initiative to talk to him, and replied happily, "Yes, they are my best friends, Suze and Su Yao. Suze is a genius. Even though he is a freshman like me, he participated in this beast control competition because he has a..." At this point, Wang Zi quickly shut up and did not continue. When he was so excited, he almost told the key information about Suze because they were competitors in the beast control competition. He had just revealed some information about Luo Xinghe to Su Zhe for the sake of his brother. He did not want to be a double agent who deceived both sides. Women are important, but brothers come first. But at this time Luo Xinghe himself said, I know him. He is a talented beast master who took the Beast Control College entrance examination and contracted a diamond-level monster. I didn't expect him to be famous and handsome at the same time. Wang Zi was surprised. You know everything? So what's the use of the mental construction I just did? It's better to say it out to increase your favorability. Who wouldn't know about such a famous thing? I'm afraid it's not just me, but people from several other beast control universities also have relevant information about Su Zhe. Then she sighed again. It's a pity that his diamond-level beast was killed in a plot not long ago. Otherwise, he would have been a good opponent. What? Wang Zi's eyes widened. Why did Luo Xinghe know about such an important thing, but he didn't know about it? And Su Zhe didn't mention it at all when they were chatting. Xiao Su prepared all ordinary single rooms for them. As for how to allocate the rooms, it all depends on personal preference. Su Zhe and Su Yao worked together and successfully turned their rooms into opposite doors. Get some rest. You just need to have a good rest. After all, I don't have to fight in the ring. The two of them went into their own rooms and put away everything they carried. Although this is just an ordinary single room, the living space is a bit small. But after all, it was a high-end hotel in the imperial capital. It was very clean and comfortable. Su Zhe felt more comfortable than in his own apartment at home. Before he could lie down on the soft bed to rest, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Su Zhe jumped out of bed helplessly, opened the door, and said, Huh? Wang Zi, why are you here? We are in a competitive relationship now. Are you sure you don't need to avoid suspicion? Su Zhe asked with a smile. Wang Zi frowned and said, Don't worry about it for now. Please tell me honestly. Is there something wrong with your diamond-level monster? Su Zhe didn't want too many people to know the news that Feng Qingyi had been resurrected. This would be his trump card. Even in the upcoming competition, Su Zhe had no intention of summoning Feng Qingyi as long as he was not forced into a desperate situation by others. But when Wang Zi heard this, he was even more angry than Su Zhe and said, It's not a big deal. Do you know what this means? This is a diamond-level monster. Then he sighed helplessly. Oh, this is all the fault of those damn Fuso secret guards. Brother, I don't have the ability to avenge you now, but don't worry, I will fight with them from now on. Su Zhe nodded with some emotion when he heard this, and then wanted to reassure Wang Zi and said, Don't worry, although I don't have a diamond-level monster for the time being, I was lucky enough to contract a platinum-level monster. Wang Zi was stunned for a moment. The expression on his face was very wonderful. He is also someone who has lost a beast master, so he knows how much harm this will do to the beast master, and it may even be useless from now on. But Su Zhe seamlessly contracted another platinum-level monster? That's right, without a powerful beast master, you wouldn't be able to represent Qinglong Beastmaster University in the Beastmaster competition. I was so concerned that I forgot about this. Wang Zi scratched his head in embarrassment. Wang Zi should have thought of it a long time ago. The beasts he is currently contracting with are all given to him by Su Zhe. It makes no sense that he is now in the same situation but can't solve it. Then you can continue to rest. Wang Zi said. Because of the trouble he caused, Su Yao across the street also opened the door and looked at them laughing. Forget it. Since everyone is here, let's go out for a walk. I was in such a hurry on the way here that I didn't have time to take a good look at the scenery of the imperial capital. Su Zhe suggested. As for the beast control competition, there are still a few days of preparation time anyway, so there is no need to worry about this night's rest. Okay, I happen to be a little hungry too. Let's go to the night market together. I'll treat you. Wang Zi also agreed. In addition to being more prosperous, larger in scale, and more organized and tidy, the night market in the imperial capital is actually not much different from other places. Even because of some taste differences, I don't think the snacks are very delicious. But there are also differences. That is the night market in the imperial capital, in addition to the food stalls and street stalls consumed by ordinary people. You can also see the stall set up by the Beastmaster, selling monster crystal cores and eggs. When the three of them were ready to go back after eating and drinking, Wang Zi was attracted by the monster eggs placed on a stall. When the stall owner saw this, he immediately became energetic. He grabbed Wang Zi with joy and said, Young man, You look like you have come to participate in the beast control competition. This is a high-quality monster egg. When it hatches, it must be at the gold level. Really? How much? Wang Zi's eyes suddenly lit up. He has now broken through level 20 and successfully obtained the second quota for beast mastering. He is currently short of a suitable monster beast. Moreover, he still owed Suze a gold-level monster, so he might as well buy this one and give it to Suze. The stall owner immediately smiled and leaned into Wang Zi's ear and said, "Hey, it's not expensive. It's only 30 million. 30 million? That's really not expensive." Wang Zi nodded. The market price of a gold-level monster egg is this price, but the problem is that it has a price, but no market, and you basically need to increase the price several times to buy it. Some rare items can even be sold for hundreds of millions. Since Wang Zi has achieved good results in school, the financial power of his family has been largely released to him. He could still take out 30 million. But Suze grabbed Wang Zi at this moment and said, "Don't be fooled. This is not a gold-level monster egg at all. It's just bronze at best, not even silver." Suze has been exposed to so many monster eggs, and even ate more than many people have ever seen in their lives. He could tell at a glance whether it was gold level or not. The stall owner on the side immediately became anxious. "Hey, how can you, a kid, talk?" Then he turned to Wang Zi and said, "Young man, don't believe him. This egg is truly gold level. He doesn't care about you." When Wang Zi heard this, he immediately blew his beard and glared. "What are you talking about? This guy is my brother. He must be right. What you bought is definitely not a good egg." Suze was someone who had produced gold-level monster eggs, so Wang Zi trusted his judgment. The street vendor was asking for trouble, so he had to sit down and wait for the next person. When the three of them were about to leave, they heard a leisurely voice saying, "This egg is interesting. How do you sell it?" They turned around after hearing this, preparing to watch a good show and see how this man was slaughtered. But he saw the vendor standing with a cold sweat on his face and saying, "Young Master Chi, just take it if you want. What more money do you need?" In front of him was a handsome young man, who was called Mr. Chi. He shook his head and said, "It sounds like I'm bullying you. Let's do this. I judge that you are a bronze-level monster egg. Do you recognize it?" The vendor, who had just insisted that these were gold-level monster eggs, immediately nodded like a rattle. "Very good. The current market price of bronze-level monster eggs is around 200,000 to 1 million. I'll give you a maximum price of 1 million. What do you think?" said the young man known as Mr. Chi. The vendor nodded repeatedly. "It's whatever Mr. Chi says." "Okay, Chi-san, give him the money." The butler-like figure behind her immediately stepped forward and started transferring money. Mr. Chi picked up the egg and walked to the barbecue stall nearby. After giving the boss a sum of money, he cleaned out the grill and placed the egg on it. "Charcoal grilled monster eggs. I kind of miss the taste of them," Mr. Chi said while swallowing his saliva. Suze on the side saw this and kept sighing in his heart. "I have met someone with the same ideals." "Who is this person? Why does everyone call him Mr. Chi?" Suze grabbed a person next to him and asked. The man glanced at Suze and said contemptuously, "You don't even know Chi Lin, the young master of the Chi family? You must not be a native of our imperial capital, right?" The man held his head high and said proudly, with a disdainful expression on his face, as if he had a sky-reaching pattern on his forehead. Suze didn't argue with him. This man was actually just an ordinary person, not even a beast master, but he had an inexplicable pride just because he was born in the imperial capital. But in fact, Suze could hear a strong dialect flavor in his accent. The Chi family? The Chi family, one of the 4 major families. No wonder they are so generous. Suze muttered. "I saw that Mr. Chi grilled the bronze monster egg very skillfully. Judging from his skillful technique, it seemed that this was not the first time he had done this. He first placed the eggs firmly on the grill, then gently tapped the eggshells, cracked the upward-facing eggshells, and took them away. The egg liquid inside was exposed, but now they are still raw. This will not only prevent the eggs from exploding during grilling, but also make it easier to season." I saw him waiting until the eggs were cooked until they were almost cooked. Then he picked up the barbecue seasonings on the side and shook a little into them, then stirred gently to spread the seasonings without damaging the integrity of the egg yolks. After waiting for a while, the egg liquid gradually solidified and expanded, slowly overflowing from the damaged area above. But just when it was about to flow out, Lin suddenly used tweezers to pick up the hot monster egg from the grill and put it on a tray aside. That's it for a charcoal-grilled monster egg. He stretched out his hand to the butler beside him, and the butler immediately took out a set of meticulous silver tableware kept in a mahogany box. It's hard to imagine that someone would carry such a set of things with them to the night market. It's obvious that Lin is very particular about eating. He impatiently took a shining silver spoon from the butler's hand and couldn't wait to insert it through the crack in the egg. He immediately scooped up a spoonful of the liquid soft-boiled eggs and stuffed it into his mouth, closing his eyes with an intoxicated expression. The aroma emanating from all directions made everyone around them swallow their saliva. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary baked egg would have such an alluring aroma, and I wished I could have one myself. But when they thought about the price of this egg, they all held back their wallets. That was a monster egg, and Lin had spent $1 million to buy it just for the bronze level. Spending so much money just to eat a baked egg would not be worth it no matter how you think about it. This is a delicacy that can only be enjoyed by the rich. But there is one exception. Suze's eyes lit up when he saw Lin's way of baking eggs. Even though the monster eggs were just boiled, they were already very delicious. He has been eating like this for the past 6 months. But no matter how delicious the food is, if you eat it every day, it will cause epiglottis. At this time, Lin's baked eggs gave Suze a choice. If he wasn't afraid of attracting others' attention, and if Suze didn't like any of the 4 major families because of the Jiang family's behavior, he really wanted to discuss with Lin how to cook monster eggs and learn how to bake eggs by the way. Wang Zi on the side couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. The imperial capital is the imperial capital. It's true that there are people outside the world. This is the first time that I have been overwhelmed by other people's arrogance. He baked a monster egg just as he said it would. It turns out that the most evil thing is not only the lack of capital, but also the lack of capital. Suze, you should understand this kind of pain, right? Wang Zi said heartbrokenly. It is not difficult to tell from his body shape that Wang Zi is a food lover through and through, but now there is something he can't bear to eat. Su Yao on the side looked at Suze with a strange expression while listening to Wang Zi's complaints. Maybe he really doesn't understand. Su Yao still remembered that Suze would boil a monster egg to eat almost every day. Not to mention bronze, silver level are all frequent guests at Suze's dining table. Even Su Yao ate a lot of monster eggs, and her mood went from being distressed at the beginning to becoming numb now. Su Yao couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva just thinking about it. Suze's eggs were so delicious that she couldn't forget them. Suze on the side also noticed Su Yao's state, and Wang Zi's heartfelt complaints in his ears made Suze decide to satisfy the two of them's desire to eat their own eggs. Anyway, I have saved a lot of eggs these days and haven't used them yet. Let's take this opportunity to feast on them. It happened that the hotel they lived in was similar to a B&B apartment, and there was a kitchen in the common area for them to use. It's just that few people use it. They basically order takeout to fill their stomachs. The 3 of them had already turned around and left when Lin started to feast. Suze also found out that Lin was also a contestant participating in the beast control competition this time. But he was among the top 3 in the Imperial Beast Control University, so he did not need to participate in the group stage, and Suze would not be able to meet him for the time being. Perhaps to satisfy the glutton in his stomach, Wang Zi bought a lot of snacks along the way and took them back to the hotel. As a result, I met 2 uninvited guests at the door of the hotel. Their appearance was very similar. They both had thin faces with prominent cheekbones, and they looked like they had been squeezed clean. They rubbed their fingers with evil smiles on their faces and said, "Fat Wang, you are finally back. My brothers have been looking for you for a long time." The prices of things in this imperial capital are really expensive, especially the price of chickens. It's simply unaffordable. I heard that you are very rich. Please lend us brothers some money to spend. Suze had some impression of these 2 people. They were also from the White Tiger Beast Control University and had followed Luo Xingyu before. But unlike Wang Zi, they are not outstanding students from various grades who come to watch the competition, but contestants. Wang Zi on the side also approached Suze and said in his ear, "They are the Shun brothers, Shun Kuei and Shun Su, the 4th and 5th among the 5 participants from our school. I usually don't have much contact with them. It seems to me that they are actually here for you." Wang Zi was right. Although Luo Xingyu said that Su Zhe was no longer a threat, that was to her. For the Shun brothers, the contestants who are both 4th and 5th in order need to get to know each other. Because of the group stage groupings, they are likely to be grouped together. There are 30 contestants in the Beast Taming competition, among which the Imperial Beast Taming University holds 10 spots. The remaining 4 universities have 5 places each. The top 5 from Imperial Beast Controlling University will directly enter the knockout round, and the bottom 5 will have to participate in the group stage with the Beast Control Masters from other schools. In other words, the 25 Beast Masters will be grouped into different groups from the same school and divided into 5 groups for the group stage. Every 2 people in the group will play each other once, and the winner will get 1 point. The top 2 players in the group will advance to the knockout rounds, with a total of 10 people advancing. At this time, whichever person from the Beast Control University is promoted the most will bring glory to the school, and the school will also receive rewards. After the group stage, we no longer fight for the school, but for ourselves. These 10 people will join the top 5 from Imperial Beast Control University, and a total of 15 people will start the next round of eliminations, until a champion is selected. The groups in the group stage will be divided into 2 levels. After the top 1 to 3 of each school are shuffled, they will be divided into 3 groups to avoid being in one group with the same school. The remaining 4 or 5 were divided into 2 groups. In other words, Su Zhe, who is ranked 4th in Qinglong Beast Control University, will not encounter 1 to 3 from other schools. And one of Shen Kuei and Shun Su must be in the same group as Su Zhe. That's why they wanted to find out about Su Zhe's true identity. When Shun Kuei and Shen Su saw Wang Zi saying something in Su Zhe's ear, they immediately shouted, "Fat Wang, what are you doing? Want to leak our information to contestants from other schools?" As they spoke, they pressed forward aggressively. The mental pressure of the 2 people seemed to be one, like a falling city wall. But what they said seemed to be directed at Wang Zi, but in fact most of the pressure fell on Su Zhe. What surprised the 2 of them was that Su Zhe still showed no change of expression in the face of their cooperation. After all, Su Zhe was able to withstand Jiang Sheng's mental pressure, and that was before Feng Qingyi returned. 2 Beast Masters who have just passed level 40 and whose levels are not even stable at all are not something to be afraid of even if they join forces. The expressions of the 2 Shun brothers became solemn. How is this possible? He, a freshman, must have relied on high-level monsters to participate in the competition, but why is his own spiritual level not inferior to ours? The 2 were puzzled, but Su Zhe had already walked up to them despite their mental pressure and said, "It seems that fighting is not allowed in the imperial capital, so I will spare you today." Faced with Su Zhe's threat, the 2 of them felt a strong sense of oppression, making it difficult to breathe and speechless. He even watched his own shadow stand up, and a sharp claw from inside stretched out to the front of his neck and stroked gently. But then he took it back, and everything returned to normal. The shadow was still under their feet, and Su Zhe and the other 2 people had no idea when they had passed by them. Shen Kuei touched his slightly sore neck. If it weren't for the slight blood stain that oozed out, which proved what happened just now, everything that just happened would have been an illusion. Shen Kuei looked at the blood on his hands and said, "Brother, it seems that the information is wrong. He is not a freshman at all. He is the weakest 4th. No matter who of the 2 of us is assigned to a group with him, we should be prepared to compete for 2nd place in the group." Shinsu nodded and said, "I understand. The strength of the 2 brothers is almost the same, and the elder brother Shen Kuei is a little stronger." Since he said this, it means that he is indeed no match for Su Zhe. "Brother, what are we going to do now? We really just want to borrow money." In fact, they really came here to borrow money at the beginning. The 2 brothers knew very little about prices in the imperial capital, and they also had some personal hobbies that consumed money and energy. As soon as they saw the high-end products of the imperial city, they couldn't help but take turns to consume them. The price was that when the 2 came back, they had not a penny left on them, and they almost were left by the other party. Even if you reveal your identity as a Beastmaster, you can't suppress the opponent. That's why I thought of borrowing some money from Wang Zi, who was watching the game with the team, to spend the next game time. As for not paying it back, that's another story. As for Su Zhe, it was only when she happened to see him next to Wang Zi that she decided to test it out. It's good now. Not only did he not get the money, but he was also given a small lesson by Suze. In the end, they shamelessly went to find Luo Xingyu, the person in charge when the principal was away, and they were able to borrow money and fill their stomachs. On the other side, Wang Zi, who originally thought that there would be some trouble and that he would lose money to eliminate the disaster, found that Suze had suppressed the Shun brothers with ease. Wang Zipo said with some emotion, "I really do belong to you. Now I can't see through you at all." The reason why he went to the White Tiger Beast Control University far away from his hometown to take the Beast Control College entrance examination instead of waiting another year was because he felt that he would probably be left behind by Suze. Relying on the special upgrade method of the Golden Scale Pig, he originally thought he could catch up with Suze, but now he found that the distance between the two was getting wider and wider. Wang Zi sighed and returned to the room assigned by their school. Suze and Su Yao also returned to their rooms. Suze also invited Su Yao to discuss life together, but unfortunately he was rejected. Early the next morning, Su Yao was woken up by a familiar scent. She rubbed her eyes and followed the smell to Suze's room, where she saw the feast he had placed on the table, waiting to be enjoyed. "Are you awake? Brush your teeth first, and I'll call Wang Zi over," Suze said with a smile. As a result, as soon as he walked into the corridor, he saw Wang Zi, still wearing pajamas, sniffing over and looking for her. "What are you doing?" Suze asked with a smile. "Didn't you smell it? This smell is exactly the same as last night's charcoal-grilled monster eggs. No, it's even more fragrant. I thought it was an illusion caused by greed, but I smelled it all the way and came here," Wang Zi explained. He also smelled Suze's clothes twice, and then looked at it suspiciously, because Suze's body seemed to be covered with this fragrance. "Come with me quickly, everyone is talking so exaggeratedly. Then let's go back and turn on the exhaust fan, otherwise it will be bad if we attract others." As soon as Suze entered the room, he saw that Su Yao couldn't help but start to take a bite, her cheeks bulging with egg whites. Wang Zi was even more stunned by the scene in front of him.